2. Cool. All right.
Let's go. Oh, round 1 for the day, huh?
That's it. Good start to the day. Got everything. We actually managed to get the player play meeting and everything done and be on time. It's always fantastic.
Yeah, there's a first.
Yeah, always love to see that one. Yeah.
We want to talk about this pod. They're already off to the races. We didn't get to see how many cards they kept.
Yeah, we missed that one.
Looks like D-Stone kept a 5, because they have 3 cards in hand, 3 cards in play, so 5 cards kept. And as we can see, I think Watanabe, Tob, is on a 4, if not a 5. 6 from our Malcolm Francisco, and I can't see how many Legacy has. So interesting pod. We think this one's going to be a bit faster, given the decks we're seeing at the table. 2 Grixis, a Krakashima. Malcolm Francisco, not the fastest, but having a creature that can ramp you, and then a creature which is a combo piece, feels like you're asking for a bit of speed. And already, turn 1, people on the tank. Turn 1 fish does that to people, huh?
It's pretty interesting, right? It's like it's such a pod dependent thing, and I think this is the perfect kind of pod where you may consider stopping the fish. Obviously, a misstep is kind of like a gimme. You're never not misstepping a fish, but counter spells outside of that can sometimes be questionable. But this would be a pod that I would consider maybe forcing it if I had a hand of 5. So if I was in Richie's position, that would be something I'd be thinking about if I had a 7. But I don't think outside of that. We've got Legacy popping down I believe it's the Talisman of Dominance. I'm not sure on the art.
It looks like the blue-black Talisman to me. That's the blue-black one, Talisman of Dominance. You got it spot on. And I get why they played it out, right? Yeah, you feed 1 card, but on board they have no colors, so what else are they going to do? They're sort of telegraphing to me a Vampiric Tutor.
Yeah, it could be a Vamp or a Misty.
Yeah. People have fallen off Misty. What do you think about that?
I mean, it's hard for me to say because I have not played it for like a year, and now it's a bit of an all-star in Glub, which is what I've been on for the last little while. Because it's similar to the the tutor that finds the intuition for breach decks, whereas Misty in Glub just gets me Beseech the Mirror, and that's like chaining into the 1 win. Yeah, so. I like it in that deck, but I can understand why people wouldn't be playing it. It's funny. We're playing with Tom. We've just seen the Prodigy go down with the pedal, and I believe I can't actually. Is that the Siren Storm Tamer or Chaser?
Storm Tamer, Storm Caller, something.
Storm Caller. Yeah. So Tom speaks to having dramas whenever he runs a step through early, because people for some reason just assume that I was just about to tell Richard which card pile to put on top while I'm speaking, which is very funny. He always speaks to the difficulty of having to explain every time that it's not getting a Thassa's Oracle, because people only know step through as the Thassa's Oracle tutor, and having the Harmonic Prodigy being basically something that doubles up both the Krak and Krakashima. So, it sort of works as like an additional 2 copies of your flips. Very, very key card.
Huge card.
Oh, and a Windfall goes on the stack.
Yeah, I was about to say, for me, quickly, step through makes me think of Inala and getting Spellseeker. But yeah, Windfall here is really interesting. I don't know if I'd be firing this off. What do you think? Because currently, right, yeah, you've only got 4 cards in hand, and your first place has, 7, 8? But everyone else only has 3 to 4 cards in hand. But looks like it's resolving. If we look at the hands, Legacy not doing much. D-Stone had a Dockside, a Windfall of their own, and not much. And both Watanabe and Richie had sweet FA. A lot of artifacts to feed the Remora, but otherwise not much. So this feels like a really bold play, giving everyone a fresh, what is that, 8 cards in hand?
I think there's something to be said for the playing the Windfall into a fish when you haven't seen what would be like reasonably consistent ramp style decks, artifact ramp decks, and just the Esper and Grixis core. It's pretty reasonable to expect the like your turn 1/2 rocks, and so like we see that Krark Sakushima discarding the Mox Amber that's not going to be doing anything. I'm not sure. I thought I spotted Malcolm with something as well that would normally have been
Malcolm
deployed.
had an Arcane Signet and I think one other mana rock. I didn't spot it. So I agree. Yeah, Richie also had some mana rocks.
It's either that Legacy was just feeling like it was the time to do it, to sort of nullify the card draw effect a little bit from the fish, or maybe it was an extremely heads up play. Who knows?
Yeah, it's a hard one. I think it's very risky, obviously, refilling the hands of both Richie and Watanabe, but D-Stone's already ahead and is going to stay ahead. So maybe it's worth it, and maybe you're trying to play the game of, well, yes, I might make you guys lose your starter cans with all your ramp, but I don't want you casting that anyway, and I want you guys to have resources to deal with D-Stone.
Yeah, I think is it 10 mana so far? 10 cards that D-Stone's on now?
He was at 8 and has drawn 2 additional cards, so yeah, 10 cards. But also, looks like if we look at D-Stone's discard, he was setting up for a Notion Thief.
Yeah. Wow, that's wild.
So that Windfall was well timed. 11 cards now for D-Stone. I'm actually really scared of Krakashima right now.
Yeah.
Because next turn, he can Krak and Sucker and have a couple colorless left over, and if he can convert any of that into spells, he gets 4 flips off every spell.
Yeah. Wow. That's yep. That's gonna be terrifying. Assuming he has a colored land, but
Yes.
that's a reasonable. Every time I look at Malcolm decks and I see how they use pirates the way Yuriko uses ninjutsu, it makes me want to build a Malcolm deck. I just love the idea of like these bad in everything else 1-drops being just fantastic in a deck like this. Evasive 1-drops, it brings out my control vibes.
The fairy mastermind on top to really make it all that. Malcolm Francisco is such an interesting one. I mean, we all know I'm a Tivit player at heart, and so anything in the Esper shell is just bad Tivit. But Malcolm is such an interesting, powerful card, ramping you from the zone. Now D-Stone's immediately paying for fish. What are they up to? They have, 11 cards in their hand? They got to be up to something. And they're just running it. They're just saying, hey, I don't think you guys have it. Between them, I think they each have about 7 cards in hand. Now, there is a problem. There's a Siren Stormtamer on board and a treasure. But, Siren Stormtamer is only for targeted abilities. I completely forgot. I keep forgetting the Siren Stormtamer. So, what do you think?
Consult on the stack. Okay, Legacy going for the neg. It's pretty good.
And there's a fish trigger on that. Let's see if D-Stone remembers it. No, just lets it go? Where's the draw? No! Oh, he was too in his own head about it. Missed his draw. Wow.
Do you know, I find it so interesting to think about this early Thoracle cast. With the printing of cards like Flesh Duplicate and Mockingbird, the idea of just far out there. Then a Mockingbird. Then a Mockingbird. The idea of just having a crack without like the need to defend it. I've often thought like how good of a strategy is it if you just have clone plus Tainted Pact or clone plus the other A plus B in your hand, and you can just basically just have another crack the next turn. Everyone kind of like looks at it and go, "We've stopped the threat." And so I wonder, like, if this, like, it's, I guess you call it, like, like a stop go kind of thing. I wonder how useful that kind of approach would actually be in a deck like D Stones, because he's got a lot of cards in hand. It wouldn't be unreasonable for him to, even if he's got a vamp tutor, he can just go for. Oh, elects to not play the LED. Interesting. Worried about the dockside.
Yeah, good heads up play.
Mate, so disciplined. I love that.
If we look at D-Stone, right, he got 7 cards in hand, huge graveyard, ready to just run it again, right?
Yeah.
That's what Grixis is known for, being able to jam win after win. But
Yeah.
to your point, while I think it is good to be able to clone your own Thoracle, the bigger problem here is the rest of the players at the table can clone the Thoracle. And they still have both Tainted Pact and Decon in their deck, while D-Stone's out is only Tainted Pact.
Did we see the Thoracle trigger resolve? Did D-Stone actually go?
We did.
Yeah.
I think he.
Oh yeah, he did bottom too. Yeah,
bottom.
I remember seeing that. I've just connected it in my head visually. So yeah.
Now we just have a Crom Legacy playing nice and responsible. And the problem with playing responsibly is there's a Krakashima at the table. And so this fish, I think, is about to do a lot of heavy lifting. And this is the crazy part, right? If Watanabe doesn't get there, but goes for it, I think D-Stone just gets the win. He just gets too many cards, too much value. And in Grixis Shell, cards in hand are so invaluable.
It's so, like, I find D-Stone's play here so interesting. Paying for the fish, having a crack, and not defending it. It's like there's definitely counterspells in the man's hand, right?
Yeah, well, are there counterspells in the man's hand? That's the hard part, right? Because why didn't he defend his console?
I think it's I could see the argument for, like, having to go to discards and only, just having a crack for the sake of, not wanting to discard or having to sculpt your hand too much. So you just play the 2 spells out to see what happens. Once in a blue moon, everyone just, like, wheels into no counter spells and you get, like, a free win. And then all of the other time you just pretend like you never, like, did that. And, you set yourself up for, like, just having a good regular hand, because both of those cards suck to hold on to, right? And if you've got both Consult and, like, Thoracle in your hand and you're drawing lots of cards, you kind of don't want to be down to what is effectively a 5-card hand afterwards. You're going to be putting good cards in the bin in their place. So maybe that's the thinking.
I think it's still, if you have the counterspell, you might as well use it, because the game just might end. And your Grixis, you have your fish still, so, like, if you don't get there and people fight you back, you're still going to refill your hand. So I think it's pretty face up that he doesn't have any counters, or at least free counterspells. And as we can see, end step, Tom tutoring up a
J-Will.
How did he end step that?
Mystical
That's
tutor?
what I'm missing. But didn't he? I thought he was tapped out for some reason. But
no, I don't think he was. He had open mana.
Yeah, he must have. I thought he cast the thing last turn. So this is where it's about to get really funky. If this J-Will resolves, Tom can go off to the races, but he doesn't have blue mana, and so he's going to make the decision here of, does he cast Sakashima, wait for the fish to go away, and next turn jam it as hard as he can, or does he just cast J-Will now and hope for the best? I would personally cast Sakashima. Well, he has to tap out to cast J-Will as well. So
yeah, that's true.
It could be either. I think it's casting the J-Will. Yeah.
And for those following along at home, this is absolutely how you should be learning to play Krak Sakashima. Get yourself the tokens that Tom has for himself. We've got the Krak trigger on one side and it flips to a copy on the other side, so you can visually represent the stack really easily for all of your opponents. It's not so much for your opponents as much that it saves you much more time, because your opponents don't have to continuously ask where you're up to in the turn and with all of the triggers. So it's a very, very good way of doing it.
I love these tokens, and
Mm.
also the other one I really like are the Epic Storm tokens because they have all the
Mm.
mana and the storm count. They're a really good one. But yeah, any of these tokens are awesome and highly recommend. They just make it better for everyone, especially 80-minute round timers. You really need that. Save yourself some time. So Legacy here, I think, is responding to his own Chrome trigger with a Vampiric Tutor.
Makes
And
sense.
so it looks like Richie's pointing out, oh, I've lost my free counter spells. I can't do much. Woe is me. Says man with 6 cards in hand. So I think they're trying to convince Legacy to go for a counter spell here. I think that's what's going on. What would you do here?
Oh, gosh.
Now, it's hard because we don't know what's in Legacy's hand, but we only see 4 cards in Legacy's hand. So it's not like he's living the dream, particularly. He's not 8-card D-Stone over there, as we call him.
The only greedy play that you could do with the mana that Legacy has at face value would be the Flash Fairy. Gosh.
The really greedy play? The Flash Fairy, you mean Fairy Mastermind?
Fairy Mastermind, thank you.
I don't think he's on Fairy Mastermind, but you want to know
Right.
what the really greedy play is? You go for Underworld Bridge. You have Lotus Petal, you have Gamble, you have Windfall.
Yeah.
That's the really greedy play. If you're going, I think that fish on D-Stone's board is going. I think he's going to dump out his hand and go to discard. I don't think he's going to present a win. And I think Richie and Tom can keep him honest. I'm just going to set up my own win for Underworld Breach.
That's interesting.
Now, I don't know if I personally would do that, but I'm also not a Grixis player. Grixis players have something wrong with them. You need to have something wrong with you to play Grixis. You just have to be so greedy. You just have to keep jamming it after jamming it, and that's not the way I play. I'm an Esper player at heart. I don't do shit except draw cards and make treasures until I have 3 silence effects in my win card. The play pattern to me is he used the Lotus Petal. They're petrified of a Dockside. What's going on? I'm so confused. Why do you use the Lotus Petal? Why is he saving the fetch?
I wonder if there is some form of verbal acknowledgement of the Dockside that we just haven't heard. And you know what? I've just seen in chat, Craig has brought up a very good point. And Token Forge does have some great tokens that you can use to go and check out. Especially if you're looking to improve your Crom game, your Croc game.
They absolutely do have some fantastic tokens. We the other day were looking at their rabbit token, was it? That was adorable.
Yeah, so cool. With the big carrot sword.
That's the
very
one.
Cool. Very cool.
But back to the game at hand. It's interesting to me because the only person who could have a Dockside is Legacy. I don't think Tom's going for a Dockside at the moment. D-Stone's Dockside's in his graveyard because it wheeled out of his opening hand, and Richie's in blue-black. So I don't know why. Like I have so many questions. There's clearly something we don't know. He has more cards in hand, and Legacy's a pretty heads-up player.
Yeah, it's not his first rodeo. He knows what's going on. Okay, so we've resolved it. We've got
we got a copy. Oh, jeez. And I assume the target is D-Stone. As a man with 1 million cards in hand. I think this, if they're not careful, this just might be the game. Because Tom's about to make 8 red mana, get 3 cards off the top. And then he's got the original Jeska's Will, which will either bounce or go again, in which case he'll have 3 Jeska's Wills total. And all he needs to do is find a way to convert a red mana into a blue mana, and he's 4 triggers on every spell. He's probably going infinite. I think Tom here is trying to explain what's going to happen and when you should interact. I think the time is now. If you have a Mindbreak trap, you rip it off now.
That's it.
Although, have we cast 3 spells this turn? We haven't. It's only been Croc and Jeska's Will. And that I'm sure that's intentional on Tom's part. I'm sure there are other spells in his hand that do things. And he went, I want my first Jeska's Will to be Mindbreak Trap proof. Even if he didn't do if he did it subconsciously. Richie over here playing from the 4th position, going, I have nothing, I need you guys to save me. And I respect it.
And he was also I guess, one of the hardest hit with the wheel. I think Krarksucker doesn't really matter too much about their getting wheeled as much as a deck like Malcolm Francisco would. So he's kind of been hurt the most off the back of Legacy's wheel being turn ordered effectively. He's got to be feeling it pretty hard. D-Stone doesn't look stressed at all, just chilling. I'm going to draw lots of cards.
Yeah. Going to draw all the cards in the world while this Krakashima spins its wheels aggressively. I don't know.
Notably, only really one instant speed mana source available, right? So hard to get a tutor in D-Stone in his position. Yeah. So he's tapped out. So unless he's got the MBT or Fluster, MBT only in hand for a bit later on.
As well works.
Yeah, I don't know if the Force is as useful here because
you can still force the original Jeska's Will so it never bounces to hand, which is a really important part people forget about Krakashima, is you want to counter the spell before if you have a single target counter spell, counter it before any of the triggers resolve, so they can't loop it by bringing it back to their hand. Now, all said, that might be too little too late once one has resolved, because even if Jeska's Will gets countered, one's still resolving, but one is better than 50.
Very true.
5th land. That was terrible.
Oh, the fish ain't too bad. He can just pseudo protect his turn. He'll find a way.
And another copy. So he's getting 3 Jeska's Wills this turn.
There's a part, after seeing that first J-Will, there's a part of, I guess, me, if I'm one of his opponents right now, that is actually happy that basically he's just got a bunch of mana, which he already had, and there's no more Jeska's Wills that can be cast. I think we're happy about that.
3 more cards to see. Gamble. Oh, okay.
Game's over.
There's also 1 more Jeska's Will still to go. Yep. So the man has 27 red mana, a colorless, just in case, for those keeping track at home, a gamble, and a bunch of useless cards for the most part. What do we got? We've got Dockside. Cool. So there's our conversion for all our mana.
An embarrassment of riches for Tom.
So we've got a Dockside to convert our mana into blue. We've got a Force of Will in case we want to protect ourselves. Well, this game might be over. And now, what's the wording on step 3? Does that only bounce creatures? I've never thought about casting it. It only returns creatures. But there is an Into the Floodmoor. What does that spell? I think that was a treasure token. Oh, he's cracking the treasure token in response to the Dockside. So Dockside count is, I believe, 3. Which, with an Into the Floodmoor, he's about to bounce this Remora, and I think that's it. If you bounce the Remora, how do they stop you? There's no more cards for them to draw.
He may fail his gamble 21 times.
Oh, you're right. No, that can happen. Of course. Problem is, he's going to cast his Sakashima. And so he gets 4 attempts each time. A very good... Oh, right. Okay, sorry. He had all these. You got to hit him with all these.
This is locked up.
The really heads-up play of leading with all the creatures to really make sure his opponents can't do anything.
It's possible that we see so many triggers that Tom accidentally kills himself by gambling his entire library into his hand.
Can you fail to? I guess you can't fail to find with gamble. No. This is a card. You have to put a card into your hand.
It's really interesting. This was only a rule that I learned recently that when you basically have a even a private zone if it's like a
Demonic tutor.
demonic tutor is the other one. Yeah.
Because their restriction is only a card, and you can always find a card in your deck, so it's not like you can fail to find one.
Yep.
So this is really interesting. I would have flood moored the Remora personally, but I get that they cut you off a blue. So what's going on here? What do you think? Is there only 3 triggers? Oh, Varian only adds 1.
Yeah, it's that Harmonic Prodigy and Veyron don't. Neither of them double. They trigger an additional
Add 1.
time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the challenging thing. One of them, I believe,
It's
is static
interesting.
as well. So it's like weird.
I personally think I would have cast Sakashima because that gives you 4 triggers instead of 3, but you know, I don't think it particularly matters anymore.
I expect we'll probably see that next.
Well, the thing is, I think you want to hold open a blue mana.
So I think the first
going
gamble,
wrong.
or at least one of the successful gambles, is going to see us find even just like a rock to turn 2 red into 1 blue is perfectly reasonable because then we're just getting a Sakashima out that way.
You know what it is? It's
Mm.
Strike It Rich.
Oh yeah, that
Strike It
makes
Rich
sense.
just storms for those at home. It's a red mana to create a treasure, but when you're storming off and making multiple copies, you may spend 1 red mana and make 3 treasures and put 1 back in your hand. So it looks like a Force of Will from D-Stone. Force of Neg from D-Stone, targeting the original gamble, but I really think this is too little too late.
I agree.
It really needed to hit the Jesk as well.
And that is
So he
Exile
might not have
Tom.
had it.
There we go. You got it.
He might not have had it before. We've got a... Ooh, there's a judge call in one of the chats. Craig, if you're listening. And Pod 4 notably has just finished with... It's a shame we didn't watch this one because we were just talking about this. Galadriel 1.
Oof. I wonder how it happened.
Yeah, I missed it, but I can just see that it
I imagine that it's most likely going to be a some kind of village bell ringer flicker line, or maybe just the terrifying putting counters on and doing all of the cool things. I wonder if we're going to see Ben make his 3rd final table for TTI.
Yeah, Ben's been really doing it every month,
He's
making it to the
made
final
both of them
points.
so far, yeah. Well,
And
3.
that's
No, has he
you
already
think
made 3? When did we
did he make
start
the
doing
second one?
this? June, July. This is the 3rd one, right?
Yeah, did he
He
make the second one?
he did, yeah. Yes, he and I were
With
both on the final
Esno.
table with Josh on Sisse and
Yeah. Jackson on
Jackson, yeah.
get deck list. Paper Cranes Nadu.
That's it.
So gamble resolve, discarding Mana Confluence. Something tells me Mana Confluence wasn't the card he tutored for.
He might want to just activate it so that he can take damage. I'm not sure if that progresses his
Yeah, that seems good. So this is the funny thing, because he can't respond with Strike It Rich, Brain Freeze to the graveyard. Well, something tells me he's setting up for a breach. And another copy, because why not? And so he might have Strike It Rich in hand, he might have Gamble in hand. I don't think it particularly matters anymore. Question is, do you flood more this Remora? I don't think it matters, but it is interesting. Also, if he has a blue card in his hand, his Force of Will is live.
So this would be the one to get the strike it rich with, right? This is the...
It's probably Strike It Rich or Underworld Breach, right? Either or really does it. I think Underworld Breach is slightly more winning because you have enough mana to cast Brain Freeze from your graveyard. Your storm count's really high. Underworld Breach, you can't fail to flip it. Well, because Strike It Rich just makes mana, Underworld Breach wins the game. And he hit the
There's
breach.
the breach.
That's tough. Okay,
Gotta hurt.
Now he's got to
Gotta
figure out what he's doing with his mana.
I mean, it could have been that he went for the strike it rich and then the Underworld breach.
Yeah, potentially.
All right, this looks like a Sakashima coming here. Nope.
No,
Okay.
Remora. Okay.
Yep.
I think he's going, well, I failed my win attempt. I lost my 1 in 5.
Yeah.
That's tough. And then, this was part of the problem with the line was he had multiple gambles resolving, and none of the spells he wanted to tutor were instants. So he could never cast them before they got discarded.
It's going to come down to the actual card quality remaining in his hand. He still could just be, filled with absolute wondrous cards in his hand. But
very true. So now he's casting Into the Floodmaw. I wonder if he's gifting. Probably is. Targeting, I assume, Mystic Remora. I think his game plan here is to bounce everything under the sun. No, he's targeting Legacy's Chrome.
Maybe he wants to turn off Fierce and Swat.
Maybe, but he doesn't have the gift yet. It's worth noting. The gift is only upon resolution.
No, I believe the gift happens before the spell resolves.
No, you choose whether the gift is given, but the way gifting a card or gifting a resource works is you decide upon casting the spell whether or not you want to gift, and a gift gets added as if it were the first line of text on that spell.
So when I cast spells on Arena, you always get given priority after the gift resolves before the spell resolves. So I expect that maybe the gift is chosen on cast and then goes onto the stack as a trigger before the spell resolves.
So as you cast a permanent spell with gift, you promise a gift to the opponent you want. When the permanent enters, the opponent gets the chosen gift. As you cast an instant sorcery, you can promise the gift, then the spell's other effects happen. Note that the spell's targets, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so the spell has to resolve. If the spell doesn't resolve, they don't get the gift.
I wonder what the Arena thing that I'm thinking of would be then.
It might be that it's a triggered ability on permanents entering the battlefield. So if you gift a thing with a permanent, it makes a trigger when it enters.
I wonder if it's just like a weird delay thing and visually just looks like it's happening in the other order. That could be.
Yeah, potentially.
That could be it.
Arena's a weird one.
Yeah.
Molten Duplication here, huh? So this can potentially just go infinite. This might just win the game because
Harmonic Prodigy go for beats.
This genuinely, and that might have what happened with the fish, right? What happened to the fish? Where'd it go?
It must have been the target with the Floodmaw. We were too busy looking at how gift works.
It must have bounced 3 times. Yeah. That's unfortunate. 2 winners already, yeah. Hortism and Johnny. So Hortism on Galadriel won Pod 4 and Pod 5, I believe. Pod 6 was run by Johnny, who is playing. Let's go have a look. He is also playing Sakashima, Krak Sakashima. So we have 1 Krakashima winner already. Let's see if we can have another.
This is definitely just a 1-card win con.
Molten Duplication, absolutely. This might go. It does create an artifact copy. Is there anything else important? No, it's just an artifact copy. Because I was thinking maybe, but Veyron double triggers your prowess. So actually, this is going to become complicated in a hot second now. because we need to keep track of how many times, or what Navi at least needs to know how many times Harmonic Prodigy has triggered prowess, which I believe is 11 times this turn. But how many of them were post Veyran?
All of them, right? Because the all of them except
Veyran
for
came down J-Well.
And is Veyran Magecraft?
Veyran is Magecraft. So Veyran is huge, but Veyran doesn't have haste. Now, Watanabe could make one copy of Veyran, but it is legendary. Oh no! Tom's making copies of Dockside. Okay, so he wants blue mana.
So I think the way that you do this is you have let's assume we get 2 copies and the card back to hand based on the number of
Yep.
like
so
that's the
back
best
in hand
thing.
already.
Yep. So you make one Dockside and then you make one Harmonic Prodigy, and then it will exponentially, quadratically, it will get bigger. I think it's exponentially each time, because the Harmonic Prodigy will be a second target, and then you will get the extra trigger, so you get more copies each time. And so eventually you just keep recasting as long as the Molten Duplication doesn't get all 4 copies resolving. You'll eventually get 4, and then 5, and then 6, and then 7.
The really risky ones are the first handful, but after that, you're
once you get past the first run, I think is fine. Yeah, because you just need one Dockside to make sure that you keep your other things alive. I'm kind of curious though about the why the Sakashima hasn't become a thing yet.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. Because what he could have done just now was cast Sakashima and then cast Molten Duplication, get 6 triggers,
yeah,
and then start making copies of both Harmonic Prodigy and Dockside. Dockside makes 2 mana, so it's mana neutral with casting the spell, and then you just make an inordinate amount of Harmonic Prodigies and kill everyone.
All right, the step 3 can't be cycled from exile. That's what's going on. So he can't exile the Simian Spirit Guide because he can't do that from exile either, right? That's only from
These
hand.
are both, yes, from hand ability.
So the only card that's actually live is Force, which can be cast from exile for free.
Step 3 notably can be cast for the bounce part of it if he really wants.
Fake.
But I agree, that's not particularly well. I am curious if Tom sees this line. Well, I think he is a really good Kakashima player. It's really easy with these manual Storm decks to get distracted with blinders on the one combo line you had and forget, seeing the forest for the trees. It looks like Scoop has left me for dead, so I'm going to be here on my own for a hot second. So, Tom here, he's got a copy on the stack. It's being held priority. I think Tom might be explaining what the win is.
Yes, I just decided that it was a good time to get the temperature regulated in this room before it got too hot.
Poop in response, exactly. So the heart, I think Tom has it on lock, unless he has really missed the forest for the trees, the trees for the forest for the trees, and not realize that he has this pseudo infinite loop.
Shout out to Nick in the chat. Can confirm was not a poop in response. It was a Red Bull in response.
Red Bull response. Secret identity. So we got a Flusterstorm in response. This is so Storm count is 13.
He can just pay it.
Yeah, just pay it. What? Oh, he fetched for a land, right? Of course.
So I suspect that
Or
may
you-
have been the Vamp tutor about 100 years ago.
It could have been. And Flusterstorm's one of those ones that still somewhat works into Krakashima. The really essential part is to counter the original Molten Duplication here. The other ones don't matter, because if the original one gets countered,
Can't go
Tom
back to
can't
hand.
keep looping it. Yeah, exactly. Remora trigger. Oh no, that's so brutal.
That's
Yes,
correct,
that's
Nick. Yep.
bottom right player is playing Krak Sakashima. It's looking to be over, but his opponents are putting up a fight.
Yeah.
And is he just letting it go?
Wow, Tom choosing not to.
What did Tom just draw?
Yeah.
What did he get?
Must be good.
There is no accepted shortcut for coin flips. You have to flip them all, and do it quickly.
There is, however, a thing called the calculator, which judges can choose at their discretion to allow you to use, but it is not for board states that are this simple, which may seem like that's actually weird, but once you get to, I think, like, it's quite reasonable without any copy shenanigans. You can have, I think, 12 to 16 triggers just from random things that are in the deck as a one-off. And then it becomes a bit silly to do. But what you can do is you can play to the win condition of your opponents falling asleep or conceding. And
dying of old age is not a good one.
Because they're all unique actions as well, you can manually storm and it will be awful for everyone.
Rolling dice is a shortcut compared to flipping coins. Right, okay. I guess that's not a shortcut, that's just an alternative. But what we see from Tom here is he just had the twin flame. He just had all these and he's just layering his craft triggers out.
Wow.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Twin
5,
flame.
6. And at this point, this is infinite, right? Like, there's no way they can stop him.
Yeah, short of another Flusterstorm and another...
I don't think another Flusterstorm even does it. With 6 triggers, you can't stop more, and he's still got enough mana left over to pay for it all.
So we just run it down mid, they can't stop us?
Yeah, they can't stop all of us. Carbs in chat saying Krakashima's lined up. Carbs who won Pod 6 with a Krakashima list of his own.
Well done.
Maybe I'll be doing a cheeky look of the differences in your decks. I won't try to give away too much, because I know some people in chat might be taking notes, but me and Scoop might do a bit of a deck tech.
We'll do our homework.
We'll do our homework indeed.
Now, this is a case of, if you're on this pod and you don't believe you've lost yet, it's a case of The Walking Dead, right? Like, it's not deterministic, but there is a extremely unlikely chance that we fizzle at this point. So we explained a little earlier on in the stream. The way that this will work is Dockside and Harmonious Prodigy will continue to make mana with our Dockside. We will hopefully return our Twin Flame to hand, and then each loop we will make one or more Harmonious Prodigies, which will then go and create additional triggers for subsequent loops.
And because Tom has actually decided to make copies of Sakashima, because Harmonic Prodigy only provides 1 additional trigger.
This gets
Sakashima
2.
provides 3.
Well, 3 extras, yeah.
And Tom is giving them, I had all these, you guys can't stop me. And to answer your question, I believe, yes, this was turn 3.
Yeah.
And a gut shot, because, okay, so he's going to go big enough storm. He doesn't even need to go to combat. He's just going to gut shot you. And they
pretty
pick it
great.
up.
It's very cool. Like, this would be a wonderful deck to play on Moto. Because
you can handle all of the triggers for you.
Yeah, and you can even your opponents can set up response conditions that are actually pretty easy to manage too. So yeah, it's Tom's a very, very good pilot with this. He's had a lot of practice, a lot of experience, and he's really good. for anyone looking to jump onto the Kraksucker, he's like one of the highest level players of this deck. He's very, very nice guy as well.
And just for those at home, the difference between the two Krakashima decks is 20 cards.
It's another Sisei, isn't it? It's just different builds that are totally same commander, just different.
I will say some of these differences. I think I actually like one side more than the other. I won't say which. I'll save that for after the tournament. But I might get these two players to give each other a bit of a DM because I think with their powers combined, we can see great or terrible things happen depending on how you look at it.
So that's it for that one. Let's have a look at, so far we have 1, 2, 3. 3 pods going. Do we have any more that have just not reported, I wonder?
So we have, pod 1, 4, 6 have finished.
We got 2, 3, and 5 with 30
and they're all
minutes to
still
go.
going.
Great. Well, we might jump into another game in just a moment, but in the interim, it's just a great opportunity to talk about our sponsors, Card and Trinket and Token Forge. One of the things that I love about the Card and Trinket that I find really interesting, having a look on their site, which you can definitely find if you just jump on the internet and search their name. I weirdly don't mind spending as much money as I can on Magic cards, but I struggle when it comes to accessories. And one of the things that I found on the Card and Trinket, for example, is just the price of their storage boxes is half of every single retailer that I've seen locally selling, 3 rows and 4 rows. So if you do need something like that, they're extremely competitive amongst everything else that they have to offer on the site. So definitely have a good look at them. They've put a lot of prizes on the line for us this month, and it's really, really exciting to see. And also Token Forge, who has just an insane array of different tokens that you can pick up. They're really sweet. I've held quite a few of them myself, and they're just really high quality, very cool artwork as well. And another, small Australian business that's really doing some great things and sponsoring this because we wouldn't be able to do it without our sponsors. Well, actually, we probably could, but we wouldn't get you guys playing because, we'd run out of Magic cards to give you, and it really, really helps to sort of have these guys jumping in and really sticking their hand up and, offering so generously. And with that said, we will jump into another game. All right. Told you we wouldn't be long. We're back into another one of the round 1 pods. We've got Desqui Troy on Essica. We have, I'm not even going to have a crack at pronouncing this player's name, on Vohar. Very cool deck. I've played against this person a number of times. It's a very cool Demir control list. Got the board gamer on Bruce Thrass. Absolutely love me some Dawnwaker energy. And we've got the resident madman / genius. You get to pick the order. Who's showing a bit of thigh, Ira. You may know him from some of the primers that he's written. He's done Clockside, which is the OG Magda primer. He's manages the Oswald primer as well as Sithis, Cole, and a number of other strange color pairings that only insane maniacs like to play.
The black-white decks he enjoys, Rider Drabek, and there's one other one that I forget the name of. I think Ellis Ilcore. But looking at this game, we've got we just had a bit of a stack interaction. We had an offer you can't refuse into a deadly rollock into a deflecting swat. I don't know whose turn it is. But Squeeze board seems pretty insane. We've got a Winota, we've got a Lavinia, we've got a Sakashima copying what I can only assume to be a Winota. A Timna. Is that a River Song? What does this card
Looks
even
like
do
it.
again? Is that the one that lets you draw off the bottom?
Troy likes to play Commander Tribal, and so he just plays all of these commanders and tries to like squeeze them all into a cohesive shell, and he pilots it to an annoying amount of success, I'll say, because he does very well locally with this deck, and I think just because it like attacks on so many. It's like if you imagine, an 8-year-old and running at you and doing like a double punch and a double kick at the same time. That's kind of like what this deck is doing. It's that energy where you just don't know what's going on, and then eventually something's going to stick and it's going to slap you. There are deck lists.
Yeah.
They're not public until the list actually until the event finishes, just to sort of prevent players from snooping on each other.
But looking at this game a bit more, we've got, Vohar's in a bit of a tough spot. They're trying to play control as much as they can, but Essica's Squeeze jamming everything they can. Bruce Thrass doing Bruce Thrass things with a Dranith under a Chromox. Jeez, I hope that was nearly in play. A Bloom Tender, a Bruce Thrass, and there's a distinct lack of Thrasios in play. So Bruce Tower, but no Thrasios. And Ira, I've played against this deck a bit, and so have you. This deck, if you're not careful, will just combo.
I'm actually thinking. I feel like we need to force Ira to play this in paper so that at least he has to use his energy to play it rather than on a spell table. On Moxfield playtester. Because at least that way he's got to do the thousands of actions himself, right?
Well, he is now. Look at him go. So he cast a Path, getting rid of Lavinia. Interesting.
Nick in chat says, I don't think I could ever play Webcam CEDH. I can't recognize so many cards. That's a bit scary considering the number of Magic cards that you own, Nick. I think the biggest advantage for Spell Table is you've got this little thing on the side here that lets you just either click on a card to see what it is. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, but it's pretty good usually. So we got the path here, or you can just search the name of the player. I'll give you the name of the card. So we'll search for Sensei's Divining Top, and it'll bring it up here. The problem with both of these is though, if you can't find them and you don't know how to spell, it's not going to be able to help you there. So it's sometimes can be challenging when someone is speaking to you and they'll be on a $2 microphone that's hidden somewhere underneath their butt. And you can't quite make out what the random Magic card is. So I imagine playing someone like Preston in this format would be extremely difficult given the proclivity he has for wonderful, well-known Magic cards. But back to the game.
Back to the game. We've got an Omnath. Is that an Omnath? The 4-color Omnath? Locust Rage? What is that? What is that card? I can't tell. Oh, no, that's Joda. That's 5-color Joda. For those who didn't play Standard about a month ago, I believe that is, or maybe it was 2 months ago now, I believe that is Joda the Unifier. Now, Joda the Unifier has this 2 really cool lines of text. Line number 1 is legendary creatures you control get +X, where X is the number of legendary creatures you control. So your board gets huge. There's also a Grand Abolisher in play. Jesus. The other important text it has is Legendary Creature Cascade.
Oh my god.
Whenever you cast a legendary spell from your hand, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a legendary non-land card with lesser mana value. You can cast that card without paying its mana cost. So, because Squee is playing Commander Tribal, so he is or Commander Typal, all the commanders in his deck. And I believe he's just resolving a bunch of Winota triggers. He has flipped a Grand Abolisher, a Joda, a Kenrith, I cannot remember the name of that one. It is
That is a
Human Knight.
Sir someone? Sir Kara?
Yeah, it's one of no, Kara's the red one. Sir Gwyn, I think. No, that's not Sir Gwyn. It's the other one. It's not Sir Gwyn. You know what? I'm just going to look up their deck list. This is probably much easier for everyone involved. If
we
I
have the
just do
technology.
So
I think my comment on the 8-year-old doing a double punch double kick is really coming home with this. It really articulates the deck quite well.
So that card is. What the fuck? That is Sharnid Sleeper's Scourge. Menace. Other legendary creatures you control have menace, and whenever you play a legendary land or cast a legendary spell, you draw a card and lose a life.
I love this card, and I really have wanted to brew around this card in a Legend Lands Matters deck.
Oh yeah. All the legendary lands. Looking at this list is crazy. So Squee is trying to commit mass murder all at once with one attack. And Vohar picks it up, so Vohar is dead, it seems. I think there is more than 26 damage comfortably. Ira looking at his one card in hand going, I really wish this was a Winds of Abandon and I had 6 mana. And there wasn't Grand Abolisher in play. And I think the other players are looking at their life totals. And how are we looking? We've got 18 minutes left on the clock, just under 20 minutes. It's getting a bit messy. So if you're one of Squee's opponents here, what are you thinking? Well, what's your game plan?
Well, we've got Board Gamer on. Oh wow! I just realized their name. That's great.
The Board Gamer.
Double meaning. Short of having Kinnan Basalt in my hand, if I'm living as Bruce Thrass, I'm not particularly happy with what's going on. It looks like Squeeze also got like a pretty hefty grip on top of that as well. So it's
I'm seeing some lands in there, and I'm not seeing a lot of interaction. And the problem is, this is my real problem. Ira's at 3 life. 3 is not 0. And if Board Gamer goes, I'm not going to kill Ira because then I'm dead next. I'm going to leave Ira to be someone else's problem. Ira might be able to just combo off here.
Or find a One Ring or something like that. You know, he's got a Inventor's Fair in play.
Inventor's Fair, but he doesn't have much mana is the problem. And that is a mage, but he does have a Mage Rights Stone. For those who don't know what Mage Rights Stone is, it untaps a creature with a tap ability. And so Oswald having a tap ability means he can activate twice. So I'm actually curious what's under the reliquary, but
I think that is a Gerard's pendant based on the color of the.
Sorry, no. Under the Sensei's Divining Top is a Mage Rights Stone.
Right. And then under the Mystic Forge, I believe, is the Gerard's.
That's Oswald.
Is it?
I believe so.
Why would it be under there?
I think he's just stacking it for space, quite frankly.
Asking the important questions.
Yeah, so.
Like and subscribe for more insights like these.
More insights like these. I believe that's what's under the plains. Is it a Lotus Petal? Why is it tapped? No, that's a Mox Diamond, right? Okay, cool. So, and worth noting for players listening at home, if you're in the game, you can just ask players what their cards are.
Yeah.
Board Gamer died. Ira's at 1. Ira has.
Are we about to see the Ira special?
We might see the Ira special, but the problem is Kunaros is in play. Now Kunor says creature cards engraved. It's only creature cards. But that's just enough. That stops a lot of Ira's loops. So it's worth noting Ira has Mystic Forge and Sensei's Divining Top in play. So if he gets a cost reducer out of his deck, which I think he can do. Hang on. Does he have a Helm of Awakening in his deck?
Yep. So he just
has Helm of Awakening.
Pods out something. The capsule.
He pods out the Reliquary or the Mage Tome. Ira, you're a 2 life. Okay. Oh, he gained a life off Inventor's Fair. And Nadu is apparently 1 pod too, so he can. Okay, is there anything stopping him from just winning here? Can he just pod and top win? What interaction is he playing around? I guess you have to cast top every time, which is a bit risky. So he's activating top to draw a card. Why did he do that?
Maybe it's a piece of interaction.
Am I missing a piece of stacks? River Song cares about scries or surveils or searches their library. Oh! River Song. Whenever opponent scries, surveils, or searches their library, put a counter on River Song, then River Song deals damage to that player equal to its power. He cannot combo through River Song.
Right. Good pickup.
If he tutors, he immediately dies.
Unless he finds flash. So if he has a flash piece, he can just go over the top.
I don't see one. No, he's a Liberator Urza's Battlethopter.
Yep.
But the problem is he can't get both Battlethopter and top combo into play at the same time, I believe. This is really complex. Okay, this is really, really cool. Can he give himself protection at all? Can he cast Wandering? I was deep in the tank, 1 life, trying to figure out what lines he has. The problem is, I believe River Song has 3 counters on it, so it is currently a 5/5. So if he chooses, he takes 6 damage. So he needs the ability to gain 6 life at instant speed. Alright, he's tapping his mana. He's casting top off the top. The top card of his library. So he just needs a piece of removal. So what's he got around his deck? He's used his path.
He probably doesn't need removal as such. He just needs to dig for the number of cards to find the cost reducer. I think that's
either a cost reducer or a removal piece will both.
Yeah.
But a removal piece lets him tutor.
Yeah.
Which is really important. However, cost reducer would let him draw his deck and then tutor.
He's probably just mentally assessing what path has the greater chance for success if he's got 2 different things in mind and how many times he can basically top draw and cast.
He can spin his top once and then draw it off the top. But he's playing a land for turn. Treasure Vault, huh? No, okay, he doesn't want to play it. The Treasure Vault's a really powerful one. Man, this not being able to tutor is tough.
Ain't that the truth?
Treasure Vault as land for turn. What can he do? What? Portable Hole doesn't do it. He's picking up his library? No, okay, he's spinning his top. So he could also get a copy. Sculpting Steel is also an out because he can Sculpting Steel his Reliquary. So he's spinning his top, looking at his hand. No, he hasn't spun his top. He unspun it. Cards he's looking for. He's looking for a Sculpting Steel, a Helm of Awakening. That might be it. Oh, Swords to Plowshares. And a Talon Gates of Madara. But he's already played a land for turn, but he can't. Can he phase it in? He doesn't have 4 mana. I think playing the land might have been a mistake. Well, he drew something.
Sculpting Steel?
Is that a sculpt? No, Semblance Anvil.
Semblance Anvil. So that's a cost reducer. Yeah.
It's a cost reducer. Cool.
All right.
He imprints a Vexing Bauble, and then he's off to the races. He's now presenting a loop. Does Squee have anything to stop him? Mindbreak Trap is maybe the only thing, but Mindbreak Trap is still online. Okay, so his opponent's just letting him draw as many cards as he wants until he reveals a win condition. So he's a Conqueror's Flail in his hand. He just needs to make some mana. So he's got a Codex Shredder. He's going to draw some more cards. Draw some more cards because he really needs mana and he currently hasn't hit any. There's a Sol Ring. The top should never hit the hand. That is correct, and I'm sure Ira is acutely aware of that. It doesn't particularly matter where the top is, for what it's worth. But yes, you are correct. The top should never hit his hand. He's continuing to draw, just like desperately trying to find the thing that kills his opponent. So there's a Mana Crypt. So now we've got 4 mana, and there's a Lotus Petal in there. He might be able to cast Conqueror's Flail. Oh my god, he's just picking up his deck. Come on. Planisphere, that's a cute one. Man. I think Ira's managed to pull this out of his ass.
I think he's drawing a bit too quickly. I think
I don't think it matters.
He might be mana constraint though, and if that's
I think he was just looking for a defense grid or something like that.
Unless he's just he could just be explaining the
win.
The win, yeah.
Arcane Signet, cool. Silence for what it's worth, yeah, had all these.
Alright, the silence is resolved. Like, surely he's going to win here. I'm just wondering if we just get to a...
Yeah. He phases in... he can't play that as land for turn, but he has it to phase out the Kunoros of the fast mana he has.
Yeah. I think he just went past a pedal as well. There was a pedal in hand there.
KCI.
Okay, now we're cooking.
He can sack a bunch of his artifacts. He's silent, so he can get rid of defense grid he wants. And he can, phase in Talongate now with all his infinite spare mana. LED. Crack it for 2 mana.
3, my dude.
Well, he's not. No. He's sacking it to KCI.
Oh. Okay, there we go.
There's Mirror Cave. He just needs to be really careful about this Kunoros, but I guess Kunoros stops them from going into play, I believe. Creature cards in your graveyards can't enter the battlefield, but KCI loops don't actually care about Kunoros because KCI loops put them back in your hand and get you to recast them. Urza's Battlethopter just to prove that he can do it at instant speed.
Well, I think we just witnessed the Ira special.
The Ira special. 1 life and a dream.
1 life, 1 color.
A Soul Guide Lantern, just to exile his graveyard. There is a Walking Ballista he went past there for the infinite mana. This is the last game running for the round. Once the center will start at 11:30. Love to hear it. Thanks, Craig.
Fantastic. And that's the Sculpting Steel? Yeah.
That'll be a copy of a scrap trawler that he'll play somewhere.
And he's just got the loopy loop.
And he's using the second sunrise loop. So second sunrise returns all artifacts that they'll put into your graveyard this turn. And he will use those alongside probably one other piece to pick back up his all the artifacts is discarded this turn. To recast them all. Now, what's bringing back second sunrise? He probably he has a Codex
Thousand
Shredder
Island.
somewhere.
Not Thousand Island. Thousand Island Dressing. 1,000-year elixir.
1,000-year elixir returns things, does it?
It shuffles the graveyard into deck.
Yeah, that's not 1,000-year elixir. That is a different spell. I don't remember
Elixir
the
of
name
Immortality. Sorry, Elixir of Immortality.
Which he's not on. Yeah, there we go. It's Codex Shredder. He's using activated Codex Shredder to pick up second sunrise. Codex Shredder, spend 5 mana, pick up the second sunrise, sacrifice a bunch of artifacts for a bunch of mana and a bunch of colored mana between a few of the mana rocks, and then he'll pick them all up until he decks him. He has Memory Jar because he still has less than 7 cards left in his deck. He also has a Walking Ballista that he went past for infinite damage.
Wow, and
yeah,
takes it out. I'm sure Troy's got to be, he's going to be feeling it. He's going to be feeling the frustration with that one.
Because he was probably thinking between his River Song and his Kunaros, he was stopping Ira, but it turns out River Song was the only thing stopping him, and even then it didn't matter. He just found it.
Very impressive. Very impressive.
Ira continues to bring these fringe, awkward, weird combo decks where unless you know what's happening, he's going to get you.
It's much like Exhibit.
Exhibit.
X going to give it to you.
Oh, of course. X is going to give it to you.
Got him.
All right. Well, I think that's the final game in the round. I think we have 9 to 10 minutes until the next round starts.
9 minutes till round 2. We will take a very short break and be back soon. And we're back.
We're back, and we're back in the winners pod.
Yes. So we've got 2 Bant decks and 2 Krak Sakashimas. Very interesting. Pretty excited to see how Ben's list or Hortism's list goes. Ben's actually made the final table of all of the previous Take the Initiatives, very consistently performing across a number of his own brews, actually. He sort of put together Galadriel. He's also played a bit of Nixilis. I can't remember if there's another one thrown in there.
Ezio was the one he played in
That's
TPI
right.
July.
Yes. And I'm sure we'll see the Hidetsugu and Kairi at some point.
Oh,
that he's been playing.
That's a bit of a spicy one.
I think that's my favorite of his brews, to be honest.
I have a soft spot for Obnob. I like the big Obnob, the Throb Nixilis.
Throb Dixilis. Very good.
So, I was looking. I'm gonna cheeky. While the 2 players are in the game, they can't stop me from comparing their 2 deck lists.
Yeah.
I think I really, really like Watanabe's Tom's more. It's little things for sure. Now let me get you a comparison link. So one of the big ones, for example, is Veyron instead of Roaming Throne. While Veyron is more color intensive, when you're storming off with Krakashima, you don't care about colored mana that much. It's pretty easy to make, and the 3 mana versus 4 mana is pretty big.
I kind of like them both. I love the ward that Roaming Throne has. And I like that you can deploy it proactively. So it's definitely like Veyron. I wouldn't say I'm like swapping one for one, but I do like both of those cards.
You sort of both name Wizard with both. So they Roaming Throne lets you trigger some other things potentially. I really like Ghostfire Slice over Lightning Bolt. I think that's a little thing. And then I think is I've come around to Ghostfire Slice over Lightning Bolt personally. I think people tend to have multicolored permanents pretty often. We can see one player is on Mox Diamond and the other one's not, which I think is really interesting.
Relic of
Legend. Yeah, Relic of Mox Opal, Mox Diamond, Relic of Legends on one side. Sink into Stupor missing from Tom's list. Tom's list missing a lot of the MDFCs.
The names of these 2 decks: Sack and Merbles, and then Salami, Shima, and Meatball.
You know, Sakashima players, Krakashima players, they're going to do something with their time, and so they're going to name their decks. And little things like Flesh Duplicate versus Fimage, Vexing Bauble on Sakashima on Carbs' side, which I think recently someone who was watching was describing how Vexing Bauble is actually a Storm card.
Okay, I'm interested to hear it.
Well, because as a deck, when you're manual storming, you're not actually casting 0-drop spells. You're casting 1 and 2-drop spells that are mana positive. So the downside doesn't actually affect you, but the upside is you now have protection from everyone else trying to interact with you.
I'm on board.
It was, you know who it was? I saw a tweet by the Epic Storm. Brian himself, Brian Cook. The Epic Storm tweeted how maybe it was either a tweet or the name of one of his videos that Vexing Bauble is a Storm card. And I think
I'm
I
on
agree.
board with that. You probably only have like 10% of your deck as dead targets afterwards, in which case you're probably fine, right? Like you're still doing all of your rituals. You just got to avoid, clumping your petals and Mox Diamonds and whatnot together.
Absolutely. But as you can see, it's really not that bad. You're normally deploying those first. And then little things, End the Festivities, Might of the Meek versus Consider, Ponder, Peak.
Now, what would you say the benefit is for running Mountain over Snow-Covered Mountain? Because we've got one has chosen to run Mountain and the other Snow-Covered.
Huh.
You don't have to answer
okay,
that,
so
honestly. I'm just
no, no,
being
no, no.
silly.
The actual answer is snow-covered mountain makes your opponents think you're running tainted pact.
You know, that's actually a
Yeah,
reasonable argument that you would split your
you,
lands so that you can, like, commandeer or do something, I don't know, Flare of
oh,
Duplication, a Tainted
actually,
Pack.
that's a really good point. That's actually a really fantastic reason to just split your lands. Yeah, wow.
Maybe that's a strict error from one of the deck building. Geez, you know,
Yeah,
it
that's
takes us big brain Frog and Sphinx players to come in and fix the problems with these silly goblin decks.
silly meatballs. Yeah.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
The mulligan's resolving. Have a look here. We got 6 cards from our Derevi player. I didn't catch, I think, that 5 cards in his hand now. So Tom kept a 4, Watanabe kept a 4-card hand with a turn 1 fish that's as good as it gets.
Love it.
The problem
Does
is
he
this
dodge
turn
the
1 fish kind
misstep?
of sucks. Yeah, looks like it. But this turn 1 fish actually sucks because both Derevi and Galadriel, band decks, they're on creature mana. What do they care?
Yeah.
So we're hoping that carbs give us a couple cards, but I mean, when you're keeping a 4-card hand, no 5-card hand,
Yeah.
you're sort of just trying to get back into the game. So this fish is probably sitting here for a while.
I think I'm very comfortable. Going for a fish opener if I've got like 2 lands in hand, 3 lands in hand.
Yeah,
Fish,
just
3
sitting on
lands
it.
and a thing.
There's no rush,
Hmm.
and I don't. We as the commentators who know these players pretty well, I actually know both Fred and Tortoise and Ben. Neither of them are particularly stacksy decks, so you don't really have to worry about much. Fred's deck being quite a fast deck running Nadu and some other creature-based combos. One Ring, Nadu, etc. And Ben's Galadriel deck being quite focused on abusing creature combos, being hard to interact with.
I think you and I need to sit down and have a serious crack at putting a Derevi list that we both like together, because I think that's that deck is the intersection of our interests as Magic players, I believe.
I think so. I think I agree. I think we both like the bits and pieces it does. The problem is we have to play Nadu, and I am somewhat morally opposed to playing Nadu.
It's fair.
But the deck, it's just so good with Nadu. There's no reason not to run it. It's like the new One Ring, right? That One Ring goes insane in Derevi. But I actually quite like Fred's list. I've had a look through it a couple times.
Yeah, I might have to have a squiz later today. See what I like.
He's one of the Melbourne-based guys. He's quite a strong player. Ben feeding a turn 1 Soul Ring, very kind of him. And Tom getting to deploy his Mana Vault while keeping up his fish. Tom living the high life here.
Misstep.
And
Here
that
we
is
go.
the misstep. So misstep was clearly the draw for turn.
Yep.
Now, if your carbs here, would you have misstepped this? I think I would have let it go. I would have saved the misstep.
I think depending on my hand texture, if I'm just trying to play as responsible as possible, then yeah, misstepping this here, because ultimately Derevi and Galadriel, like one of them is already out. The Soul Ring is probably the only target, aside from something, very fringe. I would expect Esper Sentinel being another reasonable one, Fish being another, but the fish would have definitely just come down turn 1 if it happened.
It's sort of twofold for me. We missed the fish, so we can't really stop it. The Mana Vault isn't doing all that much, and Fred had shocked in the Temple Garden, so Fred is maybe conveying that he has an Enlightened Tutor or a Worldly Tutor. So I'd be more worried about one of those. Now he didn't in the end. He ended up passing the turn and just casting the Bloom Tender. But also the misstep feeds Tom another card, so you're cycling his Mana Vault. And maybe it's still worth it. Maybe you're setting him back far enough. Maybe he's worried about the fish staying around for too long. And we got a Ristic Study.
Ben, look at that
Ben.
shaky start. That's so interesting. It's all hinged on this Ristic. The fact that he's deployed that Guy's Cradle tells me that there is not another land in his hand.
Yeah, he is in Struggle Town.
If this lands though, he's definitely in the game. Looking like it is. Yeah. Well, that's pretty good.
That's a good way to get back into this game.
Yes.
Now, here's my question. Would you have played the land? I don't think I would have played the land. I don't need my opponents to know that I am shit out of luck if this doesn't resolve.
I think
if you hold the land here,
what's his land count? Because I imagine that it would be like reasonably high, and so if that is the case, then it may just be the bluff of it versus the reality of it. Right. Okay. So it's bang on average. Look, I think I could see myself playing the Guy's Cradle after the Ristic.
Yeah, sorry. That's what I mean. Play it after the Ristic. Because if I play it first and then play Ristic, I've just told the table, hey, this is my basket with all my eggs in it. Please don't stop me.
Yeah, I think you're right there. I think you're right.
Now it worked out. So 2020 hindsight, what are you going to do? We're just backseating. But looking back at the game,
wow, look at that. We got
just he kept having it, and now next turn he can Krakashima, play both, and maybe even start storming. No, he can't quite both. He needs a land drop, but he's really just sitting on this fish for dear life. And now Johnny and Fred have a difficult time because there's not just a fish that's annoying them. There's a fish and a Ristic. You're gonna have to work for your storm turn.
Got a possible Krak going under the stack. We haven't seen the mana being tapped, so I'm not sure.
If this Krak got cast last turn.
Oh, right. There you go.
I think he's thinking about who to go to combat with.
That's why they pay me the big bucks. It's because I notice things like that.
Yeah. But I think this is very much a which way do we send this Krak? No, just pass. He realizes it's more important as a blocker for this Bloom Tender. Craig, I always struggle with how long I should keep the fish. Any hints to help me be a better player?
If it goes into your graveyard, you probably didn't keep it long enough.
The actual answer is it depends. And that's such a cop-out answer, but it depends on the texture of your hand and the table you're at, right? In a table like this, Tom can afford to just sit on this fish because Tom is developing his board. He's casting his Soul Ring, he's hitting his land drops, and eventually he'll just dump his hand out. He'll go Krak, sucker, start storming. Other decks potentially only want to keep it around for a turn or two because they need to develop the cards in their hand and they can't afford to cast spells. Sometimes in Joyra, I've played it turn one, drawn 2 cards, and let it go because I just needed those 2 cards were more than enough. I need to start moving on with my life playing my other cards. In Tivit, I might hold it around for longer because I might as well twiddle my thumbs. I don't have much else to do. It really depends on your hand, what the table's looking like. Do you think that holding it for one more turn will pay off?
Even Tom's situation here, right? We haven't seen like the creature ball deployed by either of the Bant decks. We're starting to see that with the Derevi now. But effectively, in the absence of that, it probably indicates that your fish is better off staying around. We might see some tutors to find key creatures, things like that. But if I just saw, say, for example, with Galadriel's list, if we just saw, turn 1 Dork, turn 2 bigger Dork, that would probably indicate to me that we've kind of missed the opportunity, at least with that quadrant. And so the only reason to keep around the fish at that point becomes keeping carbs off of his storm turn. And then that becomes really about the attrition, how much you want to weigh the value of doing that versus having other plays with your mana. Because if you're just going to get behind both of the creature decks, then you're not actually achieving any of your game plan here. It's like we're bringing down the other Krak Sakashima with us because neither can commit to doing something, and then letting the creature decks get ahead. But because we haven't seen that, it seems fine for the benefits rather than just, oh, okay, we got a volatile storm drake.
Oh.
Jeez.
So I have a question for you. What do you take?
We take the bloom tender.
Not the Derevi?
Yeah.
I take the Derevi, I think.
I think the bloom tender is more important to get. Because
Bloom
removal.
Tender's a lot more mana. I agree.
So removal on Derevi after it's been stolen is like, yeah, cool. I'll use my swords on the Derevi. Derevi goes back to the command zone, and then you don't pay any commander cost tax to just bring it back onto the field. Whereas the removal on the bloom tender or letting it stay there is permanent. So you don't get to if you're Fred, you don't just get an easy mode by
Beautiful
by
Veil of
having a
Summer.
swords. Yeah, wow, Veil, very interesting.
So I got a question for you. The one thing we're missing here, though, is if you don't take the Derevi, Fred then has Derevi and Stormdrake. So Fred then has two creatures that can start untapping lands. So he functionally still has a Bloom Tender, right? He doesn't have Bloom Tender plus Derevi, so he can't untap it, untap it, tap it, untap it. But he can still get multiple untap triggers, as opposed to if you take Derevi, you don't get multiple untap triggers, and you have to spend resources getting your Derevi back.
I think it's very much a case of like the hand texture is going to matter the most.
100%. I agree. Derevi and Cradle seems very good. That's also true, Craig. Good call. Derevi plus Cradle goes quite hard.
You can put in your favorite pony and you've got yourself a little combo.
Whoa! The other consideration was to take Croc, but that seems like a bit of a loose play.
If I'm in Ben or Derevi's spot, Ben or Fred's spot, I'm almost assessing the Crocs, both players, as one entity. I'm looking at how bad are the Crocs, because they're fighting on the same axis, so all of my answers for them are going to be split between the two. And so I don't think taking one of the Croc players off their Croc is anywhere near enough to warrant targeting it, in the absence of like taking the other Croc as well. If we have both of the Crocs with players that don't play Croc, I think it's fine. But yeah, does that make sense? Do you get what I'm saying with that?
No. Not only do I get what you're saying, I think it's even bigger. I don't think Carbs is the scary Croc right now.
Yeah,
I think, look at Tom's board. He has infinite mana. As this fish,
possibly even more than that.
Here. Yeah, it might have infinite +1.
Storm Kill. There we go.
Yeah, it's infinite. There's our infinite +1 mana.
Yep.
Next turn, Tom is going nuts.
He's using scientific notation to define how much mana he has now. It's quite scary.
Yeah, once you start adding the letter E, that's when you know it's gotten bad.
We know it's going.
So I'm worried about Tom's next turn, quite frankly. This turn 5 is about to go crazy, but first we have to get there through the other 3 players. Now, we've been saying a lot about Tom, but Fred here in the corner, Derevi plus Bloom Tender, that's a problem. That is a massive amount of mana.
He can cord for 1 million.
More than 1 million. It's insane. I don't know, because he might just be able to Nadu. And Derevi, it's one of those decks where actually winning is quite hard, but getting an overwhelming amount of value, very easy.
I was reflecting on the play patterns of Derevi yesterday while I was playing in our local tournament. And one of the things that I realized is I think that Glav and Derevi kind of have similar-ish play patterns. It's a different axis, and we're definitely like more proactive out of the 2 decks. But the way that we think about our instant speed is very similar. And so I find it very interesting to be thinking about what would be happening in Fred's mind right now and how he's going to like have his next turn. Because when you do have a deck that is like quite instant speed with these big proactive sorcery speed pieces, like the One Ring, you're kind of like trying to assess whether we dump our mana main phase and then have this little follow up, or we're going for this much bigger instant speed play like a chord or something of that nature to sort of like execute on the fly. And I also wonder if Carbs and Tom have actually shipped the same deck box and they're actually sharing the same deck box as their dice storage for this one.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah,
That's like the it's like the power move, right? It's like the Arnold Schwarzenegger and gosh, what's the guy's name? Dylan. The handshake meme.
Oh, right. Yes, the handshake meme. Okay, yes.
Yeah, it's like that. I mean, the other one we could go for is it's like the docking of the two, kings.
Yep.
And yeah, it's that would be appropriate, I think, for them to be sharing that. So interesting. Vexing Bauble going down. Ben pointing at his heuristic study.
These are Ben's got a few cards there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 or 8. Can't quite tell with the glare.
Most likely I was
Vexing
blabbering
Bauble.
on when the Galadriel was being cast, which is very interesting, right? Because Galadriel is a bit of a sleeper. It just doesn't look that frightening until it just wins the game.
Until they play in a meal and you realize you're all in a bad place.
Mm-hmm.
So this Vexing Bauble, we were talking about this just before. Vexing Bauble is a Storm card. The problem is, I think Tom goes off first.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But Vexing Bauble has this really cool line of text which says sacrifice it. So Carbs can free anyone, let them interact with Tom if necessary. And this is Ben going, hey, just watch out, careful with your bauble.
Vexing Bauble is another one of those Boromirs that everyone loves to play over Lavinia, which is a bit of a shame because I think Lavinia is just a lovely, lovely card. But I think with both Bauble and Boromir now, the ability to pick and choose who you're turning off and on is like one of the best things about those cards. Similarly, to a lesser extent, because of the cost, High Noon is also another one of those great cards that even though it costs 5 to remove, I think the flexibility in that and the capacity to say, hey, if things get really bad, I can remove this piece so that you guys can save the day. Like that makes it incredibly powerful. And we just see the kitten, raw dogging the kitten.
Raw dogging the kitten, Derevi kitten. Oh, Jesus Christ. If a Nadu comes out, this is game over. This Vexing Bauble, huh? Doing a lot of work. I did at least the one upside is kitten. Every time you trigger kitten, you have to trigger fish and Ristic. And hopefully your opponents can eventually find something. And the problem is, Ben's tapped out and there's a Vexing Bauble, and Tom only has 1 mana open.
Going to be looking for that Ghostfire Slice.
Well, I think Carbs is the one on Ghostfire Slice.
Right.
Lightning Bolt will do it as well, though, and Carbs does have 2 open mana.
Oh, it's just a pass. Much worse. Much scarier. I'll just play this kitten and I will untap my thing and pass the turn.
Don't worry about it. What's the worst that can happen?
Guys, be cool. Be cool.
Everyone be cool. It's for value. It's a value kitten.
Ben going for a fetch, letting everyone pick and choose.
So Ben does have a massive grip full of all sorts of goodies. So we need to get... Tom is looking to be in the driver's seat if he can make it through Ben's turn. If Tom can untap with his grip full of cards, let his fish go and just go for the fences, I think this game will be over. But I don't think Ben's going to let him do that without putting up a fight. There's no way you untap with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana, 7 mana because you're getting a land. Plus, I think he had about 8 cards in hand, and don't do anything with it. Especially given Galadriel, one of the abilities gives you 3 mana refund whenever a creature enters the battlefield.
Terrifying.
What do we do if he hits a meal?
That's a great question. Does it have Shroud from abilities or Hexproof from abilities, the volatile?
Hexproof, which is a bit of a problem because I think Emil, Volatile Drake, stealing Derevi is just it. Wait, no, just kidding. Wait, actually, what does Emil read? Does it
Target
return it
creature
under its
you
control?
And then what does
under its owner's control? So stealing Derevi isn't all that useful because you can't flicker Derevi. This is really interesting. Clone Derevi, maybe? That would do a lot. Yeah, Derevi, if he clone plus Emil wins the game. Right now?
I'm not even sure he needs that. I think
a
he
lot
just.
of other things win the game, but that's deterministic.
I think just cloning the kitten could be enough, provided he can continue the engine with Galadriel.
The problem is, cloning the kitten requires you start casting non-creature spells, and then things get frisky. Whereas clone plus Emil doesn't require any additional casts and instantly wins the game. Because it lets you make infinite mana off your Gaia's Cradle, infinite draws off Galadriel, because you can flicker Galadriel to reset it, and infinite pumps off Galadriel as well. You can get an infinitely large... is that a food chain outlet? Is that the Scourge?
Eternal Scourge.
Well, do you think he has the food chain? Why else would you cast it?
The Gaia's Cradle mana could be relevant.
But you're spending 3 mana to make what? Like you spend 3 mana to get +1 mana.
He's probably discarding the hand size, so if he's got nothing else proactive, or if he just doesn't want to cast the food chain this turn because he doesn't like winning. Yeah.
Look, I'm not a big fan of winning. I think it's a lot of work, a lot of effort. I try to avoid it where possible.
No one's ever gotten anywhere by winning stuff, so that's like what I always think about. Yeah.
All right. Archmage's Charm.
Archdruids.
Sorry, Archdruids. Look, I'm a blue player at heart. Archmage's Charm says draw 2 cards. Well, what do you want from a Magic the Gathering card?
Good point. It also can counter a spell, so it's I'm always a fan of that card. RIP Cryptic Command.
Did he just discard that card?
Quite possible.
What just happened? Why did he just pass the turn? Archdruid's Charm wins the game, though.
Surely we can Archdruid's Charm for a Minamo or something, and no, it comes in tap. Maybe it's just not good.
Well, it's a 3 mana tutor for a creature that you can then cast, right?
Yeah.
But it's instant speed as well. That's part of the power. He has less than 5 cards in. Dude, he's 5 cards in hand. Why did he discard that? What just happened? Unless that pile, he had a couple cards stacked. Did someone play a counterspell? No counters in graveyards. Oh, I think he just cast it and put it straight into his graveyard, and it's trying to resolve. I think he's using it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, but so we're almost halfway through the round. Just doing a quick squeeze through. So pod 1, we're sort of in this where someone's about to go off. Pod 2, Ira on Oswald has a 1 ring out and a key, so he's probably doing silly things. The rest of the board is trying to resolve some nonsense, nothing too scary. Pod 3 seems to have just finished with a win from Omnath.
Was that a cat coming into screen on Ben's? It looked like it.
That's Ben's cat gets very curious. Pod 4 seems to be all over the place with a blue farm, a Sisse, Tevish Crom, and an Essica. There's a Shieldred out, there's a Polywog, a Ristic, all sorts of stuff going on.
So we see the Astral Charm get countered by Swan Song of Cubs.
Which gives him a bird, which is another trigger for Galadriel as well as Gaia's Cradle. And just noting, Pod 6 looks to be ending with a Kinnan player going infinite. So, what do we got from Ben? Ben's deep in the tank. Oh, wait. Tom gets to untap.
Yep.
And he untaps and he pays? What does he have?
The world.
He must.
Or he's just going to start slapping chops with Crack.
Oh, it's or with Stormkiln Artist. It gets pretty big pretty quickly.
Yeah.
All right.
Stormkiln having it trigger as Magecraft rather than just a cast spell is absolutely wild.
It's one of the best cards in the deck. I feel like I say that about every creature in that deck, but they're all insane.
I kind of like that about the creature package for this deck. It's like there's no fat. It's all just, it's all killer, no filler. So eventually you're going to run out of counter spells and removal as a pod to just like get rid of things because everything is going to be demonstrating a scary, scary threat.
It's definitely one of those decks for sure where everything is a threat and simultaneously not a threat. Because sometimes they just fail their flips. All right, here we go. Does he have the Harmonic Prodigy?
I don't even think he needs it. I think he just needs to get reasonably lucky with some crack flips on any given spell and then ritual out into the Sakashima.
Oh, he didn't play land for turn.
Omnath wins pod 3. That's sick.
Yeah. Omnath won pod 3. It was a cute little deck I saw. Cute little win I saw. I had a brief look. The deck's pretty cool. It's, Sans Black is always one of those funky decks. Maybe we'll give it a look another time, but it's a food chainy, breachy, Savine's Wrecky sort of deck, does all the Sans Black things.
So it's evolution?
It has evolution aspects. It does have Neoform and...
What was the player who got there? I can probably answer this myself, can't I?
You can, yeah. Michael S. Irate. So we're looking, just getting to 42 minutes in round. So Tom trying to figure out what he wants to cast. Come on, show us something cool, Tom.
Oh, this is so hot. I love this Omnath list.
Yeah, it's very up your alley. It looks like a 7-point Highlander list.
Mm-hmm.
This is what a 7-point Highlander list would look like if it was made into a CEDH deck.
Yeah, that's very true. Shout out to Michael.
Tom's cycling step through. So Tom's getting the Harmonic Prodigy.
No, it's got to be Thoracle.
Oh, you're so right. It's got to be Thoracle. Oi, careful there with your hand, Tom. Don't put it next to your deck. Don't touch your hand to your deck. Stop doing that. Stop that. Token Forge in chat. Nice to see you guys.
Hey. Yeah, keen to run through all of this today. So there's so many cool decks this month. So I'm very excited to not be playing after last month playing and streaming. I think that's probably the hardest of all of your options is playing and streaming at the same time, because not only can you not just mute your mic if you need a moment to compose yourself without anyone hearing you because you're on camera, you've kind of got to like accept that people are watching while you do stuff. And yeah, we see the Rite of Flame from Tom. This could just be a win
double loss.
right here. We could
also be a double loss. Oh, but he makes a treasure of casting Rite of Flame.
That's right.
I forgot that's how this works. Hey, Token Forge, welcome to Soul Ring. We got a Flusterstorm in response on the Rite of Flame. Drawing a card off Mystical Remora, if Tom remembers. And Ristic. You there, Scoop?
I am sure here. I am just in awe of what's going on.
It's a pretty crazy one. It's this whole pod's
I love this pod. It's just like
there's so many different axes that everyone's playing on.
And normally you would see this like as ships in the night, right? Like if you just got two totally different like deck approaches, they don't usually converge this way. But I think because you've kind of got the double up on both strategies, it almost cancels out each other.
Yeah, 100%. Also, Pod 4 taken down by Blue Farm and Tim Necrom in first place.
Yeah, wow. You never see that deck win anymore.
No, never. Tom just now winning his flip, meaning he gets 2 red mana to cast this Harmonic Prodigy from his hand.
Hell yeah, and Token Forge, thank you.
Yeah,
thank you so much.
And yeah, this pod's gotten now we get weird. Unless someone has a Mindbreak Trap here. But a Mindbreak Trap can't even be free cast because oh gosh, Carbs paid the 1 for his Flusterstorm.
Oh, we're locked.
Bauble anymore.
Now, this could be amazing if there is a Spirit Guide in hand. And this was just the most heads-up play ever. Tom overcommits and then shields are back up. That would be extremely interesting.
Ben does have the mana still. He has mana up to cast. He has 2 blue mana available, so he can cast some counter spells if need be. The fairway. Mm-hmm. He can even hard cast a Force of Will if he wants. Now, Vexing Bauble does turn off Flare of Duplication, which we know is in Tom's deck, which might matter. Everyone's counting cards in hand. I think we're getting a Windfall. Windfall or Wheel of Fortune? What do you think we got? Take your bets.
It's a tricky one.
Neither. I lied.
Yes,
This is
I know what that card is, of course.
Hari Zev's Expertise. It steals a creature until end of turn, gives it haste, and then lets you cast a spell with mana value 2 or less from your hand. It's one of the Expertise spells. Now, this feels like a bit of a desperate play. I'm not going to lie to you.
Why do you say that?
Well, this doesn't do anything. This is just Storm. This is just increasing the Storm count. And, like, yeah, you'll steal some creatures, but what creatures do you care about stealing?
Maybe Galadriel? Maybe Kitten?
Galadriel and Kitten are both decent options. Kitten just makes more mana. Galadriel, I guess, if you play any more creatures, can draw some cards. But the problem is, I don't think mana is necessarily Tom's problem right now.
If he has something like a Spellseeker in hand, then the Kitten would make sense.
Craig is absolutely right. It's all about the free casting, right? But there's a Vexing Bauble. He can't free cast. And might need a judge to jump in to tell him he's not allowed to free cast. Right, let's see if he notices it first, because Vexing Bauble is a trigger to counter that spell. It isn't a player may not. It is a counter that ability.
I'm sure that it is. I'm reasonably certain I've seen Tom do exactly this before. So reasonably certain is an excellent turn of phrase as well while I'm at it.
Reasonably certain. Fred in response floating 3 red mana because is his Kitten or his Bloom Tender getting stolen? Both make mana. Bloom Tender is probably more useful than Kitten right now, actually. Though Kitten has the ability to flicker the Mystic Remora to reset it.
I wonder if there's a Molten Dupe or a Twin Flame in hand, and this is just a case of we will get more things on the board to make happen.
Yeah, maybe.
He's hoping he can return it to hand, and then it doesn't matter if it gets counted.
The free cast spell, of course. Oh, Vexing Bauble's insane in this deck.
The energy cards, do you mean on Derevi's board, Token Forge, or do you mean I'm not sure. It's probably just the floating mana from the Bloom Tender, if that's what you're referring to. Or the Pokemon energy, that will just be the Storm count, blue mana, red mana, and they'll all be set at 0 for carbs currently. Had to work out what energy was again. I'm looking for magic energy, not Pokemon energy.
Yeah, man, the more I figure out this Vexing Bauble, the more awesome it is in Krakashima. Because, yeah, you don't care if your original spell gets countered, because you're just going to put it back in your hand. Now, the problem is, for Tom, someone else's Vexing Bauble will counter your spell before you can bounce it, because AppNap, active player, your triggers go on the stack, and then your opponent's Vexing Bauble trigger will go on the stack. So in this case, it's a bit annoying, but your own Vexing Bauble will never counter your own free cast spells, because you can always stack the triggers such that you counter your spell after all the Magecraft triggers resolve, all the craft triggers. And Vexing Bauble is the new tech.
Asymmetry is such an interesting thing to break, isn't it? Or rather, symmetry is such an interesting thing to break.
So what do you think we're stealing right now?
Let's have a look at the other modes.
Hmm.
It's very tricky.
Hmm.
I'm not familiar enough with this as far as...
Tom really showing off the complexities of this deck.
Yeah. Okay,
He's
so it looks
shuffling
like it
pieces
is...
around.
Looks like we've got the Bloom Tender tapped again, so it's potentially in response to the targeting.
Stealing the Bloom Tender.
Yeah.
Yep. Because Bloom Tender, because the expertise does give it haste, which means you can steal the Bloom Tender to make mana. Now, Flusterstorm cast, Rhystic and Mystic,
Storm.
both triggering.
Yep.
I assume all copies targeting the original, and maybe a handful targeting the top level. With only 2 mana available, it doesn't really matter.
If he had anything other than the Bloom Tender, like if there was another blue mana open, I'm almost tempted to just not counter this, because you need to hold on to that Flusterstorm.
Absolutely, and
Atraxa
there will
winning
be
pot
a quick.
5. Very exciting.
Yeah, I love to see it. That's a big one. Love seeing Atraxa CEDH. And this Kitten trigger is probably flickering this Derevi to reset this Bloom Tender, so it really doesn't cost Fred any mana at all.
We see the Fluster back.
And some copies, so don't worry. The copies aren't all that useful, I guess, because the copies don't get their own storm triggers. The copies are mostly just for the benefit of triggering your Stormkill Artist.
That is mental.
And this is the hard part of Arc decks, is at every trigger, you know what you want, you know what you need to do, but your opponents need to sit there and think it through, consider, is this in their interaction point? What are they going to do?
I wonder if there are any CEDH playable versions of cards that just say end the turn. The one that I'm thinking of is
CEDH playable.
discontinuity. But
Yeah, I know what
that's
you're thinking
not a
of. Someone's
discontinuity.
been.
Yeah.
That's a Pioneer staple.
Yeah, and I've been using it in Legacy recently as well.
With like a
Beans.
Stifle North style deck. Oh,
Yep.
beans.
Yeah.
Beans.
So you run Beans,
Wonderful beans.
you run Uro, you run
Yep.
Stifle, and you run Null Drifter with
Ooh,
the
okay.
discontinuity. So you've got like the Null Drifters that give you the crazy big ones. How did I go at Legacy? I did not win a game, but I only played one. Stole a really nice null drifter though.
Well, that's what's important.
Yeah.
It's all about how nice your cards look. Until you've got a Gaia's Cradle activation in response, floating 4 green, and Ben about to cast one of Chord of
Chord.
Coin. Do you think is Ben about to win over the top?
All right, so chord for what's the count? 1, 2, 3. So chord for 3. What have we got here?
Chord is for 4, I believe, because he tapped 3 creatures, floated 3 green mana. 4 green mana, sorry. So chord for 3.
Ah, right. Yep. The bird of
No,
chord.
4. Sorry, chord
for 4.
Chord for 4. Emil? No, he doesn't have enough mana to activate Emil. I'm gonna have a look at his deck list. Let's do quick cheat step. What do we got?
Surely Tom is going to want to counter this. There can't be anything good happening here for him.
Right, there's nothing positive about this. Ooh,
Oh
Fred
no, we
comes
lost Fred.
Hopefully he'll be back real quick.
Mm.
Displace a Kitten is an option. Oh no, if he gets Emil enters, triggers Galadriel, which gives him 3 green, so he can immediately activate Emil. Now, the problem is, what's he Emiling for? Phyrexian Metamorph, maybe? Maybe it's a clone?
Wouldn't he just flicker the Stormdrake and steal the Krak or something?
Oh no, you steal the Derevi. Wait, no, that doesn't work, because you can't flicker the Derevi. I'm trying to figure out if he can win over the top.
So X is 4.
Metamorph
For Derevi?
Clones Derevi, untaps Gaia's Cradle. Doesn't quite get there, though.
Oh no. He was back and now he's gone.
Did briefly see him.
No, that is infinite. The untapping the Gaia's Cradle for... Right, no, we need 2, yeah. Got it. We need a second chord. Right.
Now, for all we know, he has a second tutor in his hand.
Instant speed, though, would be difficult.
Well, he can get Village Bellringer with Eladamri's Chord.
Oh, yeah, that'd do it.
No, that doesn't do it because he doesn't have a creature that taps for mana. Hang on. No, not quite, not quite. We're getting there. We're working through it. I really want to steal something. I like this Emil to trigger Galadriel, to flicker Volatile Stormdrake, to steal something. So it seems like they're talking through this line here. Trying to decide if he needs to counter this. There's nothing good can come out of this tutor. That's the problem.
I'm not sure what the other 6 triggers are, or maybe that's just indicating 6 Storm and 6 Storm Kiln.
I believe it's 6 Storm triggers, yeah. Though Storm doesn't trigger Storm Kiln, does it?
Propagating all of the copies would.
The Storm... Oh, Storm puts a copy on the stack, which does count. Yeah, okay. So, right, okay, so... Yeah, makes sense.
I believe Tom is now speaking Italian.
Yeah. You gotta speak with your hands.
And now Fred's speaking Italian.
Well, it'd be rude to speak back in a different language, you know? Turns out Smothering Tithe turn 1 on the play is quite good, says Dip the Jowl, who I assume must be our Atraxa player. Kinnan Pod 6 and Oswald Pod 2. So Ira, another win with Oswald.
Wow.
And Kinnan in Pod 6, I did see the end of that game. He was going infinite with Basalt Monolith.
Now everyone's
So this is
speaking
what fun
Italian.
game. Now everyone's speaking Italian. Look at those hand movements go. Our blue farm player had a turn 1 Smothering Tithe. That does seem pretty solid. Seems like a good way to try and win the game.
If you have mana on turn 1 that you keep getting, and then your command zone full of card draw, that's pretty good.
Or it's looking like I got a judge call, and I think Craig wanted me to handle this, so I might go jump in.
Go for it. We might actually mute ourselves and go in and listen. That sounds like a wonderful idea.
Fred, you resolved your display skip trigger from that already?
Yes, I have a fluster with the storm copies targeting stuff below Tom's fluster storm as well.
Yeah, then Tom flustered in response. There was a storm trigger on the stack. In response to that, Ben cast Port of Calling XE plus 4. Is that correct? Have I described the stack correctly? Perfect. Cool. So yes, Storm is a trigger that you then have to resolve, which then makes all the copies. And then once it's resolved, when all copies go in the stack, you declare all your targets and get your Storm kill triggers.
Yep, so I can respond and just copies don't exist, so we're not guaranteeing a shit ton of mana from that Fluster Storm, right? Correct. Okay, cool.
But it is worth noting as well.
It sounds like
could have responded to the storm kill triggers as well if you wanted.
Which I don't.
everyone is just confirming that
All good, guys?
Thank you, Billy.
what Ben is looking to do is going to actually work. I suspect that's what the discussion was about. All right. I figured we'd jump in and just have a listen with it down low so that we might be able to get a bit of insight. Was I right in guessing that we were all just confirming whether or not what Ben was going to do was going to help, or is that going to be something?
The confirmation, he wanted to know if the Fluster Storm trigger making a bunch of copies happens immediately, or if there's a trigger that goes on the stack. And when you cast a spell, Storm is an ability, a triggered ability that then goes on the stack, and you resolve it afterwards. Now, so his Court of Calling was in response to the Storm trigger.
Right, so that hasn't actually occurred
No,
yet.
so the 6 copies of Fluster Storm and the Stick Storm kill triggers are not on the stack as of yet.
Gotcha.
So, Ben gets a meal. Now, he has a Galadriel trigger on the stack.
Yeah, I made sure that it was down nice and low for the chat, just so that in case there was anything, none of the players sort of knew that they were going to jump on stream. So just wanted to preserve a bit of privacy.
So this game's getting a bit hectic. We've got an Emil, we've got a Galadriel trigger. I think Ben's explaining the Galadriel trigger right now and what his intentions are with it.
I feel like I can ascertain what Ben's saying based on playing with him as often as I have, in that I know that he's describing what he's doing and saying that now you don't want to stop this, like this will make sense, something to that effect. Like, I'm not trying to win the game with this action, and I just feel like I've seen that hand gesture before, and yeah.
100%. It's very solid Ben gesture. And Ben tends to be pretty face up. If he says he's not winning, he's not trying to go for anything.
Yeah.
Anything sneaky. So Volatile Stormdrake stealing Stormkiln Artist. Right, this now all makes sense. He stole the Stormkiln Artist because the Flusterstorm trigger isn't on the stack yet, and now when Flusterstorm Storm trigger resolves, he won't get 6 treasures from all the copies.
There we go. That makes sense. It was a method.
There was method to the madness, and there's 15 minutes left in this round. Should make sure the players know that they hopefully they saw the 20-minute call out. They should know they're reaching the end of their time.
Is that a Fabricate or is that a Flusterstorm? I can't quite
believe that
out.
is the original printing of Flusterstorm.
Right.
Doubt it's a Fabricate, mostly because Fabricate's a sorcery.
I love it when you get to deploy a card like Emil and it's to help the table, because everyone wants not to die, and now you got an Emil and you helped everyone, and then you get to untap with that thing you helped everyone with.
Wow, that's just good stuff. He's casting this Flusterstorm. Now, what do you think the reasoning behind casting this Flusterstorm is? Because
he has the Stormkiln now.
It makes a treasure, but it costs him a card. And I guess
it makes a lot of treasures.
That's true. And then he can start flickering and drawing cards. Right.
Look at me. I'm the croc now. So I believe it's an Italian Flusterstorm.
Oh, right, of course. Well, yeah, when you cast the Italian Flusterstorm, you have to do the hand gestures. Otherwise, it fizzles. So all players saying, that's good. Enjoy your 15 quadrillion, which I think is 9 treasures.
Whatever it is, he can't do it. That's what that's what I'm seeing with Ben right now.
Not countering the original Flusterstorm. Happy to let it go back to Tom's hand. Very interesting.
Goose in the chat. It's Glaben time yesterday.
Goose, howdy. Glab on. Emil is the best stacks piece, says Ira. Emil's not a bad stacks piece, I guess. Is that a mystical tutor? It's looking bad for the team. Mystical tutor putting it on top, and then he can flicker a card with Emil to draw a card. Mental misstep being fired off. We got some croc triggers.
I think Mystical Tutor is probably a win if he's got a draw trigger on the stack, because he can get.
Well, he can put a draw trigger on the stack.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
So he can flicker a Eternal Witness and continuously get back his Flusterstorm to generate additional mana, and then flicker his Galadriel.
Can't put the Eternal Witness into play, though.
With the Court of Calling.
But how does he get the Court of Calling in his graveyard back?
I skipped a step in my explanation, and you are correct. Because Eternal Witness is not a creature.
Flash creature.
Ooh.
Oh, you want Grib Ranger. That's a good one. The one I was thinking was you get Endurance, shuffle it back into your deck, and then go again. But that's a bit awkward. Scrib Ranger. Wait, so he just had a Scrib Ranger in his hand? He cheats easy. Cheating is always, I guess, technically an option, Ira, though heavily frowned upon and will probably get you DQ'd as well as kicked out of a bunch of other Australian tournaments. So would not recommend it.
It's a strange strategy, I'll admit. Oh, I love this version of Galadriel that Ben's playing now. I feel like... Ooh.
It feels similar to Derevi in some ways and very different in others, because your commander still makes mana but also sort of draws cards, but is a bit more awkward in some aspects.
We need the Flesh Raker in this list.
A Flesh Raker.
Makes tokens.
It does make tokens.
Triggers Galad.
There's a mental misstep targeting this mystical tutor. Now, what's really fun is if Tom really wanted and really believed in his flips, he could try mental misstep every copy of Flusterstorm off the stack. I just pay 2 life, hope you win 1, lose 1, counter a Flusterstorm, and go again. You don't seem convinced.
I'm not convinced, especially given the Vexing Bauble.
Of course. Oh, mental misstep was an illegal cast. Unless he paid a mana for it, which I might have missed.
Well, it's not that you can't cast, right? It's just that it gets counted.
Before you get to put it back in your hand. That's the problem, because it is currently Tom's turn, so Tom's Crack triggers go on the stack before the Vexing Bauble triggers. So stack seems to be clearing up. And he gets a copy of the Steal a Spell.
Steal a creature?
Steal a creature spell. Look, words are hard. What do you think? What are you taking here? Does it matter?
I think I'm taking some dexamphetamine.
Dexamphetamine. So look, I guess that's also an option.
Because, yeah, I don't know what to think about this. It is so challenging to consider like what your best play is here. All 4 of these pilots are on 1 win.
The second win,
Can a
more or
6
less,
point?
secures top 4.
Can a 6 point get you? Like, is there going to be 1 6-pointer?
I think so. I there tends to be 2 to 3 15 to 10 pointers, and 1 6-pointer. Need to see if there's a free cast into Bauble. Bloom seems gar. I believe there was a free cast into Bauble, but the spell, actually, the mental misstep should be in the graveyard. That's the only difference of what should be here. So I might go clarify that real quick with them.
Very interesting. So I suspect we have identified that the misstep has into the bin because of the free cast of it, and I imagine that is now being sought out.
Oh, so we fixed that up. The fix, pretty simple fix there. Put
Yep.
mental misstep into the graveyard. Just warnings for the players about maintaining board state.
That's it.
Um,
Quite a complex interaction that like flips the script based on who owns the bauble and whose turn it is.
100%. That's why I think Bauble is such a cool card in Krakashima, because it protects yourself when it's your own. And you can play around it still really nicely. Fierce Guardianship, Stormkiln Trigger. We got loads of things going on the stack. There's a Remora that they're probably forgetting about. There's all sorts of things going on here.
Yeah.
And you know what's really cool? Fred's been sitting here with 2 floating mana, really suspiciously.
Yeah, I've been looking at that for a while. I mean, the original Fluster was where we got to. Oh no, Ben's getting more birds.
Birds, which are going to trigger Galadriel, which are going to make him. Oh no! And because what he can do is he can, I believe, try to resolve the. No, he can't resolve the Stormkiln treasure first to flick a Galadriel to have a bird enter to make 3 mana. That'd be really cool, though.
I suspect he's actually missed a few Stormkiln.
I suspect so too. Complex game. Here we go, Fred. Tapping for 3 mana. Show us what you've been sandbagging. What do you think it is? I think it's going to be a tutor of some kind. I think it's Court of Calling.
I missed. So was this all with the Flusterstorm of Fred's was still on the stack?
No, that fizzled because Ben Flusterstormed, counted everything, made a bunch of treasures, and then they resolved down the stack to the final Crack trigger. So that the final Crack trigger flipped, won, and copied. And so Ben tried to Fierce Guardianship it, and so Tom in response tried to Swansong it back. And I was right, I called it. Court of Calling right here. X equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. X equals 2. Seems a bit low. Why is it 2 and not 3? 3 is Nadu. What's 2? A
Less
clone?
duplicate?
Yeah, clone of a meal. Oh. But that doesn't win yet. That's mana neutral. Did he get countered by something? What just happened?
I can't.
Playing a bit,
Yeah.
I think it's tutoring now. They were playing a bit fast and loose with the spells. Is that a Volatile Storm Drake? We're playing Pass the Emil around is what we're playing. He's stealing the Harmonic Prodigy. Oh, what? Why would you not steal the Emil?
Harmonic Prodigy cares about wizards. Derevi is a wizard. So you
That's
flick a
true, so
Derevi, you get double.
You get double untap.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. That's not bad.
Yeah, wizards and shamans, I think it's.
Wizards and other wizards and shamans, because it
Yeah.
itself is a wizard. And if it didn't say other wizards, it would accidentally go infinite with itself.
I love a card that draws the game.
They're pretty good. Now Derevi double triggers.
There is a world where this turn finishes right before the time, and then Carbs has a similar length turn.
Oh no. They have 2.5 minutes to finish this game, unless I don't believe they've got a time extension. So I'm sure if I was Carbs, I'd be saying, "Come on, finish it up, finish it up, finish it up."
Yep.
Why is Stormkiln back on his board? I'm not quite sure why Stormkiln's back on his board. Was Stormkill not stolen with Volatile Stormdrake?
Oh, it was
Okay,
stolen
well-
with the copy of Kari Zev's expertise.
No, because Ben stole it. I thought Ben
But I mean, if
flickered his.
if the copy
I thought he
resolved and
flickered
took
Volatile
the thing back, perhaps,
Oh, of course.
and maybe it was a
That
misplay.
makes genius. But stealing the Harmonic Prodigy was really good. Cool. They're calling out the Vexing Bauble on the free cast Twin Flame. But the trigger still goes on the stack.
Yeah.
Which is, I think they're realizing now, that's correct. And they make one treasure. That's correct. Yep, because you will control Stormkill Artist. Yep. And there's an
Stormkill's a
Ottawara.
shaman though, so wouldn't the harmonic? Oh, the harmonic got stolen.
Harmonic's not on his side anymore.
Right.
It's his opponents have really made him work for it, and I don't think he's getting there. But the problem is, there's only 30 seconds left in the round. I think this is going to be a draw.
I mean, the Twin Flame and Harmonic Prodigy, like, can he clone? Does Twin Flame target any permanent?
Permanents you control, but the issue is Ben here just Ottawara the Stormkill Artist,
Right.
meaning the Twin Flame's going to fizzle regardless of whether it resolves or not. But they probably should have let it get counted first and made him flip the coin first and save the Ottawara. But we count down 3, 2, 1, 0. That is time in round. So players here are going to finish their turn.
Hmm.
The player here is going to finish their turn, and we're going to go to a draw. Gets a copy, but nothing. I guess you can copy a Stormdrake. Copy a Stormdrake, steal back a Displace Kitten or Harmonic Prodigy, and then probably pass the turn. And that's now 1 player on 10 points, 2 players on 6, or 4 players on 6.
Yeah. Very interesting.
Which means, really, almost anyone can make it in next round. Anyone who's got a win can make it in next round. Looking close. And for those of you who don't necessarily have a chance, stick around, play some games. It's a Sunday. Enjoy yourself. Play some games of Magic. Give these players a run for their money. Make them earn it.
Fight him.
Showing off Volatile Stormdrake and the cool art he's got. Fair enough. Thanks, Fred. That is pretty cool art. I'm pretty into it.
One blurry boy.
One blurry Drake. And the players seem to be deep in the tank. I think there's still a chance that Ben tries to win over the top, but I think he probably needed the Stormkill Artist to do it. What's funny is at the end of turn, Stormkill Artist would have gone back to Ben.
If only he could create a trigger and get priority again in cleanup.
That'd be a good one. Cleanup priority is always a good. No, Harmonic Prodigy is gone forever. No. What's going on with the players doing here? Oh, right. I think he twin flamed a Stormdrake and gave a Stormdrake back to get the Harmonic Prodigy back. The common deck should have 2 Stormdrakes still.
All right.
He still has so many cards in his hand because of this bloody mystical.
Looking like we got one more spell.
Yeah, well, he can't cast any of his 0-drop rocks into this Vexing Ball to try and make some mana. One mana, expedite. Reminding him of the Vexing Bauble. We're casting Expedite. We got 2 craft triggers. I think this is the end because he can no longer make mana.
Suspect a bit of frustration from Carbs.
Hobby. Draw. Copy draw. And last but not least, copy draw. And that looks like Tom passing the air, and then players pick him up. That's a draw. Spirit Guide rip into Rite of Flame, surely, says Ira. Doesn't look to be the case. It appears to be the end of the game.
Players just discussing
Yeah.
what they had.
That's game.
Man.
What a tense game. And that's what happens when you're in the top pod. The games are hard. You gotta work for
Super
it.
hard, right? Man, brutal. Brutal. MVP goes to Vexing Bauble, though.
100%. I love that card. I think I'm going to slot it into one of my decks shortly after this. Alrighty then. Well, I think we have a lunch break now. Back at 1:30 with our next game.
Very nice. Just before we dip out for a little break to lunch, just like to thank our sponsors once again. Very grateful to have both of our sponsors here, the Card Trinket and of course Token Forge as well. Really means a lot that they donate their wonderful products to us and help us grow the Australian CEDH scene. So thank you so much, guys. We'll be back in about 35 minutes, maybe a bit sooner. We're back.
We're back.
Just in the nick of time.
Final round, huh?
Final round, yeah. But not the finals. Just final round.
Finals this round.
Yeah, so we've got Atraxa, Galadriel, Crom Tevish, and Nadu in this pod.
Nadu. Yeah, it's really interesting. Nadu in last, but not a pod that's gonna really be able to deal with it.
Yeah, I'm not sure
Not a lot
how
of
many
creature interest.
toxics we're gonna see. I'm pretty
Unless,
sure
yeah.
Legacy is not on the card.
We can check that, but I'm pretty sure Atraxa is our only Toxic Deluge player.
Yeah.
Let's have a look, hey?
Oh no, there's a toxic on
Legacy's deck?
Legacies. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and then there's obviously the one in Atraxa that we all expected.
Yep.
So there's a couple chances, and obviously if our Shuko catches a misstep or something, we're still good. So there's still a chance as long as our players are responsible. Though it looks like Nadu's keeping first 7, which sends alarm bells off for me.
So basically, we've got it's anyone's game except for Legacy is the only one I believe is dead.
Not playing for a win, just playing for fun.
So we've got 3 players
Looks
that
to
are
be that way.
actively able to make the top.
Cut. Yeah, with both Incredibat at 1 win, Ben at 1 win, 1 draw, Legacy at 0 points sadly, and Nadu at 1 win. Yeah, so it's anybody's game. Nadu just dropped. It's unfortunate. Hopefully they'll be back right now. So we've got a 7 kept from Incredibat from our Traxxas pilot. We've got a 6 kept from Ben, our Galadriel player. Legacy still mulliganing down on Crom Tevish, and I assume Chicken's Himmer on 7. Legacy, I think, is keeping 5. Who do you want to be in this pod? If you're sitting down at this table, you get to be any player. Who do you want to be? Who's your standout?
Let me just have a look at the Atraxa list and then see.
Deck lists are always an interesting one with Atraxa. It's pretty standard to me. Nothing too out there.
I think I'd probably want to play Ben's list. I think I'm actually on board with playing Galadriel.
Yeah, Galadriel seems decent in this pod. I think for me, I actually think I want to be Legacy's deck. I don't think if you turbo it out, you just run it. I don't think the table can stop you. Is that insane to say?
I mean, I am all about all of Victor's card choices here. Like looking at his creature package, it's fantastic. Looking at the sorcery package, it's maybe a little bit all in for me, but I'm still on board.
Oh, yeah, it's a big sorcery package. It's very, very aggressive, very turbo. I like it. I don't know if I'd be on some of these pieces. Yeah, interesting one. Interesting. Yeah, wow. So
Starting
turn
off,
one,
Chromox.
Chromox pitching a white card, I believe, and Mana Confluence, 2 mana, running out of Mana Rock, I assume. Draneth Magistrate. Well,
That's
if you're
one way to
worried
do
about
it.
Nadu, yeah, you no longer have to be worried about Nadu.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now I want to be the Atraxa player. I don't know about
Yeah.
you, but I'd love to be the Atraxa player right about now. Because the
Yeah,
Draneth
I'm on
game
board.
is great for Atraxa, right? Legacy can eventually get through it, but sort of cuts off any breach lines. Natural breach lines. You need to add Nors into it to get all the interaction. Nadu obviously needs to figure some shit out. Hopefully a bounce spell. I don't know. Who knows what they can do, but they need to do something to deal with this Draneth. Galadriel, I feel like most of the times this deck wins it and needs its commander. It's probably going to play a pretty fair creature game. Just running out value creatures one after another. To me, it really is, can the Atraxa pilot get down a value engine before Legacy can jam a Nors, a Necro, a Thoracle Consult? And I think Atraxa can, depending on this mulligan. Forest from Nadu into Mana Crypt. Love to see it. Paying 1 into a Spellskite.
Everyone's
Nice little start.
probably pretty happy with that Draneth, and given the balance.
For sure. And there's a Lotus Petal. They're really dumping their hand out. Jeez.
Yeah. Suppose it makes sense, right? If you've already paid for the Esper Sentinel, you just chuck
Run
it
it all
out
down.
there.
You're not,
There's only one
not really
dockside in the
scared of
game.
it. Exactly. There's only one dockside player, so you're not too stressed. Ancient Tomb from our Atraxa player. Do they have a 4-drop value engine? This might just be the game if they do. 1, 2, 3. Fell Warstone paying the 1, right? That's what that 1 extra mana was.
Mm-hmm.
So just slow, fair development. 1 mana Esper Sentinel of their own. No, Deathrite Shaman. Sure, just ramping up mana. So they now have access to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with another land drop. That's Atraxa.
It's actually kind of terrifying. It doesn't even seem like it's that quick. And we've got the color split too, because we've got access to green with the green and white with the Felwar Stone and the
Mana Confluence.
Chrome, and then the Mana Confluence and the.
Is it actually shorter color?
No,
longer. It
the
won't be.
DRS will be fine.
Oh right, no, Mystic Confluence. I thought Mystic Confluence was an exotic orchard for a second. No, yeah, that'll be completely fine.
Doesn't look like Atraxa is happening after all.
Gilded Drake taking the Draneth Magistrate, huh?
I mean, we can only assume, right?
For sure. What else would it be?
Yeah. Players ruminating on this Gilded. Got a Vamp Tutor. Unclear if that's in response to or if it's just being cast. Interesting that it's actually some deliberation. You'll have to forgive
What
my
else did you
energy.
take?
Well, I
So
couldn't tell if Paddy was actually looking at blocking it to basically give him the spell skite and keep the.
Gilded Drake for himself. That doesn't seem correct. Yeah.
Like, is there a world where
So
there's,
sorry, we
there's
just cast off a Vamp Tutor in response.
yeah, so
So I think you actually don't care if the Stranath goes anymore. We get like a wrist stick or something, and you just say, "Cool, we're here for a long time, not a good time." The question is, why are you firing off the wrist stick now? Sorry, the Vamp now.
I think Atraxa is probably a bit high on their life total currently, but looks like
I believe they're too much. They're too much.
so we got one Vamp Tutor. Is it one or two Ancient Tomb? One Ancient Tomb, two Mana Confluence.
One Ancient Tomb, 2 Mana Confluence, and a Vampiric Tutor. They should be at 34.
Yeah.
Might go shout at the player once they're done shuffling if they don't update it.
Yeah, I suspect they've forgotten because they took the 2 from the Vamp.
This is. Let's go do that real quick. I'll be right back.
Looks like we are sorted.
Alright, there we go, updated.
Very nice. Legacy putting a Vamp Tutor on the stack after a fetch.
Hello, Van. What are you going for here? It's probably just a Mana Confluence, right? Just trying to ramp up.
Well, we saw everyone indicate, so I imagine that it's a dockside. I suspect Legacy would just be asking what the dockside count is because it's pretty face up, I think, whenever a red deck Vamp Tutors.
So it's dockside for 5 to 6, depending on this Lotus Petal.
Very interesting. Lotus Petal. So I guess it's heuristic? Yeah, right. There we go. No, I don't think there's a world here where anyone counters this. I think this is the world's safest heuristic right now.
It truly is. And yeah, Ristic or Dockside, I think both are good options. I think I personally prefer this Ristic. We're here for a long time. Under this Draneth, we're probably have to work through it. Everyone's on the same side. Though I am a little worried about Atraxa. Oh no. You know what Atraxa got?
Cavern.
It's your favorite card.
Cavern of Souls.
I think it's not Cavern of Souls. I think it might be Culling Ritual.
It nukes his board as well.
But I think he can float a blue and a white mana, nuke the board, make a ton of mana, cast Atraxa, and rebuild off what you got of Atraxa.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
There's a
7,
Gilded Drake not currently
8,
being
9,
represented.
10. So it's 10 mana you get off of it, off of the Culling Writ.
Yeah, it seems pretty good to me. So you spend 4 mana, get 10 mana. No, it looks like we're not doing that.
Oh, well, you can't cast the thing. What am I saying? Why would you get the... Yeah, it was cast in response. Yeah, that makes sense.
Because Culling Ritual also clears Draneth.
Wondering. Okay.
Interesting one. I don't. What do you think about getting Wondering over any other, value engine?
I think Wandering has a higher chance of surviving a counterspell than the Culling Writ. Like, if you're anyone with a counterspell, you probably counter this, unless you're Legacy.
But I actually think Chicken lets it go.
Yeah.
Because it gets rid of Draneth, and Chicken's the only one with open mana. Let's go Paddy, says CK Barnes. I don't know. Which one's Paddy? Is that the Atraxa player?
Paddy's Nadu.
Nadu. So, Wandering triggers. We've got an untap. This game is so interesting. None of this is playing out how I would have expected.
It's definitely a methodical pace. I think the table really has kind of lucked out in that Nadu doesn't have any kind of advantage engine on top of the Draneth. Because I think it's still like problematic for Nadu to just have close to parity even without their commander.
Yeah, interesting game. Nadu lands like a Ristic study or something. This game gets a lot funkier. Polywog. Yeah,
Polywog. I was kind of medium about this when I first saw people started playing it, and then when I played it, because it is an advantage engine that is just so free in that it doesn't feed Dockside and quickly escapes bolt range and things like that. It's just so good.
When it first released, I was like, I think you need to pump it twice for it to be great. And since that, I've realized you only need to pump it once to be great, which 9 out of 10 commanders just do.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so even in Tivit, which is a relatively creature-light deck, we run it because Polywog pumped once is still an insane amount of card draw. As you said, it doesn't feed docksides or anything. It sort of just sits there.
Yeah.
It's not threatening enough that you want to deal with it. Also, it's a 2-drop. That's the huge part of it. It doesn't take up that much mana, as opposed to something like a Trouble in Pairs, which pretty ubiquitously nowadays people think is quite a good card draw engine, but it's double white and 4 mana. It's quite hard to cast. Where Polywog is almost arbitrary to cast.
I agree. I think it's quite. Oh, and we saw the. I didn't even see the Fairy
Mastermind shortly
Mastermind as
after.
well. Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff. What is this? This is
One of the
the
untappers.
self-untapper. Yeah,
Hmm.
Seeker of Skybreak.
Bad card of Bad Cardington. Obviously great in Nadu though. I finally worked out that it was the swords that was exiled under the Chrome Mox.
Oh, white border swords to plowshares. Right.
I'm like,
makes
what the hell
sense.
is that card? It's interesting, right? Like Ben's board is probably the best, but it doesn't look like it.
It's yeah. Probably a big part of that is because Atraxa only has one card in hand. They can't like really grow their hand all that much. If this Drannith Magistrate was still in their board, I'd be singing a different tune.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's part of why I really like the culling ritual idea. It sets everyone else back to the Stone Age, and you end up with a 7/7 commander who draws 4 or 5 cards.
And 5 mana in the tank too. Do you counter the Atraxa as it comes down and not the culling ritual? That's the question.
I think your board is too. If you counter the culling ritual, OBM, oh god.
Fair and
You counter the
balanced
culling
card
ritual.
definitely doesn't deserve a banning.
No.
What's your thoughts on like the possibility of banning OBM?
I think it's possible. I think recently the rules committee, Jim from the rules committee, put out a bit of a interesting statement on Twitter, which got a lot of pushback, but also led to some interesting discussions from the CDH community. I think at the end of the day, there's no reason not to ban it. I think it's not great into casual pods. Like it's not all that interesting or fun because it'll be comboed with wheels and stuff, similar to Hullbreacher, sorry. And in CDH, it really hurts green decks.
Yeah.
It really punishes green-based creature decks. It pushes them out of format, meaning Ristic Study decks. Because the argument is, oh, it punishes card draw, but it doesn't actually punish card draw. Your Orcish Bowmasters is the card we're talking about. OBM, Orcish Bowmasters. As I was saying, it doesn't punish Ristic Study. It punishes anyone else because
Yeah,
if
punishes
you don't
people
pay
who
for
play
Ristic
creatures.
Study, yeah, no, you're good.
Yeah. The I kind of look at it as like I hate cards that are slot taxes. And when you have a card that is a slot tax and also as good as OBM, it's even worse. So it's not as big of an issue in CEDH, but another very popular Australian format is Australian Highlander. And cards like Git Probe and Brainstorm and Mental Misstep are just so good that if you are playing a blue deck, and in the case of Brainstorm at least, and it could be any deck in the case of Mental Misstep and Git Probe, those cards are just so good that it's almost like you're playing a 57 card format and you just happen to have 3 extra cards that every list is playing. And this is what Orcish Bowmaster feels like in this format. If you're in black, it is so good that you have to actually make a decided, choice to remove it from your deck, because by default it starts. Like, they should just have any deck that has access to black in CEDH for Mox Field just automatically adds a Bowmaster, and no one would actually notice.
100%. And so that's part of the problem with this card. So I'd be happy for it to go, to answer your
Yeah.
question.
I played it all
but-
decks, and I would not miss it. I love it in 1v1.
It's-
I think it's a great card in 1v1.
100%.
Any
1v1,
format it's legal in, it's great in 1v1. It only punishes the card draw decks. Doesn't do anything to fair decks. And that bit of discussion, I'm sure, has never been had before. No one has ever had opinions or voiced them on OVM. We should start a podcast because, you know.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think two white guys have never
Two white guys
started the podcast.
People want to hear our voice. We just don't get representation elsewhere, so got to do our own thing.
Yeah, underrepresented. We're a minority, if you will. So back to the game at hand. We're drawing cards. We're light and tutoring.
I find it very interesting that the Wandering wasn't activated in response.
Well, enlighten tutor first, and then activate Wandering, right?
No, I mean in response to the Bowmaster.
Right. Well, I think the actual answer is they don't care about their Deathrite Shaman. They have enough mana, and their Deathrite Shaman might not be the first. Like,
yeah, okay. The Polywog probably is the first one to go, right?
100%.
Like, eventually the Drannith goes too. I think it would be the Polywog, then Nardus. Yeah, and then the Drannith. And then you're like, yeah, cool, everyone gets the commanders. Let's start playing the game. What do we do now? We fight boars, Kenny. Boars. Maybe I'm just out of place. Maybe the Wandering was tapped when the Bowmaster went down. For some reason I thought maybe we were at end step still.
It might have been Nadi's end step that it happened.
Interesting that the DRS makes it in before the Poly. I would have thought the Polywog would be the first thing to go. Because you can't actually take Nardu's board out until you've gotten rid of all the other targets except for the Drannith Magistrate.
Well, that's the hard part, right? Because there's this bloody spell skite, so you actually have to put 5 damage into him as board to actually get rid of anything.
I feel like the early game we were commentating on the basketball, and I'm not sure if it's just later in the day or energy levels dropped or both, but now I feel like we're watching the golf.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those. I think a big part of it is Drannith, Mystic. It's sort of one of those games where they're here to slow it down and really make this a full out blue slog. And I think the problem is this really favors Atraxa and Galadriel, both players in white with ability to access silences.
Yeah, and some more hidden and obscured than others too, like neoforms and whatnot. I'm about to hit
Oh,
the
the next
halfway
tournament.
mark.
CK1's asking, when will the next tournament take place? Also, will the day it's held on be mixed up? In terms of the day of the week, no, we stick to the last Sunday of every month is our game plan. We've been past 3 months, including this one. We've done the last Sunday of every month. So the next one is aligned to be, I believe, the 29th, I want to say.
29th of September.
That's the one. Yeah, this OBM is going to really put the screws in for the green players as the problem, which means I think Atrax is really running away with this. Unless Legacy starts realizing that they need to pressure Atrax's life total, which they've done all right at. Atrax is a 25. But we're going to have to keep this up.
It's quite challenging, right? Because the Bowmaster is now big enough that it can just start sending in that army. And all of a sudden our life total becomes a lot less super fun time.
100%.
We finally see the Galadriel, probably wanting to make things more difficult. As far as power and toughness, going to start pumping the creatures with counters. Does Ben's list run Dryad Arbor? Yes, it does. That is hot.
Right. Well, Dryad Arbor is crazy in that deck, right?
Right?
Like Galadriel, extra triggers.
Dryad Arbor is a dark ritual off of a fetch land.
A green dark ritual.
So if you have the cord in hand and 1 mana open, 2 creatures, or 1 fetch land open, that's really good. In the business, we like to call that pretty good. So seeing the RE video, seeing all of the counters going everywhere. Hollywog getting the smackdown. Oh wow! Just so I understand, the REB was cast targeting the Polywog, not the Galadriel.
That's really interesting. They must be trying to do some crazy. They might be trying to dump out their hand then, and are worried about feeding too many cards to Ben. Or that Polywog gets out of Orcish Bowmaster's range.
Well, I know that we're right in the middle of the action, but I'll be back in just a moment.
No stress. I can hold down the fort. We got tutoring going. We got swinging for 6 that I assume our Atraxa pilot right now. They're throwing the Drake under the bus, preserving that life total, realizing they just need a couple, 1 to 2 more turns to really make it out the other side of this game. But it potentially would have been worth taking the 8 this time and blocking the army the next time over, but we'll see how that goes. And they just passed the turn holding up 3 to 4 mana. Incredibly suspicious. Nadu untaps. We rolled for crypt. Looks like we won. trying to figure out what are we going to do about this Dragon's Magistrate? Personally, if I'm the Nadu player, I just have to hope that Atraxa deals with it. Though most of Atraxa's win cons don't quite care about it very much. But seems they're just passing the turn with Atraxa getting to untap once again. I feel like if I'm in Atraxa's seat right now, this is my game to lose.
I think that Atraxa's board position and like strength actually comes from the Bowmaster of Legacy, though. It gets out of control. Excuse me, quite quickly as soon as Ben gets to take a big stormy turn or whatnot.
Hmm. So Atraxa's untapped. We've drawn 2 cards.
Or 3.
What's 3 cards? Apologies.
Yeah.
3 plus 1 per turn. This OBM is rapidly murdering us.
Got a pretty thick grip. And now it also becomes a question of having to deploy a creature just to survive the turn. We've got an effective health of 17, 11 coming at us on the Bowmaster, assuming no one else draws additional cards.
Or even more than that, because Galadriel can start punching in pretty hard. Though the problem
Yeah.
is, once Atraxa Pilot dies, the Dranith goes, and then the whole game gets out of hand really quickly.
I think we get Atraxa to such a low life total that we can manually kill them if they threaten something, and if we're Legacy, and then we have to start slapping Ben and Paddy's boards a bit.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. The big threat to me is once Dranith goes, can we deal with Paddy? And if we can, then we kill Atraxa as quickly as possible. If not, we have to start making this awkward decisions.
I think this game state actually really well reflects the discussion that was had on the Mind Sculptors recently about higher level games actually having the Bowmaster be more useful, because we're looking at these I guess pieces of alliances that are kind of stuck together by sticky tape because of basically of necessity, right? And it's this mutually assured destruction if one of the pieces comes crashing down and the other does, and whatnot. And the fact that the Dranith Magistrate of Atraxa is at Ben's is probably the biggest reason to keep him alive, and reason to then start like pounding down other players' boards. So it's quite interesting. Ben putting a silence on the stack. which, as we know, is like
That-
always just used to resolve a like a very chill spell. You don't have to worry about, there's no vibe checks needed on silence. It's just like
No, it's a pretty chill one. You don't even really worry about it.
I actually think that that would make a great uncard. Just really chill silence is the name of the card.
Really chill silence.
Yeah. Flavor text is but don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. It's just so I can resolve my value engine.
Man, I just want to cast my spells this turn. I'm not going to win. Can we
So
see
here's
it?
where it becomes a bit tenuous. This is where the tenuous bit comes, is who's going to counter this? Because Atraxa might not have it. And they should, but they might not. And it seems like Legacy's just ripping off the Band-Aid.
Such an
Which I don't know if I
interesting
personally
thing.
would have done.
Is that a worldly tutor? I couldn't even see what happened there. Just ticked over to the halfway mark for this round. Looks like all 5 pods are still battling it out. Don't see any victors just yet, with 34 minutes on the clock remaining. This is I guess pretty much what you would expect to see from a collection of 4 competent pilots playing mid-range decks. See the Bowmaster go on top with the Worldly Tutor from Atraxa. There's really only one guess as to what this is going to ping. But in reality, it might actually be a bit more nuanced. They may need to work together in a very, very scary double Bowmaster board state where they ping down good old Ben's life
where
total.
it gets really interesting is our Nadu friend over here can mess it all up with the spell skite.
So I guess if you're the Nadu player, you kind of get to dictate what's going to some degree, because you could just say, hey guys, if you start shooting each other before that Drannith and Galadriel's dead, then I will shit in the bed.
Exactly.
We'll all have to sleep in it together, which I think is a very legitimate strategy.
100%.
I think it's like very much like no one gets to play with the toys unless we play with it how I say in this moment. That's like a good thing that you can do with Spellskite. Because it's almost a case of, if you guys aren't going to do what's good for everyone here, then I'll make sure that we really don't do what's good for everyone. Oh, that's what he was doing, right? It was casting the Avacyn's Pilgrim. Looks like the mental misstep from Legacy firing off against the silence. So it probably...
Yeah, that makes sense.
Probably stepping away. from his attempted win after that. Ben saying to the rest of the pod, it's just a prank, bro.
It's just a prank, bro.
Craig says, do you think Oswald will win and finish the Swiss round in first? What decks would you be most scared of in a top 4 match? Is that as the Oswald deck, Craig? I think that the worst matchup for Oswald would be Blue Farm, because there's at least got to be one madman in Blue Farm running, or mad person, I should say, running Wrath of the Skies or Meltdown.
There can't be.
I think both of those cards are very legitimately fantastic cards right now. You know what? I think we need to fill this dead air with a very, very low level of audio.
I love low levels of audio.
Let me know in the chat if that is in any way overpowering. We want to get to like a just hearing it so that we don't sound like we're standing outside the doctor's office. Or if we can't hear it yet, give it a little bit more volume. I want it to just tickle your ears. Maybe Cooley can check that out for me.
Let me go have a look for you, hey?
Thank you.
Turn it down ever so slightly, and then you should be good.
Got it. Right. Yeah, we don't want it competing with our voice. We just want it.
No, it's more important than anything is our opinions and our voices.
That's right. That's why we do it. Priority 1, get our opinions out there. Priority 2, grow the CEDH scene in Australia. In that order. And not the other way around.
No, don't get it twisted. Alright, so what's happening here? We've got another Remora on the stack. And Nadu's going, hey, this game's going great for everyone, right? We're all having a good time here. We all like seeing 2 Remoras, a Ristic, and an Orcish Bowmasters on the battlefield.
Do you think there is a world where you could convince players to concede by just playing value engines and interaction and no win cons in your deck?
Oh, that's all I play.
No, you play win cons.
No,
I'm talking
that's
zero win cons, like beats with the commander and the command zone, and that's it. Like that's the only win con.
That's a stacks deck, right? Like
no, we're not playing stacks. We're playing interaction and advantage. There's no combos, no winning, but just being like, hey guys, like, do you want to concede? I've got like all of these engines. You know, I can just tutor and kill you guys. But the only way you can win is by like saying like, okay, so I got these counter spells. I'll get this interaction, and I'll tutor for something here. Do we want to play it out? And that's the only way you can get people to concede.
I don't think that'll work in tournaments.
Yeah. You're probably right. What if you just said I don't have any win cons afterwards?
Just really tilt them off the face of the earth.
Yeah. No one wins. No one gets to play with their toys. It does become an interesting question when you stop trying to win the game. Got an attack, and not sure where it's going. We've also got a snap. Legacy doing his best to speak Italian.
I love speaking Italian.
Notably, I haven't seen Paddy do his activation targeting itself once this game. And I have no idea on what that art is, but I assume it's Counterspell? Or is that just something else I can't see? Let's see if... Of course it can't find it. Crawl Space. Yep, that definitely looks like the same card. Anyone in the chat want to guess what that says?
Excuse me? Why have I seen this card before? Oh, okay. Misdirection, huh?
Is that a misdirection art?
That's a misdirection art. That's the Macadian Masks, whatever it's called. It is a foil misdirection from Macadian Masks.
Didn't know Paddy was such a man of taste. Man of such taste. Beautiful.
For sure. What do you
No,
think
I
he's
want
trying
one.
to kill? Oh, probably the Dranith. He's probably trying to kill off the Dranith. That makes a lot of sense.
Mm. The pro tip on Macadian Mask's foil misdirection. This free spell is amazing against cards like Hymn to Turok and Ancestral Recall, creating game-winning swings. It also does a great impression of Force of Will when trying to push powerful spells through opposing counter magic.
Thanks for that.
Yeah. Courtesy of Card Kingdom. I'm blown away that Brainstorm is not the biggest price foil in Macadian Masks. You want to guess what it is?
No, what is it?
It's not Dark Ritual.
I don't know what's in Macadian Masks. That's part of the problem.
Anyone in the chat wanting to take a guess is more than welcome. No cheating though. We will know. The answer is Rishadan Port.
Yeah.
Sold out on CK for $1,000 US dues.
A lot of them.
Brainstorm coming in second at 750. And the fifth is the all-format all-star Squee Goblin Nabob.
Oh, I love Squee Goblin the Bob.
$300 for a foil Squee. Makes me wonder why Food Chain is only $50 more than this. So some stuff is definitely happening.
Things are going. So I think, yeah, Veil of Someone protecting this direction. God damn these OBMs. My understanding is the aim is also Spellskite's about to die. If this Dranith goes, I think the aim right now is end step try to kill off this Dranith.
I suspect that. Am I right in saying so? We're in Legacy's attack step.
Legacies. It must be, right?
So I don't think anyone's taken damage, and there's no creatures on the top of anyone's board to block. Unless it was the Bowmaster that blocked it, the Blowmaster token blocking it, and now it's made a new one. Very fair. I'm not sure what the big nostalgia is with Squee, but it's kind of funny that the most expensive Squee is in the most expensive food chain set, but not the combo Squee.
The wrong Squee.
Yeah.
That's the important stuff.
All right. Spellskite is off the table, and everyone is collectively really sad about this, I'm sure.
Everyone clapped.
I think this is the challenge you got with playing a deck like Nadu, right? It's like kind of got the same issue that Kinnan would have had or Najila back in the day, where it's you know, sometimes you don't actually get to play any Magic because people just know how hard your deck just spins the wheels.
I think the difference there being Najila and Kinnan have more to do as a deck. Like their cards' individual power level tends to be higher, but because of that, they're not quite as the acceleration isn't quite as hard. Because once Nadu's out once, it's never coming. It's never going forever.
Yeah, once you get one Nadu turn. All right, Dranith Magistrate, Gonskis. That looks like a pass signal. I'm not sure. Yeah, the worst part being in Paddy's situation in fourth, you know, he's not played any Magic. And would have held up 2 pieces of interaction just to have a go at that. And rightly, you know, well, rightly or not, I'm not sure. He got pooped on pretty bad. I actually think it might have been incorrect to focus down the Nadu so badly, given the amount of cards in Atrax's hand and Legacies, because Nadu doesn't really have a lot going on, and it's probably safe to assume that Ben has some kind of win condition in his hand. So I wonder if you actually push that hard on Nadu on a non-deterministic approach, like a non-deterministic win versus a probable future win. Hard to say. It's not like a lot of resources are actually traded because this is all Bowmasters. What a healthy card.
What a healthy card. I like the part where everyone clones it and it just goes back and forth.
And then the best one is, you know, Bowmasters makes your Imposter mech the best card in the game, basically.
It's
another reason to play Meltdown.
Bring back Meltdown.
Well, I mean, the best thing about that exchange is we got to see a really cool, expensive Magic card.
I love seeing cool, expensive Magic cards.
And I like those kinds of expensive Magic cards where it's like just a cool, very like rare one that's like expensive because of its rarity and the fact that it's like very playable. You know, it's not the same as having a dual land, despite the dual lands being much more expensive.
Yeah, dual lands are cool, but for like, in a different way.
Do you know what is jarring though? And then there is definitely people in the chat with these. When you like get given a deck to try that has beta duels in it, and you just stare at something that you're so comfortable looking at the, you know, revised or unlimited versions of with their white borders, then you see the beta ones and they don't look like real for some reason, despite being the more real,
they are,
arguably.
No, I agree. I don't think they're real. Beta jewels are not real.
They're not real.
They're not real. They can't hurt me.
It's like birds.
Exactly right. Jesus, that didn't click with me. Yes, birds also aren't real.
They're super cool to look at. They just feel real jarring in a deck. I remember looking at a one of the legacy guys locally who had an alpha wheel, and it was like a really nice one as well. And just looking at it, like he played it, and I like noticed it because of how like nice and the fact that it's black border and everything. I'm just like, oh wow, is that an alpha? It's just like you gotta look at it and kind of go, it's more like history, you know. Like I'm not big on the like I haven't played Magic for long enough to appreciate just the straight up nostalgia. Yeah, he did. He told me what he paid for it, Nick. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It's just a cool piece. And like I guess like if I was gonna like say anything that you like really treat with care, it's like, you know, your alpha and beta cards because of just what they represent as much as like everything else. Even though, you know, it's gonna be very highly subjective based on at what point you got into Magic and what your financial situation was at any given time. Yeah, he actually commented on that specifically, that everyone told him that he was crazy for doing it and caring about it. And yeah, there was some other high end that he picked up. Very cool. Was that did we see a chord revealed off of that?
I think we might have.
That the Dominaria remastered chord.
I always struggle with the old border versions of the cards.
I even like only recently have been able to like identify the difference between revised and unlimited.
Isn't it the corner?
It's like the text, extra words.
Oh, it is. It is the text. You're right. So Traxxas Season of the Day, which shocks everyone.
Yeah, it is the border. No sideways tap symbol in unlimited. Is it like more pronounced around the text box, I think? Yeah. Okay. It's because the photocopier wasn't working very well at Wizards that day.
Yeah, you can never trust the photocopiers of wizards.
You know, it's the copy of a copy, and you're like, oh, yep. Yeah. Get a mana vault coming in. A whole bunch of draws.
We always need more mana. Oh yeah, mate. We're tapping out for a lot of mana. We're fetching. What did I miss here?
Do we see the cavern? Is that what we're looking at?
There is a cavern in play, but I'm not quite sure what the fetch was for. Wooded foothills? Oh, that's some wooded foothills in the graveyard. Right, okay, now this makes sense.
Very interesting. We've seen quite a lot of drawing cards and ramping in this game. I wonder if off the back of this Atraxa we see some more drawing cards and ramping. We're looking at an absolutely awful pull, which is starting to get a little better. Okay, so we've got a clone, got a culling ritual, we've got, I'm not sure if that's a grisly salvage, the force of negation, and it probably, I'm assuming Odawara has to be the take here, right? Because, you know, we don't need anything else. Yep, and then it's got to be the culling writ. Has to. Unless we have half of a combo in our hand. Like, if we have specifically the Teferi in our hand already, then
Oh, my headset's been dead. I was wondering it was so silent.
I feel like Atraxa has to go for it here because they're not getting another turn. Maybe they are unclear on that.
Alright, I am back.
welcome back.
So, that was a really good Atraxa pile that I think we just saw, including Culling Ritual.
Yeah, it started out pretty awful, but there was a few key pieces that popped off at the end. I'm thinking about the force negation, and the more I think about it, the more it seems superfluous. I don't think we're
It
going
doesn't
to
actually
see.
do anything.
Yeah, we're not getting. It's not helping him win on his turn, so we probably don't need it given the density of counterspells on Legacy. The assumed density of counterspells. If I'm in this pot, if I'm Atraxa right here, I'm looking at like how likely is it can I win right now, and if not, I'm just going to talk about a draw. Because it seems like we're just wasting mental energy, and yeah, it's quite tricky though because we're in round 3. What are we looking at? Yeah, maybe we don't talk about that. Maybe we just. I mean, we're jamming it here, right? We're just jamming the most unreasonable attempt at a win here. 5 minutes remaining, or 6 minutes on the clock remain.
The problem is, if this is your last turn, you're not seeing another turn. So either you're setting up for a draw, hoping that the 6 points makes you there, hoping that this game ends in a draw, or you're trying to jam the win. If you try to jam the win, there is a risk you're giving the win to someone else, and that's sort of the tournament math you have to do.
The fact that there's not a single draw with 5 minutes to go actually makes it kind of interesting. Because
for sure,
you could expect at least some of our pods are going to draw. Sorry, both that there are no draws and that there are no wins aside from Michael taking down pod 1. It means there's 2 slots required. Need 6. Realistically, you need more than 6 points to get one of the last slots. So you're just discarding down to hand size. Wow.
That, I guess, is trying to secure the draw.
We've got Tim at 5 points currently with a 30% opponent win rate. Probably not good enough, given that Ben's on 6 points, pushes him to 7. Paddy's at 5 points with a higher win rate. The opponent win rate. It's quite tricky.
Yeah. Indeed.
Oh, sick. The Omnath made it in pod 1. That's so sweet. I can't wait to see that list.
Go off.
We haven't watched that one yet.
No, you haven't. Grand Abolisher on the stack, huh? You know, sometimes your opponents just need to have a forcible for your silence. And it looks like Legacy has something. Pact of Negation. So Legacy is also playing for a draw now. So I think there's very little chance they can win through their own Pact trigger.
I mean, if they got Born.
Born Upon a Wind is the exception.
Hmm.
Gisan, that's not seeing another turn. Paying the 1 for Ristic, it reads. So Legacy drew 1. No, not paying the 1 for Ristic then. Adnors, huh? End step Adnors. Well, I'll leave this one with you for a minute, but this looks like Legacy really is going to try jam the win. The problem is they have 1 minute to get to their turn. If they do not get to their turn in the next minute, they run out of time. If you ban 1 card in CEDH...
This is brutal, isn't it?
Yeah, they have 50 seconds to resolve this Admirals before time and round gets called. I don't know if they know that. That might be very awkward for them. To answer the question in chat, I think we're both on board with banning AusCEDH Bowmasters as the 1 card.
Yeah, definitely OBM. Oh, Admiral's counted. Don't pay for Pact. Don't be a coward. And that is time in the round. Well, we saw a good 80 minutes of drawing cards, ramping, stopping other people drawing cards, stopping other people from ramping, shooting everything that we could with our shooty men. Nick, why would you ban Thoracle as the one thing to ban?
Alright, back. Yeah, this game was quite the interesting one. You know, I think it would have been so interesting to see how different this game would have been had AusCEDH Bowmasters never landed. I think Nadu would have been in a much better position.
Hmm.
I feel like every time I look at a list, like 70% of them are just Thoracle lines. So if you ban Thoracle, what changes? The new next best thing, they'll become 90%, you know, breach decks.
Yeah.
Or
I think that
90%.
there's enough, if we think of like the start and the the end, even let's just pretend Thassa's Oracle's the only win condition in the format, and we look at the start of those games and the end of those games, there is enough diversity within the middle of those games based on different decks to look at Thoracle and not feel like it's repetitive at all, I guess. Even if it is the primary win con for most decks, the way that we get to that can be quite different. for each archetype and each color. Doing it through silences in white is really different to, doing it in Grixis color pairing with like more wheels or something like that. And it's or breach, for example. It's really interesting to look at it in that perspective, at least.
I feel like you
less
might
blue
have
decks?
fewer blue decks. I don't think I agree. I actually think we have a lot of blue decks now in our local meta. We actually been quite heavy on blue decks. I think the difference is we know that getting to the Thoracle, it's about the journey, not the destination, because the destination will homogenize no matter what you do. There will be a best thing in the format at all times, but there will be a best win con, there will be a best start. In the same way, like, look how many games opened with a Mana Crypt or a Chrome Mox. They're all the same. You just play a piece of fast mana on turn 1, right? We're not clamoring to ban those, even though those games are very samey. The destination will dictate the colors. I don't agree.
I think Bowmaster actually dictates the colors more than Thoracle right now, because green just can't be played to anywhere near the same level. Like, Nadu is the very, very big outlier, and this pod in particular, I think, reflects a lot of like creativity and thinking in terms of how you would go about building green decks. But results-wise, very few decks, even if they're in the green colors, rely on a green package to do well. It's usually like Sisay is the second best deck in the format, and it has green, but it only has maybe 5 to 10 green cards in the 100.
I think the other thing to note is I actually don't think Thoracle's. I think 70% is high. I think 70% of blue. I think all blue-black decks run Thoracle, but a lot of them are running Thoracle as an outlet to their Underworld Breach lines, and I think Breach is far and away the best win con in the format, well beyond Thoracle.
Yeah, you can do so many things with Breach that are able to progress you to a game state that may not be a win, but can generate advantage, whereas Thoracle sucks when it doesn't win you the game.
And it's why I think most good deck builders don't run Thoracle if they're not in black, and Sans black decks still do pretty alright.
The other thing that's quite interesting, actually, thinking about it, is Thoracle is an even worse blue card because you can't pitch it to force if you don't have other win cons in your deck, because then you're out of the game.
100%.
But how many decks are splashing the blue for Thoracle? I mean, I think more decks would want to include Rhystic Study if they're just in blue than Thoracle. Rhystic Study, Mystic Remora, Force of Will.
I also think this splashing blue idea doesn't quite make sense because we're not a 60 card format. We have color identity restrictions. You can't just splash a color per se. Your commanders limit what you get to play, and most decks are built around the commanders. Not they don't go, oh, I want to play Galadriel, but I want to be able to splash black. Well, you can't do that. You have to pick a different commander. Or, I want to play Tevish Kram, but I want to get silencers in the deck. Well, part of the decision of playing Tevish Kram is sacrificing silencers.
Over Tevish, over Timna Kram, for example, yeah. Yeah,
exactly. And they're different decks that allow for different things. Timna Kram sacrifices the ability to use Displacer Kitten quite as powerfully. A lot of I don't know if I agree. I think this is it kind of feels. I hear a lot of clamoring for Thoracle bans, particularly from players who don't actually play with Thoracle very much, or who really like to not play the best thing and make fun of people not playing the best, who are playing the best thing.
I like that Thoracle's compact as well. Like, I think about Nadu, and while I definitely respect it has made the top 5 decks in the format, it is one of the top 5 decks right now. I hate how convoluted the win lines are, and how if you're in a tournament, you're incentivized to make them play it out, even if it is close to deterministic, improbable that they will fail, because there's just so many game actions, and people can kind of be jerks too. And feign to have interaction, so it takes longer for everyone, potentially induces a mistake. But if everyone had perfect information, the game would be over and you could just reveal it all out.
So, but if you were the argument of you're in blue to play Thoracle, I think is a misnomer. I think most players pick up blue because Rhystic Study, Mystic Remora, and Force of Will are some of the best cards in the game. Thoracle is an afterthought.
Down to just we'll get back to this conversation if we can. I'm not going to switch to pod 4 just because it's going to be wrapping up on the final turn. But I may just we will take a little break and have a rest before we look at the top 4 and go from there. So keep an eye on the notifications for all of our players who have jumped onto the stream. And we will be back with the grand finals in a very short time. All right, we are coming back in just a moment. Very exciting stuff. We are going to be playing heads up with the pod. So you won't be hearing much from me for this one. I'll still be sticking around though. Alrighty, we're going to dip back in now.
Dude, it's no talking. Okay, what's the turn order? I'm assuming it's by placement.
I'm in third.
I'm first. I hate it
You're
already.
first. Oh no, we've got to bully the first player, right?
You stopping Ira?
I can manage players, so it's my choice, right?
I think
So
Yeah,
Ben
that's
right.
That's first.
Only if you
the pod
choose to.
advantage. You choose where
I
everyone
choose.
gets to go.
Yeah, because I made the room first. That's the
Yeah.
jigsaw, right? Yeah. It's gonna like lead into this like very intellectual content, and it's gonna be us just going ooga booga.
let's make it a nice brisk finals. Yeah.
Play
Yeah.
like cavemen.
It'll be a nicer
Play
order.
like that.
Oh, do you have a copy of the one with all the fucking text on it, or do I have to just look at that god awful thing constantly?
Now you can click it on Shepard's
You
thing,
can look at the
under
god
his
evil thing.
Dude, my
Ira,
other
do you wanna-
CD.
The beam.
I go
Yes,
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. The funny thing is, I don't own the text one anymore.
2, 3, 1.
2, 3,
Dude,
1.
my other CDH deck is thoroughly Gitrog. So
Same for you, Ira.
I've been
Yeah,
trying to
yeah.
find the Store Championship one for ages, but I can't find it. Who's calling for Ira?
Dahlia.
Yeah. I thought I called. I don't know if he's frozen or he's just stuck doing the same motion for the last minute or so. Yeah, he's gone.
Uh-oh. Better that happens now than in 10 minutes' time.
Gonna have to
No,
shuffle
he
his
still has
hand
to
in.
shuffle his hand in.
Somebody
Go
give me
2 on top. 2 on
easy.
top carbs.
It seems like a DC.
Okay.
You guys want to just pause for a sec, or do we just? Yeah, here we go. We're good.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if that happens again in like 2 seconds. I'll reshuffle my hand. This will be great.
Yeah, 2, 3, 1.
Okay. 2, 3, 1. Okay.
Awesome.
Awesome.
No.
I'm going to turn.
It's going to be a mid-range pod. Keeping 5 lands should be okay, right? Yeah, we'll snap keep this one. Oh boy.
Gotta do my cuts. Gotta do my cuts. Get a cut.
2 top to bottom carbs if you want to give him his cut, maybe.
Yeah, 2 on 3.
2 on 3.
Let's go second 7. I didn't come here to play mid-range, I came here to turbo.
Wait, hold up. What? Or not.
I agree with that statement. Go with a 6.
Well, you're awkward.
I mean, there is a way to win turn 1 in this deck, and I don't really.
Somebody hit me.
3 on top.
Wow.
Ira?
Oh, sick.
Oh, we might be losing you again. Oh, no, you're good. You're good.
Yeah. Oh,
It's- yeah.
sweet. Yes. First time today for it. Let's go.
I will keep the
Cut.
second 7.
Ira?
2 on 3.
3, 1.
Will I keep the second 7? My god, I don't know. So, no black at the table, so no oppos at the table.
That's what you think.
Yeah, no, I'm running, what's that blue card that says players can't search this turn? I'm on that, just to hose people.
Yeah, Shadow of Doubt.
That's the one. No, wait, is that blue on black, or is that just
Okay,
blue?
it's blue black. It's blue black. Yeah.
I knew I should have bought Croc Silas.
Yeah, dang dude.
Hey,
Sure,
I made the right
sure.
choice choosing Omnath over Roxai.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. There's no stats at the door. You're good.
So we're on stream right now, right?
So
Want
I'm
to take,
pretty
a,
sure.
Yep, you are.
take a second. The official stance of the AusCEDH Discord is that we hate Nadu. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Agreed.
Speaking as an elective representative,
Which is great, because I got one of my mates to play Nadu.
Yeah.
yeah,
Like, it's a simple deck, you'll pick it up easy.
yeah, just bird.
Now he wins.
Dang, dude. That's some quality coaching. I hope you charge a lot for that one.
We'll see.
Nadu, go bird. Yes, what have we got? Yeah. On this.
Oh, sorry, I haven't seen my commander.
Oh no, taking notes.
Guinevere, or whatever
Terrible.
that elf thing does.
Guinevere.
I
Guinevere.
do need to see what the fuck it is.
Yeah, it's like a
It is
blue-green-
terrible.
It's terrible.
Go 2 on top.
Where's my 6?
Dude, this is like the perfect time for the storm to start happening.
So it's
It's
a-
great.
Food chain outlet, I guess.
Yeah,
It
food chain
Does more than that.
I know
There's
it
a
does
lot
more
of
than that.
creatures that work with it so well.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
I actually really like it, but yeah, she's fucked.
Hmm.
Just a
Interesting.
Revy meal things and bounce stuff or displays to get in loops and that shit. So
Yeah.
Oh, I am on 6 though here. What do we have here? Oswald, Omnath, Bark. Go 6. I'll go 5. Can you just set your command? Ira, I'm not 100%
sorry.
familiar with what it actually does half the time.
I thought I did. I must have removed it. Sorry.
Start searching, win the game, something.
Do searching, something artifact.
Start with the game. Yeah. Yeah. Play useless cards and profit. Like most of my decks, you know.
I do like
three
that
on
the
top.
I do like that the fish art on that playmat and then the stuff they use is exactly how people feel when they see it
Oh
come
yeah,
down.
yeah.
Yeah. Why?
More or less like when people stop my spells and have to sit there and do nothing. That's how I feel.
Yeah.
Understandable.
Yeah, I don't know shit about this deck. Like, it's
Why?
it's the kind of thing where you just like, I'm just doing my thing, and on turn 3, I'm going to present a win, and you can stop it, and then next turn, I'm going to do the same thing. Great, stopped it again. I'm going again, and it's just that kind of deck.
What's
A
this?
little
one?
bit.
I'm
on
keeping
that,
5.
yeah. Keeping 5. Putting the good ones to the bottom, I hope. Yep. Okay.
So I'm
Just
putting
checking.
nothing there. Yeah.
Putting nothing there. Yeah.
Oof, this is rough.
Does it play well into a turn 1 rule?
Yeah, I guess we have to go with those 2.
Yep. Okay.
All good.
Any
Pre-games?
Pre-gamers?
None
Yes.
from me.
Yeah.
We're
So what do we
going-
all keep as well?
Balls to the wall.
Oh,
Yeah. Let's just-
oh.
Oh,
Oh god, careful.
careful.
Fiction
Shepard, how many
Crow?
do we keep as well?
5. Gemstone.
5 or 6? 6 and
Six.
then
I'm on a
cards.
7. I'm on a 7.
Right, 7.
Ah,
Dang, dude.
I have
Hell
3
yeah.
cards.
Card advantage on.
I don't know if it's a
Also
correct
7.
7. I don't know if it's a
That-
correct
that's
7,
what
but
I'm
I'm
saying.
keeping it.
Righto. If everyone's all good, I will draw.
Yeah, let's go.
Sounds good.
Tropical
keep
Island.
going.
I'll tap that. Rip out a birds.
Yeah.
Cool.
And I will
That's
pass.
the bird. Good draw. What am I doing with my time? Oh well, let's go with a Esper Sentinel.
Nice.
I'll respond.
Yeah, and I misstep it.
Nah, I'm just going to lie to you.
Dang it. You would. Yeah. Sounds good. No response to each other.
Yeah, we good.
You go get Jewel Lotus or yeah, Jewel Lotus. And one commander. Pretty good.
Yeah, and then I'll putz around for the rest of the game and do nothing. But you're right, I will grab Jewel Lotus.
Okay. That's good. I'll just play a Lotus Petal and then pass it to. Yeah. Yep. And then here's Carb sitting back on a Gilded Drake, surely.
Me on the Gilded Drake.
Yeah, surely.
Oh, man. I don't think I've seen a Gilded Drake in the list. I've only been playing this for a few months, but I don't think I've seen a Gilded Drake in the list.
Yeah,
Any
it was there.
lists?
But I'm just doing the croc thing.
Is this an instant or sorcery? Does it draw a card? Is it how much?
Yeah.
Like how much is it a cantrip for a single pip? How much is it worth on 2 or 3? Is it worth? It's in. Is it not?
Yeah.
Take it out.
Take it out. Get it out of here. Mm.
1, 2, 3.
3 on top.
Alright, draw for turn.
Yep. Got to untap. Get him.
Don't feed the Esper, pay for it.
Yes, you must pay
Oh.
for it.
Yeah, you gotta draw. You gotta draw.
Oh, damn. Oh, I also get the spirits. Let's go.
Give me the
Unfortunately,
spirits.
I think you do.
I've got a spirit token here.
Oh, well, you're the most.
I'll swing at the
prepared.
others. They have Treasonous Ogre. I don't know if they do have Treasonous Ogre, but
Yeah, I
hell
do
yeah.
think it is. It is you, Ira.
hell yeah.
Glad
White beads.
Ladriel.
Good. Pass hand.
Yep.
Yep.
I'll draw.
I drew, yes, I drew a land. Sick.
Let's go City of Brass and pass.
Ooh. Untap.
Spicy.
Tap the bird. Go for a gamble.
That's
Trigger!
Oh, wait.
Yeah, that's
There we
just,
go.
Esper
That's
Sentinel.
Not paying for Esper.
Am I good to draw, folks? Thank you. Pleasure doing business. I'm passing on that one.
I'll
Yeah,
pass
good.
it to
Do
him.
not have the mana tithe, sadly. But
Oh,
maybe
that deck actually runs Mana Tithe, doesn't it?
No comment. Please elaborate. Strategic advantage.
It's mono white,
Play
it
around
probably would.
Don't at me like that.
I've never seen an Oswald deck in my life.
He's
I don't know
fixing
how
it.
hard it is on the game strategy. I don't know if you because you're mono white, you're on obviously you're on silence, but I don't know if you're on Arms Chant and all that kind of stuff too. Maybe no.
Stack.
Not a Norm's chant.
He's doing stacks.
Dude, how'd you know? Stacking it out. Call me Stacks McGee.
Get a cut.
2 on 3.
2, 1, 3.
Okay. So
I'm
which
so
one do we
pissed.
think it is, guys? Until
Thirty
I
cards
say
in
it,
hand.
okay.
3, 4, 5, 6. I'll roll a dice. 1, 6.
Yep.
1, 2, 3.
Oh,
Breeding pool?
Yeah.
Got
I
him.
don't think we got him.
Got him.
I don't think we got him.
Scalding Tarn.
Damn,
Oh, we'll-
do it with the Scalding Tarn instead.
Crack it.
Is this
I'll
the
go and get a
bail, man?
Volcanic.
Yep, Doxa.
Mystic Remora.
Oh.
Fish.
Shit.
Okay, that's the one. That's what it was.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I didn't want to play Magic anyways.
yeah. Okay,
I
look, you've
will
got a beater. You
pass.
can start punching face.
Yeah.
Get in the red zone. You got me spirits. I can pass. Oh,
Oh yeah, more spirits.
Give
for
me
you.
spirits. I love
Yeah.
spirits.
no.
Goodness.
No spirits. Okay. Untap. Draw a card. Blah, 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 blah. What do we want to do? Let's go with a. Oh, an E zone. Tap 2. Oh, no. We'll go to combat first. 2 damage at Shepherd. Any blocks?
I will not block.
Oh, damn, we got him.
Cut.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1.
Casting
I
Oswald.
think. Yeah, I'll cast an Oswald.
Yep.
Quick counter it. No. Quick. Draw me more cards. Pass down.
Jofferton.
I'll try and be reasonable this game and not feed the fish and feed you up to 30 cards this time.
Nah, do what you want.
Do
I
what
like
you want. That's fine.
I've had 2 games where the fish comes down, play it on turn 1. Player 2's like, I'll chill. Player 3's like, I'll chill. Player 4's like, well, I guess I'll bowl then. So what are you doing? Why?
We're going Gladriel at Omnath.
Oh, getting beaten. Take
Thank you.
3.
How
Oh
big is
yeah, Gladriel is joining the Spirit Brigade.
I'll pass.
This is
Cool.
a valid game strategy.
Ben, you said pass, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah. Cool.
Oh,
I'll play this Misty, and I'll crack it for a Volk. Is that good?
yep.
Uh,
Is it Kraken time?
I think it is, and I don't know if that's right, but we're doing it.
We're doing the crack.
What I made it to the finals to do. So yeah, crack on the stack. Is that good?
Yep.
Yep.
Get a T.
Oh.
He's going to play like a volcanic
Untap.
fallout and we're all going to cry. It's going to be great.
Keep the Remora. Draw.
You would.
You just use that City of Brass as well to cast it, yeah?
Yes, I did. Apologies. Thank you.
Get him.
Yeah. I will pass.
Oh,
Cool.
Oh.
Cool.
Oh, okay. So if we don't pay for it, we could just keep denying land drops. Got it.
I'm ready.
Oh my
What
god,
the
I just
freak
realized
is-
no
can
land
I-
drop. Suck.
What can I draw into? Good here. That is not good here. That feeds the thing. It's sort
This
of
is
funny though.
This is that prime CDH gameplay. Land pass, land pass.
Yeah, I didn't even
Pass,
know
land pass.
I'm a step ahead here.
Yeah. Dude, oh no, you didn't get. Oh, I should have asked you for a spirit on end step. Damn.
Hit me up. Hit me up.
you're
Shepard, hit me up.
Let's
Oh, 3 on top.
Yeah, got it.
Okay. Now what? I have 1 artifact I want to get rid of. Do I have another 1-drop artifact creature? That's a question. Go to combat. I'll swing 2 at Shepherd.
Oh, I
Archivist?
can't believe you would do that. Yeah,
Want an
take
Archivist?
2.
No. Oh. Okay.
Who runs Archivist?
Who runs Archivist? Okay. Activate Oswald, sacking this thingy bob.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Actually, wait, hold up. Sorry. Let's not do that. Wait. We got cards in hand. Everyone's got like.
Oswald, it has to be 1 plus whatever the CMC
Yeah,
is.
that's what I'm thinking. Like,
And it's only as a sorcery. Jesus.
yeah, it's got some,
bit
it's got some
restrictive.
text on it. Go with the Mind Stone, I guess, instead. You can draw 1. Been in 1 card, you know?
That's how it
And then-
starts. This is how it starts.
So
Yeah.
that's
Now everybody
Just
else
play the
can
wall
feed
again.
me 1 card. Don't let him hold you back.
Okay. I'll then float a mana and sacrifice the Mind Stone, I guess.
Yeah, you got it.
Float a mana. Yeah. If that's good. Activating Oswald.
I was hoping
Yeah,
you were just
that's
putting it in. I hope you were just
Yeah,
putting
just
it
drawing
in
a
the graveyard
card.
for us.
Yes. Yes.
Do you guys know how to figure out when Oswald is winning?
Well,
Whenever he's
no.
doing this.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna start doing
Yeah,
something.
there's a
Trinisphere, nice.
Oh, that's me in the dumpster. I don't even have.
I
a
mean,
thing.
well, you've still got beats, right? Like, I don't know. I'm just trying to stop the Ristic from existing and then Craft from going off, right?
Yeah, it's
It's-
reasonable.
Yeah, I want everyone to have fun in moderation, you know. I'll pass after that, but I've got to cut.
You're also freezing up a bit. You be careful. One. Oh,
And he's gone.
Get back in,
that's
Ara.
not
Figure it out. Figure it out, man.
Okay.
Alright, we're in.
It's good. It's quick.
We're
Two.
in. You're in.
Two on top.
Okay.
On top.
2 on top. Okay. Okay. Yeah, just passing after that though.
Ara's on a clock before his internet dies.
Alright, how many cards? How many cards do you have in hand? There's so many permanents already.
50. 6.
I'm drawing for 10.
Jesus. Okay.
I'm passing
Yeah.
for 10.
Hell yeah,
Oh,
let's go.
hold on. Hold on.
No, hold on. Get him.
Get him.
Playing upside.
It's going at yeah, it's going at Shepherd.
Oh, come on, hit the fiddle a little
Hell
bit
yeah.
too.
Yes.
I'm passing.
Now I pass. Great. Untap. Okay. Draw. That's interesting. Play Steam Vents. Pay 2.
I should include feed the mask so I can feed the Mystic Auroras more. Big brain.
Alright.
Draw a million cards, but just make him draw it on their turn.
Trinisphere's down?
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's a value piece, you know. Got to keep the Mystic Aurora player in check. There's too many cards. And myself, so I don't feed Mystic Aurora.
What did I come here to do?
Play Magic, cast spells.
With coins. Or swing at 2/2.
I hope
Yeah,
stream.
you can
I
still
hope
do
stream.
that.
You know what? I hope stream's watching because I think this is a position where I'm just going to do this. I'm going to put a Jess as well on the stack with a craft trigger.
Ooh,
Mystic
Exorcist trigger.
Remora.
Oh, we both have draws. Hell yeah.
Draw.
Draw.
Now, I'm going to
Dude,
throw the
yeah.
die into the Ultimate God half. On an even, it is a copy, and an odd, is it a bounce?
Okay, Shepard, do we have a thing Spirit Guide into something for this? Just so we don't get Jess Goodwill 4 times in a row.
No.
Okay. I thought I'd just check, you know. Maybe we don't lose here. Yep.
Ready?
Mhm.
Yep. Bounce the
Cool.
hand. Oh yeah. Survived another
Shepard take 2.
Oh, you
Yeah,
hate on
God.
me. Hate on me.
Ship it.
Shame on you. Playing
Shipping.
blue deck. Oh no.
Look at that.
Okay.
Remora's gone. How nice am I? Draw for turn.
I was like, come on, it's the final. Just jam the Jeskers. Surely I'll find something. Give me some
mean,
luck. Come on.
Just be the
I
better
I hate
player and
everyone
just keep
swinging at
flipping.
me. Polluted. I'm going to sack it.
Oh no. Is it nothing time and the
May
natural
I
over?
fetch? Any black players? No black? Oh, thank
No
you.
blacks.
No, never mind, since you're all good. Yet.
This is a cursed pod.
Don't know what you're talking about. This
Very.
is very normal. Very out of the very ordinary.
Like you just post like, oh,
What?
the
There we
monthly
go.
AusCEDH online tournament. What were the top 4 decks? What were the top 4 decks? Never mind.
The
Don't worry
stupid
about that
ones.
The silly ones. How'd the finals look? Well, some dude was just tapping a forbidden option for the entire game, giving the mono white player spirits.
Get a cut.
2, 1, 3.
Oh, damn, you do.
1, 3.
If we both picked it, it must be the
Tap
bad
it all out.
one. Okay.
Nice. Ready.
Omnap.
Here's an omnap.
Oh, I can't beat you in it. That's it.
That's
No,
right.
no. Maybe I get just removal. I'm debating just grabbing removal. Oh, God.
Omnap.
I mean,
All good?
Mm,
I'll
Yeah.
have an ETB while I still can.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
What do you
Yeah,
mean?
pass.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
I feel like Ara's just gonna completely run away with this whole thing.
Oh, we've lost the
no,
unmatched player.
we've
No.
lost Shepard, please.
Oh, we
Oh,
lost
no.
everyone.
We've lost
We lost
everyone.
everyone.
What the hell's happening?
Alright, everyone hold. Don't hold.
Quick.
Spell table's gone
Quick,
poo.
stack my deck quickly.
Yeah,
I'll
rejoin.
restart.
Can you guys rejoin? Reload your pages.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all shuffle our hands back in now, and
Alright.
can we all do that?
I just have like
We'll just
2 more
restart the
lives.
game. Just with a Trinisphere at the start, you know?
All right.
We all good?
I'm gonna ask you all. Are you all? Sorry, you know, I'm putting your hand back down, Johnny.
Sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
we all stacked a hand in
everyone-
that 30 seconds.
Is everyone?
Oh my God.
cool?
I didn't
It's
touch.
up to you guys. Are you guys all good with just continuing the game from this point?
I'm cool with that.
I didn't
I
even
am
start
too,
recording
but-
with OBS, but yes.
I think it would be
This is
very fun if we shuffled our hands back in.
Good.
Yeah,
Good
yeah.
reminder. Good reminder to make sure you have OBS on if you can. Otherwise, if you're all happy to just continue from here, we can just
Yeah, I'm
continue
happy.
from here.
I'm happy. That was pretty whack.
That was pretty right.
All right, keep going, guys. Good luck.
Look at this Jessica's will though. That's pretty crazy.
Where'd that come from?
Where'd that come
Oh
from?
my god.
Where'd that come from?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll untap and draw a card. Oop. Do not crash. There we are. Oh god, you're gonna love this, guys.
Oh my god, it's more
Spell table
Maybe. I
doesn't
want
want
to check
this-
a quick
spell-
ruling.
God.
Yeah.
Don't Google it. Just shoot me a message. Sorry, you're not meant to be able to use external resources. So yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Do we continue on
if
the
you want,
bed?
if you want a ruling clarification, shoot me a message, or I can pull
Oh,
you into a
shit.
separate chat. Actually, I'll pull you into a separate chat, so you don't use this.
I'm about to send you a message.
Secret coaching. Oh my god.
Oh my god, collusion going on here.
God, collusion.
He doesn't know I have Jessica's will in hand.
Just bribing Cooley
They
right
don't
now.
know. Dude, I would. If I had the funds, dang, dude. What am I even doing with this hand, dude? It's so garbage. It's so funny.
I mean, there's got to be plenty of good 4-drops, right?
Yeah.
There's got to be plenty of good 4-drops.
It gotta be. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm more so just thinking, Ben, we could just combat them out.
Let's go. My 3/3 Galadriel. Well, I'll
I
never
won't
think
swing at you.
The disrespect to like just main phase sword on your own main phase swords the Omnath and then just start beating him back down.
Look, that's why I was debating to Oswald. You know, like Oswald hit the thing. Just hope you
Don't
lose the
listen to
foot again.
him. Get rid of the Oswald.
Don't listen to his lies.
Don't listen
Don't
to the
believe his lies.
Dude,
He's
you
a
don't know
tricky
how many
player.
lands I have in my hand. Dang, dude. Okay, well, I'm going to activate Oswald again, sacking a Lotus Petal. This is going to
got
be
it.
funny, though. Yeah, convinced? Okay.
Does the reliquary do creatures? Does it do permanents? The one with ward?
Oh, it does
just
do
thinking out loud.
artifacts and creatures.
Artifacts and creatures. That's it. That's what I'm
Yeah,
thinking
so
of.
it can hit the Omnath, so we're all
Yeah.
good guys. But no, I have something funnier.
Finals of the fucking tournament. I got something funnier.
Yeah, pretty much. Clearly a political move, not just fueling the ego. Like, I'm going to get Mana Vault.
Okay.
Boring.
Oh, this doesn't work. I'm going to get a Sorin, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, that doesn't work either. Fuck.
But it's not that funny. I'm just letting you know, right?
It's not that funny. No, it isn't, apparently.
You're like one of
not
those
gonna be
people.
the
It's
funny
like
then.
you're one of those people. It's like it's a casual deck. I swear. Mana Vault, Soul Ring, Mana Crypt.
Dude, yeah, in the CDH finals. Let's go. Okay, let's get a Soul Ring then. Oi, oi. Okay. Won't be the funny. There's a Trinisphere. Somebody's playing stacks. Sad face.
Ah.
I know, right? Okay. I'll cut that in a second, but first I'll do my due diligence as a stacks player and
Play more stacks.
play more stacks. More fun for the table.
What do we got?
We got an Aether Swarm Canonist.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we got a Flooded Strand. No, yeah, Flooded Strand. Just land drop. So 3 mana.
Aether Sworn Canonist.
Oh, that I can still do the funny play.
Oh, but I got either one, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a trigger from a kid. I can't even do anything. But, yeah.
Each player's
See-
played a non-artifact spell.
See, this is going to look really bad if I play that one out. So let's not play that one out. Because I really want to do it just as a joke. But
You're far enough
Go
ahead
with-
that it's probably not even a bad play at this
yeah,
point.
no, it probably isn't a bad play. You know, it just looks really threatening, and I feel like I'm going to get hurt if I do it. You know.
I'm not sure if anyone's in the position to really threaten you.
Okay, we'll put a Conqueror's Flail in off the land drop.
That is kind of scary, yeah.
Well, the real reason I want it is to just swing at people, but like the actual reason will probably end up being, well, it's a silence effect at some stage.
All right, new plan. Leave Shepard alone. Beat the shit out of Ira.
Dude, what
I'm
did I
on
do
that
to
one.
you?
Yeah.
Nah, Ben, you're a gang.
Just knock him
We can
down
get
to
him.
below 20.
If you're not doing anything, we might as well.
Yeah, I'm not doing nothing.
My contributions to this game are now about to end. I think it's looking
Lose
pretty
a lot.
grim.
Yeah, I'll go to combat and swing 2 more damage. Oh, 2 damage at carbs.
Yep, you got it. 34.
Okay, and then I'll pass the turn.
Hey, sorry, just to clarify. What did you cast this turn?
Sorry, that is tapped. So I cast an Aethersworn Canonist and also a Conqueror's Flail using the 6 mana I had available.
If this one
Right,
came in on,
Oswald
No.
Oswald attacked.
Oswald did not. Oh no, Oswald activated. Yeah, no, I'm wrong. I can't cast that.
oh
No.
Cool. Do you want to untap 2 mana?
Yes. Sorry, I was thinking that was Mana Vault still. Yep. Okay. Continue on. No, I do not have anything, not even a Conqueror's Flail.
well, I already drew, so I'm still gonna sit here in the gutter. I guess we've shifted our targets.
100% we have.
4-4.
There is a 4/4. If you kill
Yeah,
me,
no.
the Jeskers will come through.
No, right? I mean, it's not like Galadriel's threatening a kill anytime soon, so I'll keep chipping. How big is the Illathorn?
It's a 2/2.
2-1?
You can hit me if you want, yeah. I think it'll be more beneficial hitting the craft player. But yep.
Oh yeah,
Three.
actually, are you? Hold on. Are you on all ogre?
I am not on Ogre. You can choose to believe me or not, but I'm not on Ogre. I recently took Ogre out.
Alright. Alright, it's yours.
Okay. Great. Mana damage.
I pass.
Cool. Oh Ben, you're gonna
Kill
hit
me.
yourself
Obviously
when I
not.
cast this next card. You're gonna hit yourself.
I'm gonna hit myself, or I'm gonna hit
Yeah.
myself. I already hate
Play a-
myself.
Play a mountain.
Just kidding.
Look at this board state.
What the fuck do I do?
Is this a Pokemon reference or something?
Trinosphere and Aethersworn. I'm gonna lose all that mana and hit stuff that I can't cast. Jesus.
Great plan. It's deck theory.
Everything
If you think
costs
about it.
3. That doesn't do
Ironically,
anything.
this might be the fastest of the finals, with stack stick just doing its thing.
My God.
Dude,
I'm kind of disappointed in
confident.
Ben's deck. I really wanted to see that go a little bit harder.
I was also like, oh shit, there's a Galadriel turn too.
It was very cool. It was very cool.
It's very cool when I get some mana and don't multiply, and then exile a card and go to 3, and then get hit by a Trinosphere.
What happens if I cast the Jesk as well, and then I can't cast anything except artifacts off it if I get the copy?
Surely that can't be the play, right? Like,
It's rapping.
Is Oswald like Cheerio style stuff, or is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll show you a Mind Stone. Last game I drew Shepherd of Million cards, so eventually, yeah. It does like second Sunrise Loop, so eventually I have to get rid of the Aethersworn Canonist.
I think I'm gonna pass.
Ooh, Crocky passing, doing nothing. Rough.
Yeah, the Trinosphere, I'm fine with the Trinosphere, but the Aethersworn really gets me.
Yeah,
I will pass 8 in hand. I will pitch.
You can still go to
I'm gonna
beats.
pitch.
I'm gonna do something on your end step if that's cool.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to go to beats? Like,
Yeah, do you want to go to? Are you gonna beat? Oh no.
Do you want to go to beats?
I'm on 26.
don't worry, you're
like
no
the
longer,
four-turn
you're no
clock.
longer my target at least. So
You're definitely my target.
Shepard your end step. I'm gonna
Yep.
do an action here. I'm gonna because there's not anything else to do. I'm gonna frantic search.
Ooh,
Get crowd trigger.
Mhm.
How much is it? 1?
It's 1 whole mana. You can pay.
Okay.
Hell yeah, dude.
Frantic search, crowd trigger, pray to the gods. Am I good to resolve?
Yeah.
That's a 4.
Oh hell yeah, let's go.
Thank God. All right.
Untap my lands.
Frantic search. Yeah, I can if I want to. What do I get in return?
And prosperity
Draw.
to get
Draw
to see cool
2.
things.
Discard this gemstone and this sink into stupor on the land side at the moment. Untap 3 lands. I can't cast anything else right now, can I? Because the Aether Swan's in.
You can cast the artifacts.
It's fine. I'll let the original resolve, so I'll draw another 2. Discarding Brain Freeze and Polluted Delta. And I'm not gonna like float No, I've missed that, haven't I? Yeah, no, that's fine. Discard my 2 cards. All good. Sorry, everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. My lands are untapped.
So this was a Shepherd's End step.
Yes.
Discard a fairy mastermind.
Got it.
Awesome. That's not concerning, but I don't know. Let's just not drawing too many in this board state. I mean, it would have drawn a bunch.
I mean, I thought about casting it as
Frantic.
soon as you did the frantic search. But I'm like,
Frantic, yeah.
Nah, I'd rather just keep up stuff to stop Oswald.
Dude, I'm just playing my cute little stacks game plan. Draw a card for turn. Oh, gas. Red Mesa. Crack Red Mesa. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Now go down to big 5.
Man, I bet you got some really good 3-drop artifacts in that deck. You could totally
Dude.
sack the cannon nest and get some. That'd be awesome. That'd be crazy.
Hell yeah, dude. Salivating over the idea. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Well done.
1 on top. Awesome. Okay, well, let's have a look at what we have in hand. Isn't any good. And why is it sort of funny now? That doesn't do anything, so do that this turn. Hang out for a bit. Let's do that. Just keep the squad on blockers duty, I guess.
Damn.
Oh god, it is becoming that kind of game.
It is. It's just going to be sitting back, hanging out, having a good time. We'll go with a Myrel. And then we'll get the real beats on.
True.
Myrel.
Yeah.
Myrel's a grand abolisher, and when it attacks...
It's a
I'm going to force
stick
will to
and a grand
Myrel.
Ooh.
Yeah. Hell
And
yeah,
I
dude.
will pitch
Should have spun
this to cast it.
But it still
Oh,
costs
huge.
3,
What do I need to pay?
It'll cost 3, yeah. Esper Sentinel trigger, I guess.
Gotta pay 1 more because of the Aether Sword?
No, from the Esper Sentinel.
Esper Sentinel, sorry.
Oh, it's just percent.
Ah.
Yeah, it's a May. You don't have to pay.
But no, I'll pay.
Oh,
Don't
Almost.
I'm not having that Myrel out.
Don't forget to lose
Absolutely.
a life. If possible.
Yep. Go to 25. Got him. Hell yeah.
Get that
After
Myrel
that-
out of here.
No Myrel. Sadness on the stack. What do I spin up something first? And up 2-drop. And up a 1-drop, yeah. Urza's Bauble. Oh, there's a Trinisphere. I can't do that, sorry.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, sorry, that is not a good play.
You know,
We'll just
you know
keep-
how you could do it is if you sacked the Trinisphere and found something better.
Yeah, I know, right? That's what I'm telling myself. Okay. And you could have a bounce spell, but like. Yeah. I'll just play a Conqueror's Flare. Is that one good?
Mm-hmm.
Flare's
Yep.
good for me.
Okay. Mbate. I will just pass the turn. Try and reorganize my life on this one.
Untap, upkeep, draw.
You can still auto
Alright.
virus for it.
It's a land.
It's land. Let there be land.
You can do stuff. This is uncharted territories for me. Sorry.
I think we'll
The
get
deck or the
start.
stacks?
This game.
Can I have the spirits again?
Oh, you give it to
Don't
me
give him
now.
the spirit.
Surely,
Not
surely you give it to
anymore. No, yeah.
Why
this
not?
time it's Krakashima's.
Krakashima for sure, right?
Why are you giving it to Rakashima? They have Brightstone Ritual. Maybe. It's not a
Free
good
mana.
mana, sadly.
All I can really do, and let me just triple check all the stacks that are in play before I do something I can't do. It's just Everthorn, which is fine. I'll play a Sylvan Tutor.
What is it?
Sylvan Tutor.
Gonna pay
Yeah.
4.
No, I
no,
can't
it
pay
costs-
for the Esper though.
Yeah, that's fine.
Hold on. Sylvan what?
Sylvan Tutor.
It's Worldly Tutor, but Sorcery Speed.
Sorcery Speed. Yeah.
SYLV.
Okay.
I don't have anything.
I pass on that.
Oh, right.
No, Esper
Thinking
Sentinel
wrong
trigger.
Mhm.
Drop. Dude, another Churio. Oh yeah, dude.
And I'm good to resolve that.
Yep.
Alright.
You got any way to blow up Trinisphere?
I mean, honestly, genuinely, I don't. Now that I have my third mana, I don't hate it, but
So I'll blow it up, but I don't have a foil Manglehorn, so I can't run it.
Ooh. Stopping Garbs from going off. We're surviving.
I got nothing. There's nothing in. I got nothing in my hand. That
Nothing
can do anything
revealed in
crazy.
hand.
No.
How
I
many
like
cards
that.
in
I
here?
like that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6.
6. Good. Currently have 5. But you know, 1 may be an Urza's Bauble.
honestly,
One might be that.
Yeah.
Look, I think
don't know.
One of these is not like the other, and I'm not sure which one.
I mean, Ira is like miles ahead.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Not
100%.
really much.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still locked out from the Trinisphere, and if I try and do anything, I think I'm just getting counted out like last time, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't actually. I don't really mind the Trinisphere that much. At least for another turn or two, probably. But the Canonist really gets me.
Yeah, but like, you have bounce spells, you're good.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course.
You have mana for them.
Oh, is that the void, the +1 counter thing?
Yeah, let's go a bit funkier. Let's get the old
Funkier.
basking brood scales.
Yes, we're dying. Let's go.
That goes on top.
Yeah,
On top of library.
Definitely dying,
On
huh?
top.
Yes, it will. I'm just gonna do my cuts in a
All
sec.
good.
1, 2, 3.
Anything after that? 2 on top.
Nothing is after that. Now we're going top.
Okey-dokey. And step. Nothing.
Nothing.
Good to go. Yeah. Nothing.
Good to go.
Yeah.
What's up? Upkeep and draw. That's something. Place Fiery Islet. So it's one. Oh, I hate how this card is worded. Each player who has played a non-artifact spell this turn can't play additional non-artifact spells. Okay.
So you get one non-artifact.
Yeah.
Yeah, damn. So you bounce it.
You guys on board wipes and collateral on that?
Nope.
Well, I got Cyclonic Rift. That's a board wipe.
That'd be pretty cool, man.
Dude.
Uh,
I could get rid of it, I reckon.
This is rough.
We're closing in here. I don't know. I think that flail's going to get attached and then we're probably dead.
Probably, yeah.
Should have drawn me more cards with Amora. Could have dealt with it.
I had nothing.
Dude, I tried to. Somebody played a Trinisphere. Oh my god.
Oh, I'm just trying to think if there's ways that I can. This is awful. God, I can't believe these play patterns are going to be seen on stream.
Dude, you think you're worried?
Not even that. Finals. Finals.
Luckily, no one watches these.
How many cards do you have in hand, Ira?
I have already no ones and Urza's Bauble.
Yeah.
The other
How
two
many?
could be anything. 5.
5. Sorry.
5.
Oh, is it a wheel? Do it. Do a wheel and copy it.
Wheel.
It's not a wheel.
Dude, my bridge lines though.
God.
Twister.
Frog.
Frog.
Polywog. Oh no.
Oh, Ira.
He's
Oh
dropped
my
it
God.
again.
Oh dear.
Refresh.
Hurry, Ira. Well, I'm really not too sad to see your Trinisphere go.
I want his artifacts. I can't have him gone.
Yeah, not right now. If you could do this in my turn. Oh shit, he must be offline.
This is unfortunate.
I'm A-okay with whatever. Trust Ira. I'm sure he's not doing monkey business.
I wouldn't trust anybody who plays Oswald. They're up to something. They're thinking about things. I don't know. Oh, God damn.
Damn, it's...
This
No
is a
bueno.
little too long.
Yeah.
Quick, support animal. Come here.
Oh,
Alright, so
dear.
it looks like Ira's DC'd. We're gonna have to wait for him to get back, and then we'll make some decisions.
Yeah. Cool.
But for the time being, I'm gonna get you guys to hold off on taking any game actions.
Yep.
Of course.
Oh, I only paid 2 for the Polywog. It's so cursed. Literally, my eyes are just darting between Omnath Locus of Creation as commander, Galadriel out of Valinor as commander. This is so cursed.
Yeah, looking at our board states, which are kind of the same now. 3 lands, commander.
Alright, welcome back, Ira.
Hello. I'm ready
So-
for my DQ. Nice.
You're not gonna get a DQ, but the fix technically is to shuffle your hand into your library. Now, I will like it's a final ruling. I'm gonna leave it up to your opponents. You guys really have the final say on whether or not you guys want him to be able to keep his hand or shuffle it back into his library. I'll leave it up to you guys.
Oh, thanks, Cooley. I'm okay with him keeping.
I don't think someone would bring Oswald Fiddlebender to a CDH tournament and then DQ DC in the finals just to secure a win. I'm okay with it. Just as I say that.
Now he's got to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, if he was trustworthy before, he's still trustworthy now, right? Like,
I don't know, he plays Fiddlebender.
He plays Oswald, man. I'm telling you, there's something off here.
Am I dying?
You are dying. Do you want to reconnect?
Yeah, I've tried switching to my mobile data, so
Yeah.
mute that. Hopefully better. There is a bit of a storm.
is there?
But look, if you guys are good with him keeping his hand, then I'll get you guys to continue with Polywog back on the stack.
Polywog on the stack.
Polywog on the stack. Carbs, you have priority with your Polywog on the stack. Let you guys go from there.
We all comfortable with that? We're good?
Yep.
All good?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever. Yep.
Frog.
Polywog.
Frog.
Frog.
Pass.
Untapping, thinking, drawing. Ooh,
Pass.
that's a land.
Oh, no, you're
Yeah,
correct.
play a land.
I did pay 3 for Polywog for a reason. Sorry, everybody.
Yeah, well,
The Trinisphere is still here. The Trinisphere.
Yeah.
Trinisphere is still there. It was temporarily gone. You had hope.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Sorry, there's
Hey.
a landfall trigger before you got to do anything else.
Oh, gosh, yeah, these two.
Yeah.
Oh, Naf does have text on him other than...
This is what you get for running the non-text
Well,
one.
Yeah.
Normally he never comes out. It's the
Yeah.
one time he does. Tap 3 for an evolution witness.
Yep.
Then, since I have a blocker, Oswald, what do you have for blocks?
A lot.
I have a 1/1 disposable. I have a 2/2, a 1/1, and a 2/2.
Swing at you for 4.
I'll block with Spirit.
Yeah.
Wiki. You don't have Trample, do you? No.
Nope.
Okie dokie.
Doesn't say it on there. I'll write it
Guys,
on later.
Cradle is- Oh, okay.
Nice.
I mean, yeah, you need the rules set somewhere, right? Oh, yeah. Untap.
It's all in my head.
That's Coolio's. All in my head. That's what my select call it. No. Not making that very on stream. Now what? I don't think we'd get this far. Okay, so it's 3 minutes. Here, guys, shuffles me up. But, okay, draw. Nothing in upkeep. Awesome.
Here we
Quick
go.
Desper Sentinel.
Oh, that's gonna be brutal. No way of paying for that
Yep.
anymore.
Mhm.
I'll respond. I'll respond to that. I take it back. I have 2 mana up. I cannot respond.
Yeah.
No responding. Oh, bad. Yeah. Is that cash money? Coolio?
That's cash money.
Okie dokie. Polywog. What could go wrong? Okay. Well, let's find out. The hard way. Sacrifice a Trinisphere to activate Oswald.
Hell yeah.
Mm,
Finally.
Hell
yeah, but I think we're just losing here. Yep, you're good.
Finally free. Okay. That's Coolio's. Go get a. Maybe not, man. We're not killing you this turn. Maybe it's just a value turn.
Maybe I want you to kill me.
Free us
Real
from this
man
prison.
would.
Actually, I actually have a play
Friends.
next turn, so it's okay.
Are you going to play a land?
Okay.
No, sadly not.
you would. Can't be doing that. If we just get Forge and just like pedal off the top for ages, that'd be funny. But no, let's go to KCI.
Oh.
That's a lot of
Ooh.
mana.
At least a couple. Not that many, you know. Pretty average. Cuts.
Cat.
2 on top.
On top. Awesome. Okie dokie. So that's on field. Having joyous time. Go with an Urza's Bauble.
Polylock trigger.
You can draw.
Got it.
It begins. Hollow Augering. Sacrifice. This one. Cast a Moon Silver Key. Yep.
Yep.
That's cool. Sacrifice Bauble to activate.
Mm.
Go search.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Are we? You can't. If that's what you're planning to cast, it ain't happening.
Conch Flail.
What is?
No worry, you didn't see nothing.
What's happening?
Those are attempted swans.
I was like, yeah, I didn't see the interaction.
Sorry.
It was a swan song. Okay.
I friggin' munted
It
out
was wrong
hard
for
then.
many reasons.
My mic was on mute too.
Yeah, so it
Yeah.
looked like you were. It looked like you were literally silent, just going like.
Yeah, so you're just like, nah.
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah.
That's my dreams. That's my dreams on field right now.
Oh my.
Yeah. I think I'm getting a coveted jaw and we're just gaming. Or hopefully gaming.
How do we get the coveted jewel from Oswald?
There's surely a line.
Swing at him.
4 mana
no.
for the Moon Silver to get a.
True.
The Moon Silver Key for a mana.
I
A
have
mana.
one
Yeah.
mana floating. Yeah. Yes,
One
I have 1 mana floating. 1 mana floating. Cast a Lava Spur Boots. You know, it's gonna last for a while. 1, 2. Dude, maybe I did need that. Probably not. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll cast a coveted jaw.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. ETB on the stack. I'll cast some Light and Shooter.
Yeah. I imagine this is game. I'm passing.
Pass. Conch Flail still equipped, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Conqueror is still equipped. Just thinking if this is a deterministic one. Two mana floating, 2 white. Obviously, is there a Oswald line where I can untap? I only have a 2 seconds to double check. I have a land drop for turn after that. This makes it really bloody hard to fizzle from there.
Thank God.
Thank God. Freedom. What is it? Sorry, folks.
Yeah, good.
Decision points.
So good.
Just trying not to run it down too hard. Just fetch that, draw it, cast it using the thingy. Take an extra turn. Oswald away a 2-drop probably. Into Brawler. Brawler gets back. Mean Silver Key, which gets another thing. Right, Controller, get back. Oh, there's just so many possibilities. None of them are deterministic.
If he does take an extra turn with the flail down, there's no point at which we can cast anything, correct? Because it goes from the end of his turn
Correct.
to the start of his next.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
I think
Yeah,
I
I'm not
just
sure.
Mystic Forge. We just hope for the best.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's being put on top with the tutor.
Yep.
Cool.
And then drawing off the ETB.
Mhm.
Draw 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Slightly easier. I think I care about white mana at this stage. If I play land, or I can do that. Go with a control, or have done something with that. No. No, probably not. Mystic Forge. Onto field.
Mhm.
No mana floating. Good. Exile.
Mhm.
Jeweled Lotus. You can draw.
Yep.
Even that's 1, so land. Land 1. Use 2. Like that. You sack that. So that's not even. Okay, Buried Ruin. Sack these 2. Play a Semi-Dance Anvil off the top. Floating a mana. Imprint. I'll imprint
Reducer.
nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I don't have the other thing, sadly. Might actually be fizzling here.
But you're basically an Oswald away from just winning it all, anyways, right?
Untapper, using the mana of Semi-Balance and the floating.
Oh, you have an untapper. All right, you're good.
Yeah, if I didn't play this, it becomes easier. Well then, that's annoying. I guess that doesn't really matter with the full state. I don't think I actually get that, lads. It's the awkward
Okay,
thing.
we just have a outrageously strong board state. That's good to go.
Well, thankfully you didn't give Carbs too many cards, so I'm happy.
Yeah,
No
this time
feeding.
I went off graciously. Cards and hand cups.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7.
I would not be against bringing back the Eta Sworn if that's at all possible.
Yeah. What is it? 1, 2, Ether Sworn. 2. Yeah, I don't have the mana for that one. Plus, I untap and just full send. But yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to go to combat. Swing 3 at Carbs. Oh no, 2. It's only a 2/2. Wait, what's the polywog? He's a 1/3, isn't he?
Polywog is a 1/3.
Okay, well I'll just swing at Ben then instead for 2, and then just pass.
Take it. Oh boy.
Well then, yeah, that's what I'm saying as well. Don't worry. It was so close until it wasn't.
Yeah. The moment it gets back to your turn, it's pretty over. Let's go for a green and a blue, whatever. I'll play Basking Brood Scale.
Mhm.
That's good to resolve. I'll trigger Galadriel.
Yeah.
I'm just going to check a +1/+1 counter on everything. I'll create an Eldrazi spawn.
Yep. Carbs are like fully unlocked at this stage as well, so it's not just me that's.
I know,
Yeah.
but it's tough. I don't really run stacks in here, so there's not really much I can do to stop anyone. Let me just think for a minute. So I got a Galadriel EDB on the Eldrazi spawn. Let me just think. I think I'll just. I'll generate 3 green. At this point, I'm just going to do a funny thing as opposed to actually anything that's good.
Hell yeah. Sounds like my language.
So, Eldrazi ETB, I generate 3 green. Creature coming into play.
Yep.
I'm going to use that 3 green to cast an Eldritch Evolution.
Sacrificing.
Sacrificing.
Cost.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys know how much mana Rosy Cotton costs? Is it 2? Is it
There's also
2?
Scario.
2 or
2.
3?
Pretty sure it's 2.
It's 3. It's 3.
Yeah,
No, go with
Ascariax
2.
the 2. You want
you
to
actually want the mana value of Rosy Cotton?
It's 3, right?
Yes. Yeah, it is.
Ascariax also 3.
Yeah.
Just so you guys know, at any time you can ask a judge for the Gatherer text or the Oracle text on your card.
Sick.
Are we able to search it on spell table? I mean, yeah.
Alright. Eldritch.
Eldritch Evolution. Additional
Sacking.
cost. Sacking. Sacking Galadriel.
Ooh.
Be anything, not me.
Consecrated?
Save that swan song. Save that swan song. This is not going to be a win.
Yeah, there's no.
You said you're passing Cubs?
Pass
priority, yeah.
Yeah, I think we're dying.
You're not dying here. You are. You can't. It's not a win. Not a win. I'm telling you.
So somebody
even
who's
if
making
I
a win
get
would say.
Even if I get Rosie here, there's nothing I could do with either the mana I could produce because it's all colorless, or the well, that's it. Let's just have an army of 0/1s. So if you think that's scarier than whatever Ira is presenting, or whatever Carbs could potentially do, then you can try to stop me here.
That helps.
Carbs, if you're passing, I'm going to pass as well.
I will flush a planes and pass. 2 cards in hand.
Power. Very power.
So I will be looking to see if
Very
there's
power.
anything stacksy that actually helps here. But I'm pretty sure the answer is no.
Well, you need to turn off both the Krark and also me, if that's
Yeah, I know, which is not really
yeah.
anything I play at the moment.
You have like a removal creature or anything to hit the Krark at least, and then you also have Shepherd who may or may not have flashed interaction while I was away. For the sounds of it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
There's also an Esper Sentinel trigger as well, so
Oh yeah, sorry, you can draw. You got that now.
yeah. Okay. Oh shit, yeah. Got another planes.
I think it just
Two.
has to be the funny play. And again, it's not a win.
Yeah, infinite mana
really
pass.
Instant mana and what? Yeah, infinite mana pass, infinite 0/1 dorks.
Gas.
It's a hell of a thing. At least I'll have done something this finals, so maybe that's it. Because we're not getting past Lyra, even if we are getting past Krark over there. So
I don't think we're getting past carbs.
yeah. It's Rosie.
Crazy. Yeah. Interaction for. Yeah. Also, I don't think I can protected win either, because I'd need to sack my Conqueror's Flail to actually get anything.
Yeah, but you've got a lot of other moves you can do, right?
So
Like
Rosie ETBs make a food, and then you put a +1/+1 on the brute scale.
Yep.
And then we start.
Yeah.
I'll just finish my shuffle.
Yeah, it goes very pear shaped if he has Ballista, but
Oh.
one on top.
Could you imagine if he has Ballista? It'd be wild.
It would be wild, and I probably wouldn't be thinking half as hard as I was thinking. It was that simple.
Unless it's all a ploy.
So we will chuck in a food token, and then I will target my busking brute scale.
It's good.
We passing on a loop? I'm just going to specify some dumb number, and then other than that, that's me.
That's
cool.
huge. Passing rate scala.
Yeah. All right.
Yep.
I'm creating
Anything further with the mana?
no. I
Want to crack
like I
the
said,
food token?
I could get 2 life. Why can't it be like a clue or something?
3 life. 3 life.
3 life? Oh, big. All right. I'll just make this mini the drowsy spawns, and that's how big old basking is as well. Alrighty, we're done. I'm passing.
Tap. Upkeep.
I mean, upkeep.
Draw.
I guess.
In upkeep.
Right. Yeah. Hold up. Upkeep.
Cooley's got some input.
Brood
What's up?
Scale had
Yeah.
2 counters before you gave it an additional 5 trillion. So Brood Scale has 2 more.
Okay. I could source the Brood Scale to give you a 5 trillion life then. That could be the funny play. I'm going to source the Krark now at the beginning of your turn, Cubs. In the upkeep.
Ooh.
Before draw. Because I don't necessarily want to die, but
Okay.
I'm considering it now, in all honesty, after.
Let me just think for a second. Sure. I'll respond to that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's do. Do this, I guess. Pay 1 life. Oh, hold on. Let me double check my math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do that now. This is the only way. Alright, yeah, we ball. Fuck it. Born upon a wind on the stack. With a croc trigger. Am I good to resolve that?
Ship it your priority.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Yeah, I'm going to pass on the first trigger.
Alright.
Yeah.
Please God, evens is a copy.
Good chat.
Great chat. Great chat.
Good chat. Great chat.
Alright. Does that change anything? No, cool. Swords is good. Croc is done.
Was this into mine or?
It's my upkeep.
Oh, it's your upkeep.
This is upkeep with carbs.
Yeah.
Yeah, doing that the modern player
Cool.
thing where you make him burn all that mana.
Am I called to draw?
Off what? Off just regular draw step. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Gain 2 life. Go back to 35.
Yep.
And I will draw for turn.
Oh yeah. I got you.
Put a duck side on the stack.
At least you know my name now.
Alright. That's pretty good.
Ooh, what's the total?
Lucky
5.
Back today.
It's like 5 or 4 are all off Ira's board.
Ira, just sack all your shit, yeah?
I might pay to adapt Evolution Witness.
Okay. Ooh.
Yeah,
okay.
Returning force back.
Is that actually how that works? You can adapt it? Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Is the evolution witness permanent, or is it any
It's
card?
only permanent. It's permanent though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, well, that's not as cool as I thought.
Nah. I'm just going to get Mora.
Alright. Dark side trigger on the stack.
Wait, no. You don't want to tap out here. You don't want to. Wait, hold up. Don't adapt now. What?
Oh, yeah, shit.
Don't adapt.
That's on top.
Don't adapt. There's a dockside on the stack. What are you talking about?
Well, the only treasures come from you. You're in a very demanding lead, and you need to sack everything to make me not win. So it's a very interesting.
Yeah,
scenario.
exactly.
Oh boy.
Yeah, but
let's be reasonable here.
You wouldn't do it now.
I'm willing.
Places, you would hold up the swan song. Yeah.
I'm willing to sack my food token. If you just sack some of your stuff.
Actually, oh my god, yeah.
This is bad.
I just remember you got all the.
Really bad.
Do a take back on that.
I don't know, man. Like, it's got to be. It's got to be.
I mean, try to target force. Yeah, we haven't passed.
No, it's alright.
I guess there was no other game actions.
Yeah, no other game actions. Yeah, we tried to get back force, so.
Oh, you think you can get back force? Yeah, that's...
No. I was just going to go for something else, but like...
Okay, I'm happy to... Yeah, I'll sack these 3 then, in response to the dock set.
Okay.
Because I missed an Esper Sentinel trigger as well, on the Born Upon the Wind.
True.
Yeah.
Can you even sack all those foods?
I have one food.
Yeah, it's just the one food that's out of the combo.
Can you get 5 minutes?
So
no, those are Eldrazi
trigger work. Do we have to put it on the stack now, or is it?
It's a maze. It's not a maze.
What's the question, team?
It's not a maze.
Well,
I missed an Esper Sentinel trigger like.
So what has happened since the Esper Sentinel trigger?
Dockside.
I cast the dockside.
So other spells have been cast. So since Esper Sentinel trigger is considered a beneficial trigger, it is up to your opponents to decide whether they want to put the Esper Sentinel trigger on the stack now or just let it go.
I think SP cards call since you see one directly impacted here, right?
I believe you guys have to have a unanimous decision for it to go on the stack. Otherwise, it is no, it's a majority. It's a majority vote to put it on the stack.
Majority.
It's a majority vote. So if 2 of 3 of you want to put it on the stack, it goes on the stack. It is up to Ben, Johnny, Shepard, up to you 3. If you want to put this Esper Sentinel trigger on the stack.
I obviously don't want him to have it, but it comes down to you two.
Yeah, I think it does feel a bit unfair for Johnny here.
Yeah.
So I probably can't just push that through like that. Yeah, we'll miss it.
Okay.
That is just a miss trigger.
Okay.
I'm just going
And
with
then-
priority player. He can choose.
Yep. I'll just stack 3.
Dockside count is what,
All of
2
them. Okay.
or 3?
2.
I have sacked my food.
you
I'm gonna get
stacked?
So it's literally just 2 from Ira's board.
Yeah, 2 from my book.
Cool.
4 mana floating, I guess. Oh, no, 6 mana. Dang, dude. 6 colors and 2 planes in hand. Better watch out.
Plays Forbidden Orchard. Use the 2 treasures, my orchard and my steam vents, for Displace a Kitten, giving the 1/1 spirit to Ira.
Me. Hell yeah, Spirit Gang.
Displace a Kitten on the stack.
What's one more spirit gonna do for me? Yep, I'm good at it.
Displace a Kitten good.
Yep.
Yep.
Cast LED. Displace a Kitten trigger.
Target.
Dockside.
Cards in hand.
1, 2, 3, 4.
4 cards in hand. As I just stack KCI and you just go to 1. Just
Cool. Make 1
8 mana.
treasure. Good to resolve that.
Yep.
There's nothing else really now to do, right? Use the treasure to cast this Overmaster.
Oh yeah.
Displace a Kitten trigger.
Second.
Targeting Dockside again.
Did you forget
Okay.
an evolve trigger on your polywog?
Oh, I did forget
Yeah,
an evolve
It's a
trigger.
miss trigger again.
It's a miss trigger again.
Miss
Do
trigger
you guys
again.
want? Do you guys want it on there?
Got him. No.
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 Alright. Displace a Kitten trigger from Overmaster is good.
Just
This
stack my
thing's
board.
single artifact. Overmaster is good to resolve. Draw a card.
I think we petitioned Scoop
Yep.
to just wipe this from the archives.
Yeah,
Yes.
honestly, yeah.
It's a retarded matchup. Let's just get rid of it.
Well,
Yeah.
obviously the Dicks have done something in the past, but this game has it's been a bit of a sad showing for a few of us. By that I mean me.
Oh. Does not do anything. It does nothing.
Classic. I managed to unmute the stream, but not my voice chat in here. I said if the internet's going to see me mistake DMX and Exhibit on stream, it's also going to see this. Yeah.
Gonna see the sad game. Okay, fair enough. What are you doing? Sorry, Ira?
Activating Buried Ruin on
Using that mana floating you had,
go
yeah?
with it.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm using that. All that millions of mana floating up the second board. Get a. Does we go with the KCI? I don't know. Yeah, let's go with a KCI. And yep, 2 planes and a KCI in hand.
Cool. Go to Shepard.
Good to go.
Now we're evolving.
This is all very terrible.
We're gonna lose to 5 million 1/1s. Or they
They're not
0-1s.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
that's
what?
exactly how it's looking at.
No, I thought they were 1/1s. They're 0-1s.
Can't
They
even
don't. They
swing.
can't. They can't even swing.
Actually, yeah.
I mean-
Oh no, they can. They don't do any damage.
All you need is a finale or something, right?
Oh yeah,
Just need to get his
absolutely.
commander out.
And then trick root creature.
yeah, it'll be
as well.
commander.
Yeah.
plus
We're gonna keep
It's
it
a-
going. I will
it's-
evolution witness
yeah,
and
yeah.
target Remora.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I did onion stuff. Yeah,
Yeah, we'll start drawing you more cards.
gonna need them. Figure out what the hell to do. Draw for turn.
Yeah.
Ugh,
Bloody hell. This is cooked in all sense of cooked.
it's disgusting. Cast a Remora.
Oh boy.
Got it.
Got it.
Back.
Yep. Gonna pass.
And, dude, me and my spirit going hard. Draw this other land. Fall into a Great Depression. With a Windswept Teeth as land for turn.
Mhm.
Activate. That's
Mhm.
good.
You're good.
Go get another planes. Lose life.
Anyone able to remove that displacer kitten?
It's definitely a priority, yes. Whether I could do it or not.
So the only you have technically infinite colors mana right now, Ben, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you have a gemstone with a luck, a forbidden orchard, and a reduce. So you have easily access to all three of your colors.
Yes, but I have
So-
2 cards in hand.
And as long as one of them's a creature, you're good. It costs
No.
fuck all.
Well, you didn't see that. But no, because I still have to recast my
Good,
command, and that's basically all my colored mana.
Yeah, you have to get the commander out and then something
Yeah.
else. Yeah.
Yep, sorry. 2, sorry. Ira, sorry. 2 on top.
Awesome.
Sorry.
Oh, good. I mean, important thing to discuss, right?
So currently, yes.
3.
Maybe I cast my commander, and the command attacks part doesn't matter, but I'll be out of colors after that. Yep.
Is that 1,000-year elixir?
1,000-year elixir.
This
Yep.
Yep. And KCI is in hand already. So. Okay.
Pay 4.
Now you draw. Yeah, we need to find some answer to. I don't even bloody know anymore. It's like, yeah. It's just all sorts of like messed up, cooked.
It's a cursed pod to begin with. We couldn't have expected this to be smooth.
No, we couldn't have. Highly legal maneuver. Okay, let's keep drawing your cards then. I guess we use Emergent Zone on this one.
Mhm.
Terrarian, you can draw. It's going to be like last game.
I mean, don't go that hard, but yes, just a little bit.
Yeah, not that hard again. Yeah, fair call. That doesn't really do anything. That one. Sacrifice Terrarian to Oswald. Is that
Yep.
one good? Oswald for 2. Trigger off the Terrarian as well from Leaves. Draw. Dude, why? Go get a 2. We're going to get probably a Grim Monolith. I can get the torpor off now, guys.
Yes, please.
Hell yeah. Yes, please.
Kind of shuts both of us off, right?
Yeah, it shuts everyone
Oh,
down,
man.
for sure. Absolutely.
For sure. Okay. 3 on
2 on top.
2 on top.
Mhm.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Up. Okay, what's on top? God damn it. Yeah, activate Mystic Forge, Exile, and Abolisher. Lose life. Top card, that is also pretty doo-doo. What do? Okay. Got like untap, and I can shoot up 3 if I need to, which doesn't really do anything. Play out KCI and do Jack. The untap. Yeah, I mean, that's better than nothing. KCI.
Got it.
Is that one good? Yeah, if you can draw. Sacrifice a Grim Monolith. We'll do cards that have been sacked this turn. Well, just in case. 2 mana, use 1 to untap the Oswald. Use 2, 3. No, wait, don't take that off camera. Do that there. Cast a Command Sphere. You can draw. That's good. Top card. Dun, 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 dun. Bloody hell. Or should we just get another 4-drop? Is that actually the play? Seems incredibly mid. Get a 4-drop and pray. I guess so. I could draw, use 1 mana. Have that open. I've already played land for turn. Yeah, no. So activate Oswald, sacking a 3. But actually, I can sack 4, do that. Does that do anything? No, because I'm not drawing that card. No, okay. Let's just go get a 4. The last 4 in deck, which is Ring.
It's pretty good.
Yep.
Did you cast that, or is it enter?
Decent.
Enter.
It enters. Yep. Cuts.
2 on top.
2 on top. Awesome. No bueno. Draw with Ring. Sadness. No further actions. You're good to go.
So you cast 1 ring off the top. Is that how it got there?
No. Oswald.
Oswald flip. Okay.
So,
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. Untapped it. Use Command Sphere. Pay for it.
Yeah.
Draw for turn. Oh, that is interesting. But not what I wanted. Still played this spell, to be honest with you. What do I want to do? I just need to think for a second. What can I do?
He's got sacrifice a creature for 1 player.
Yeah, there's still a lot of scary shit going on across the ways. What do I have? Just trying to think of my deck list for a second. I'm done thinking. I'm just gonna jam and see what happens.
How about, yeah. Like, if we counter enough thing on Carbs' turn, I think we still survive it, and that would just be Shepherd dealing with shit. He has 9 cards in hand. Might just pay for fish.
What do I have in my deck? Yeah, well, because I don't really know, I guess I'm just going to tap for a green. Damn it, he's getting scuffed. I cast a green Sun Zenith with, I guess, X equals 50, I suppose. I don't know.
Remora?
Oh, I'm paying for it. Yeah, 50 plus 4.
No matter.
Pass on Green Suns.
Get out the Swan Song.
Swan Song.
Get out the Swan Song?
Yep.
Don't Swan Song back. I think we lose. Maybe not. I don't know.
I mean,
Well, again, I don't think a green creature actually gets me here, and I can't cast Galadriel anymore. Are you sure you want to Swan Songs that?
yes.
Because I'm going to have to find it. Or attempt to find it here.
Will you?
And then we might be opening up carbs here.
No, I
so
think we
again,
lose if
I
you
don't
attempt to
think.
fight it, right?
Yeah. Well,
if Shepard shows another piece of interaction, I don't think you should fight
What-
it, right? Because
what
that's just
if I-
running it down.
well, yeah, let's talk about this. What if I'm just getting something like a mana dork here? That's not even active this turn. We can save up our Swan Songs. If or whatever interaction I have.
If you get a mana dork,
Uh-huh.
I won't do that.
Okay. I will get a mana dork. It will probably be a birds or something. Okay.
Checks out.
So that resolves. I'll shuffle into the library as well. Did mana talk, and I will hold my word. It will be this, but I'm just going to do a bit of a search because I flat out forgot if there was anything else that could have been useful when I was doing that.
You will have to shuffle Green Suns back in as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't think there was anything that Green Sun would have done for me anyways, so that's fine.
Oh, lucky. Save counterspell then.
Green
Yeah.
never really gets me anywhere. Oh, right, let's go.
That Eldritch Evolution's exiled also.
Huge. Oh my god. How long's this game been going on for?
Too long.
I thought it was going to be
Too
a
long.
quick one.
Agreed.
We were almost there.
I tried, okay? It was just.
I think that's the thing with Oswald too. Is just like, all right, cool. I'm set up. Something next turn's all over. Dockside ETB. Well, fuck. What do I do now?
That's what's
Yeah.
looking pretty scary here. I'm going to swing
Yeah.
my 5 trillion or so basking brood dude over at Krak.
Send everything at me.
No, just this big creature.
Oh, how much? What is it?
So
It's like
dominant.
fun.
Send like the army of 1/0s. Just send
It's
1,000/0s at him. Just
What is it? A 2/2?
No, it's a 5 million or trillion or
Billion,
whatever it
yeah.
is.
Oh, because
They
yeah,
got counters. Yeah.
It's
doesn't
a
have
5 trillion and 4, I believe.
it doesn't have trample, does it?
No. No.
Imagine it did. That would be hilarious. Oh my god.
Put Polywog in front of it.
Put Polywog in front of it. Yep. I was going to send a few thousand of these to send a message, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah. Pump him halfway through combat.
Pass out.
Well, who's got that Forbidden Orchard? Ah, not you. Okay. Oh, I don't even have Galadriel. I'm passing.
Carbs does.
Have one.
Yeah.
You're good.
Yeah.
To go.
Oh, that would actually have been funny.
I'm good to go.
I don't think I did my.
Yeah.
Don't think I did this.
Did- What's this? Oh,
2 on
I think,
top.
3 on top. 2 on top. We'll go with 2.
Moving through my upkeep. All good.
Yep, no swords this time. You're all good.
All right.
Go
Draw.
off, King. Except not too much, you know.
Goldie Tarn, crack. Is that good?
Mm-hmm.
Snow-covered mountain.
Two.
Take one. So Ben has a swan song. Shepherd
Maybe.
has at least a swan song. So what the fuck
Yeah, I
am I
have
supposed to do?
Manatide.
So what the fuck am I supposed to do?
Cast a bunch of spells.
Crack off.
Let me draw cards. Pay for none of them.
Pay for none of them. Hold steady.
What's Dockside count right now?
1, 3.
How much from you are? Three or four from you are? 3. And you have
3,
is
yeah.
it Mystic Forge, KCI, and the Wandering?
Yeah.
And then
Mono
there's
4
Mystic-
drops, apparently.
Two or more.
Mystic study.
Cast Croc. Croc on the stack.
Force a mana drain. Yep. Oh, Shepherd's first up.
I'm just looking at my hand. I've got nothing.
Yeah,
Yep.
pass.
Yeah, he's going to get a billion mana. It's just going to be trying to vent him on cards, I reckon.
Well, I mean, you can sack with the Crack Iron Clan, so. won't
Yeah,
get
but
too
he
much.
has a Jeska's Will, right? Jeska's Will's still in hand.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so he's going to get to see at least 3 if we don't have a removal spell.
You guys all have mana. Pass turn.
Pass turn.
Ooh.
I don't know what to do about all this fucking interaction.
On your end step, I would like to. Ella Damry's cool.
You also
That's-
like Docksides.
Ooh.
Really good.
Yeah. Might want to hit this one with that swan song at this stage, I reckon.
Yeah, but
It
he's
is
going to fight
not
it.
a
Just 'cause it hits
Dockside.
the Dockside.
He can fight this
Could
as
be
well.
an Emil. Could be anything.
Like the problem is,
It's just
be a
what you
flesh-
can't counter what's
Could be a
coming off
flesh. Could be a flesh dupe. Hold on before we start searching. Is it wrong passing?
no, not yet.
Yeah.
I mean, what do we think?
I think we have to hit it.
I think you have to.
I think we
Yeah,
have to.
no. Well, what backup? Because this is going to get swan songs. We already know that.
I can search for something, but it'll draw him a card through Mystic.
I mean,
Problem.
that sounds reasonable, at least. All right, I'll.
Not search. I can draw cards. Is what I mean.
Oh.
Not search. Sorry.
Uh,
Not search. Not search. Not search.
Not search.
Yeah, I mean,
because I don't think it's. I mean, it's hardly because Song is gonna.
probably displace the kit, and then we just get displace the kit and loot. What's in Yard Shepherd?
Eldamri's Force, Fairy Mastermind, Polluted Delta, Scalding Tarn, Breeding Pool, Gamble.
Sorry, Eladamri's Call is not in your graveyard yet. That's on the stack.
That, yeah.
Oh,
but it's
on
not-
the stack.
That
Yeah,
is
yeah, yeah.
relevant.
Okay. I think I do have to try to fire it off, anyways.
Could just be an abolisher as well. Yeah,
Yeah.
could be many
There was
things.
too many cards drawn that turn cycle. I think it's a bit too
Oh,
scary.
you can pay for Ristic anyway. What are we talking about? It doesn't draw any
Oh,
cards. You have a million mana. Hold up.
Nope. Sorry.
Ooh.
What's the thought?
No. Go.
Oh, Swan Song, Eldamri's.
Swanning.
Best bet I'm paying.
Do you pay for Remora?
Yeah.
Oh God! Fuck it! I keep
Billions of
thinking of
mana.
those things.
Damn.
Step
Nice
2,
little nippers,
Swan
they'll get ya.
Song.
Swan Song
Yep.
is good. I have nothing for it
So
at
we're
least.
fighting-
Cards. I don't know.
Yeah, cards.
think
We haven't missed. Or our ability to find a misstep. Have we used it already?
Cast Born Upon a Wind.
Oh, I
Oh.
don't know if I want to see that one though.
Displace the kit and trigger. I'll resolve that first. Target my dockside.
There's also a fish trigger, I guess. But yeah.
There is also a fish trigger, so fish trigger will resolve first. I cannot pay unless anybody else has anything they want to do.
No.
Kit and trigger will flicker my dockside. Is that good?
Yep.
Yep.
Dockside ETB on the stack.
4?
It's
4 right now.
Like Jessica's will.
I can't sack the Remora, so you want to do anything?
Yeah. Your question is, can I afford to sack one of these? It's probably just one of them, not both, sadly. Second both. What's the odds of me getting
Sorry,
anywhere?
King Carbs, did you draw a card already?
Really?
No.
For Born,
Oh, sorry, you kitten trigger. Sorry, Mystical
Yeah,
War
kitten.
resolves before kitten.
yes. Yeah, Shepard, you drew your card for fish already,
Yeah.
didn't you? Yeah.
I've drawn my
all
card
good.
for
No,
fish.
You're good. Keep going.
We good.
Yeah,
We good. Oh, shit, dude. Sack the ring. Fight 2. Yep, and then passing on dockside if it gets to me. With a kitten trigger.
I'm
Cool.
passing on upside.
How many total? Is it 3? So go to 4.
Total. Yep.
I will resolve the first Born Upon a Wind trigger.
Mhm.
Copy.
Ooh,
Oh, should be able
copy.
to.
So I'll resolve the copy. Is that good?
No mind breaks. Yep.
Draw. I can now cast spells instead of Flash. Born Upon a Wind still on the stack, holding priority.
Mhm.
Go to 2 treasures.
Mhm.
Cast Harmonic Prodigy with Flash.
Mhm.
Ew.
Is that good?
Real bad, but yep. Nothing you do.
Yep.
Using the remaining 2 treasures on my single Forbidden Orchard mana. Put a Jessica's Will on the stack, giving the 1/1 to Ben.
Yep.
There is a fish trigger, which I cannot pay for. There are 2 craft triggers, and there is a Displace a Kitten trigger targeting my dockside. displace a kit and trigger on top of all my casts.
I'm going to draw for Remora.
Yep.
Yeah. Continue.
So that sack these two.
Sack both?
Yeah.
Cool. Dockside will flicker in, creating, is that a single treasure?
Your
Yep.
treasure.
I'll now start rolling my Jessica's Will crowd copies. Alright. Evens is a copy. It's a bounce.
Okay, fade. Yep, so
Jessica's Will's
hand.
currently in hand. Yeah. That's a copy. Jessica's Will bounce back to my hand. I will choose Shepherd for the cards in hand.
9.
So I'll make 9 red mana. And I will exile the top 3. Bloodstainmire, Dualcaster Mage, Snow-Covered Island. I'll let my other Born Upon a Wind finally resolve.
Yep.
Draw that card. I'll use my single treasure as a blue. Use 3 of this to cast Sakashima.
Gross.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Sakashima will come in as a copy of Croc. Go to 3 red. Cast the Jessica's Will.
Remora.
Remora, you may draw.
Any
4
mind
Croc.
break
4 Croc triggers. Displace a kit and targeting my dockside. Am I good to keep moving?
Yep.
Flicker, make a single treasure. Start resolving Jessica's Will. 1, that's a bounce. 6, that is a copy. So I will add how many cards now? 10, so I'll go to 13 red. Exile another 3 cards to Jessica's Will, which are here, sorry. Snow-Covered Island, Dualcaster Mage, Bloodstainmire, Ghostfire Slice. So those 3 original. So Ghostfire Slice is from this one, Might of the Meek, Roaming Throne.
I'm happy to skip here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you've got like unlimited.
I'm going to basically resolve these Jessica's Wills a couple times.
Yeah.
I have a Twin Flame in hand, so I can Twin Flame these all the way down.
Yep.
And then the Ghostfire Slice will also be enough for me to just hit.
Yeah. Yeah. You got there.
Terrible.
Wow.
I hate it.
Yeah.
If only
Ah.
this
Oh,
could tap the
GGs.
colours.
Yeah.
Nice, mate.
I will say,
Yeah.
good game, very good job, Johnny. Good on the rest of you putting up a fight.
What's happened?
No, nothing. Other than you had dual caster mage combo, you didn't have to make it complicated. You have dual caster mage.
This isn't. Where was this? This wasn't my turn, was it?
Yeah, this was Chipper's
Oh, this
turn.
is your
Was this-
end step.
No,
No,
This is my
this is your
end
end
step.
step.
This is my end step.
My bad.
Yeah.
You're good.
Yeah.
Good job. Good job.
We
team.
should have
Yeah.
known Shepherd.
You
Like
did
we,
know-
Yeah, I was already going to go
Border
for
Portal
Displacer and try and win.
We
you
should
did
have
know
known.
about the Border Portal wind. I
Just
was
did.
shouting it.
They knew. It was blowing my mind that they didn't know about the Born Upon a Wind.
I think it's been a long
Yeah.
day. Finals is always really
Yeah.
tough. There's a lot to keep track of.
Well done, everyone.
But
Well done.
GG.
Thanks, guys.
That was
might
tense.
Pull you aside, Carbs, if you want to say, we'll pull you aside into a different.
Sure. All good. Good game, everyone.
Yeah, I
GG.
hated having to fight over that, but
As soon as they went off, I'm like, now.
So yeah, I mean, Scoop's here with the stream in case you want to say anything to stream. But yeah, it was the very nicely done baiting out the Swantons, convincing them to blow their interaction on each other when you had the border on a win note in hand. Very
Yeah.
nicely handbagged. Anything you want to say to the stream? Anything you want to shout out or otherwise?
Shout out Ben who played today, who played Camareth. I love that man. He's helped me with this deck a lot. We've been talking about it heaps. Shout out to Watanabe too, who has also played today. He was playing Krakashima as well. That lovely double Krakashima pod. We've been chatting a bit too on the Krakashima Discord and a lot with him. He's very knowledgeable. It's been really good. Shout out to the sponsors, of course.
Oh, mate, what a good winner.
Us.
What a good winner. Best
Shout
kind
out
of
to the
winner.
sponsors, of course. I can't wait for my deck sleeves and my deck boxes. It's going to be fantastic. And to everyone, every game has been fantastic today. I was lucky enough to not have to play against Nadu, so I'm not filled with salt today. But I think even a fantastic showing of what the AusCEDH scene is like. This was the final. I mean, the decks are cursed, but I think you can see, we're all just having a good time. It's been really good, really fun.
It's great to see the banter early. I think the first hour of the game, like everyone was still so relaxed, and it was great to see just how much smack talking and just being silly and like being lighthearted with it all. It was fantastic to see.
Yeah, and that's you always find that AusCEDH wherever you're doing, whenever you find anybody in the community, this is what it's like, even at the top level to some degree, of course. But no, it's always good. Great tournament, lots of fun. Hopefully I'll be at the next one.
Fantastic. Well, I think we might, I'm going to jump out of channel now and say my own thanks to everyone. But thank you so much and well won, Cubs. Well done.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Cheers.
So yeah, thanks so much for tuning in today, folks. Massive thanks to our sponsors, the Card and Trinket, and to Token Forge for all of the very generous prizes that you've donated. Super exciting to get that out to our winners, and really glad with how everything's gone today. If you're interested in getting involved with more of this stuff as a competitor, these run every month on the final Sunday. We try and keep them as short and sweet as we can, so we're about 5 p.m. In Australian Eastern Standard Time. So starting at 10, so it's 7 hours. It's not a crazy long day. We do our best. Really, really excited to see just that this keeps sort of like chugging along. We're getting a few familiar faces showing up each time, getting new faces each time. And if you enjoyed today and you want to see more of it, just make sure you tell more people about it. We've still been keeping it at a 32 player cap prior to running the events each month. We may look at increasing that somewhat as we continue. But thank you so much for tuning in. And until the next time, I'll say goodbye for now.